Oh, semua sihat ke hari ni? How's your trip here? Traffic, itu like itu macam common kan, kalau tak traffic tu kita rasa pelik kan. Okay. Okay, so I hope you guys settle down. So whatever that necessary that you require, so you just settle down. So to start, kita akan play a safety briefing for those yang first time kat PLC. Siapa first time kat PLC? Oh, ramai. Okay, so it should be benefit to you lah. Sekejap I give me some time nak ambil that. Mana ni? Okay. Oh, sorry. Sekejap. Okay, duplicate.
Welcome to the Nov SBL Center. We are excited to have you here in our campus. At PLC, your safety is our priority, so let's explore the safety features we have in the campus. The first safety touchpoint in this campus is the face recognition at the guardhouse. Only staff, registered participants, and visitors are allowed.
I pasal yang long pula. 4 minit.
When you drive inside this campus, don't move the speed limit. Drive slowly and enjoy the beautiful scenery around the 34-acre campus. In the basement car park, you need to park in reverse. Here, we have designated parking spaces for people with disabilities. Spaces for electric vehicles or EVs with their own charging stations are also provided. Since we support sustainability, there are also special parking spaces for those who carpool. If you encounter any emergency situations at the basement car park, you can use the panic button to alert the security team for assistance. Now, we are within the campus. There will be a lot of walking, so make sure you wear comfortable shoes. When you are walking, please be alert of your surroundings, put away your phone, hold the handrails at staircases, and watch your step. The campus has both lakes and streams. They may look inviting, but you want to keep it hidden from them. You are not allowed to dive, fish, or fish activities. If you like to have fun, why don't you go for a karaoke, jamming, or sweat it out at the gym or the jogging track instead? You make sure that you abide by the house rules and wear suitable attire and shoes when you use those spaces. Aside from that, smoking is prohibited inside the campus, including basement car park. There is a designated smoking area behind the campus. Rest assured, the campus is equipped with essential safety features. Things like the automated external defibrillator, or AED, fire alarm, fire extinguisher, fire hose wheel, fireman intercom, smoke detector, and emergency staircases are available in multiple areas. So what should you do in cases of real emergency? Let's find out. If you are trapped inside the lift, just stay calm and press the emergency call button or contact the 24-hour service hotline to get assistance. If you witness a fire, go to the nearest fire grate flag and activate the fire alarm by breaking the flag and pressing the button. The alarm will notify all staff and guests within the campus to evacuate the facility. If the fire is small or manageable, you can use the nearest fire extinguisher to put out the fire. But where do you go during an emergency? We have 3 designated assembly areas in the campus, so follow the evacuation flow to escape to the nearest one. Please remember these steps during an emergency, and you should be alright. Number 1, keep calm and do not panic. Number 2, evacuate the building through the nearest exit. Number 3, avoid the lift and use the emergency staircase instead. Number 4, walk calmly and swiftly to the nearest assembly area. And number 5, wait for instructions from the chief fire warden. Finally, since we are still in the midst of COVID-19 endemic, please adhere to Petronas PPRT directives for COVID-19 management. Lastly, you may call this hotline for any emergencies. So that's it. We hope you have a safe and transformative experience at the campus, because we care. Stay safe.
Okay. So, interesting ke tak the safety briefing? What do you think about safety briefing? Huh? Okay. Quite funny juga kan? Dia macam santai-santai sikit kan? Okay. So, for a start, I just want to go through the program outline for these 2 days. So, leader as a coach, kita ada 2 hari. So, this is a day 1. So, we will start with the context setting, some ice breaking. Bergema ke? Oh, okay. And then we will continue with what is coaching means to you, and then we will straight go to the techniques, listening, feedback, and also body language. Then we will stop for a break before we continue in the afternoon for the brief model punya practice. Okay. For day 2, in the purple color, is actually how we want to understand the score question, the right question to ask as a coach. Okay, and then we will have a lot of coaching practice in the afternoon, in the morning session, and then in the afternoon we will have the LDL sharing, the leaders develop leaders sharing. So there will be a leaders that come here and then share with you. Okay, and then it ends there lah. Okay. What is the program objective? Okay, I just want to ask everyone, do you come here because it's your choice or is actually assigned sebenarnya? By choice. Okay, so you know the objective is actually we want to create a sustainable coaching culture as a leaders in Petronas. So you're not is expected to be a coach, but during your day-to-day as a leader, to instill the coaching culture. Okay, and also to strengthen the knowledge and skill in order to practice the coaching conversation with your subordinate or your peers. Okay, so in Petronas we can actually strengthen the coaching culture in our day-to-day work. Okay, so in actually talking about MFT 50-30-0, so we all familiar on this. So coaching is actually as a strategic talent development. So why we are saying this? Because a different coaching capability requirement to address different business needs. So when we're talking about Petronas, we're not only talking about oil and gas, we're not talking only about the marketing and so on, but also on the soft skill, how we can actually instill the coaching culture in Petronas, so we can actually achieve the MFT 50-30-0. So for your information, in our industry, they actually already embark on this coaching in their corporate level. So example like industry practice, so they are drive the business using a coaching. And then also, and human capital, most corporate turn to coaching for development and performance. So this is a proven culture that will benefit the team to achieve the high performing result. Okay. So there's a few types of coaching. So there is related to the skill, performance, development, and also transformation. So when we're talking about skill and performance, it's actually to strengthen our core, and also towards development and transformation, it's actually for us to grow as an organization. Okay, so that is the context setting. Okay, sorry. So, see you guys. Tak kenal lagi siapa yang cakap kat depan you ni kan. Okay, so first I nak introduce my co-facilitator Cik Azni, untuk introduce yourself first.
Thank you Mike. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you all for attending this session. I just wanted to introduce myself. Basically my name is Azni Raiza. right? In terms of coaching, I've been doing coaching since 2014. That's actually when I got certificated. And then in terms of experience in Petronas, I'm practically as new as you guys, right? But it's actually about 36 years, right? Okay, at least the punchline is solid. Okay, so basically I have done quite a number of portfolios, right, in Petronas, and I hope that you can learn from each other. And my latest OPU is actually PETCO, right? Okay, PETCO is actually our trading arm for oil and gas, right? In terms of energy and also petroleum product and also crude people want to buy. So I was with Petronas Gas before, right? For the sake of today's session, because we have like a mix of participants, we are going to conduct it in English for the sake of our friends there, right? So much. Don't worry, because I think everybody can speak in English, so it's not a problem at all, especially in Malaysia. Okay? Other than that, I have recently received an award as a dedicated certified coach for 2023.
Yeah.
So I have met Dr. John Anthony and also Marshall Goldsmith, the one who gave you the award. I got the pleasure of receiving it from him. And the most important is actually got to sit with him during lunch and personal coaching. That's the best part, right? So currently what I've been doing, right? Because coaching, there are lots of coaching in this world. So one of the things that I'm looking at now and trying to pursue is certification HRD. We are already certified, so don't worry about that. You can stick to it. So I recently joined this, trying to reduce my weight and everything, right? So and this is one of the famous actors in Malaysia, Yas Tajishan, and I joined his program. Not trying to promote or to sell anything, right? But within 21 days, I managed to reduce about 9.1 kilos. Number 5, and at the end of this weekend, we have another session to see what is, the result, how to get it. So you're almost welcome. If you want to know more about this, you can just contact me. That's it. I'm not trying to promote because I'm joining on my own accord. So my personal interest currently is actually watching Astro and Netflix and all, movies and series, but together with my kids. Why? Because at the end of the movies or at the end of the series, at each series we are going to have some coaching, being a coach, right? So I will like, okay, what have to learn? So they were like, oh, okay. And then the best thing is actually about my kids, actually, they know that they will coach. And sometimes when they ask you for answers, they are going to say that I'm not asking for you to coach me. I have given an answer. So that's the beauty of it. But naturally, as a coach, you will definitely pass and do it. So why coaching? Because I'm going to learn about it. Okay. It's actually a good thing. One thing that I learned from Dr. Marshall is actually coaching is about helping people, right? Reaching where they want to go. It's like the name is actually very, very acronym in terms of coach. Right? It's a coach. If you know a coach, it's like a bus, right? So you want to go anywhere. You are the driver, right? You are the driver. But what matters is your passenger. Where they want to go. It's not where you want them to go. Right? Okay, so enjoy the journey. Definitely Meg is going to bring you with a lovely activity.
Okay, thank you, Chesney. Okay, maybe a round of applause for Chesney. Okay, so next is about me. Okay, my full name is Nor Magdalena binti Muhammad Dahalan, but you can call my glamour name Mag. Okay, I'm graduate from UTP. I have been in Petronas for 15 years compared to the senior one that 26 years study. Okay, and I've been a coach since 2021 and HRDF trainer since July this year. So hopefully today we can learn from each other as a leader, as a coach. Okay. Okay, now we want to get to know you. Okay, what we will do is actually, please get into a group of 3, and then you just take one paper, A4 paper. So what we want you to do is actually, there's 4 things that you need to put in your A4 paper. One is your name and your glamour name. Second is one unique thing about you. Third is please scale how you rate your coaching skill. And then number 4, what is your current challenges in doing coaching. Okay, so maybe for this one individually, first just take like 3 minutes. Is it enough? 3 minutes to draw? 5 minutes. Okay, so we'll give you 5 minutes to do this. Then please get into a group of 3. I hope you can, because you don't know each other in this table, right? Okay, so maybe a group of 3 or 4. Hopefully you can find someone that you didn't know yet. Okay, so 5 minutes for you to draw yourself and give all this information. Yes. Tak, muka je ni. Yes, as creative as you are. Then you tulis 1, 2, 3, 4. Tak payah ikut this pun tak apa. You boleh buat line item pun boleh. Yang penting ada gambar. Okey ke? Tiru gambar ni ke? Macam tengok. Tak apa. Kita bukan kelas lukisan, so you can. Yeah. Are you okay? Are you okay? You understood the okay?
Very clear. Everyone okay? Okay.
Okay, are you guys done? Not yet. Okay. Okay, I think everyone already done, right? So, can you find a group of 3 or 4? And then just start to introduce yourself in that team. Then we continue for the next part of the ice breaking. Okay? Okay, you can do this one already 4. So maybe this group, that group needs to stand up. And this group as well, then just find your group of 3 or 4. Okay, jump. Let's go. Yeah, you can join. Boleh, tapi kalau boleh kita nak ada pergi jalan-jalan sikit lah, tapi tak it's okay. Just start to, any one of you to start to introduce yourself. This is group of 4, okay, so you can just start to introduce yourself.
So I don't care how many but I know that So I think I need to be a better listener and be able to generate and I'm very proud of I did myself as pernah pergi training, pernah amal betul, faham konsep itu, tapi belum as a main agenda.
challenge is apply the technique and sometimes some I need someone to stop. Stop.
My skill is 5. My challenge is I don't know what to ask sometimes.
That's why I'm here.
You are the eldest? Second. All sisters. No boys, no
Wow. Wow. Interesting. Bolehlah buat performance. Wow.
Nama-nama invasi lah. That was back then lah. Kecil aku pas sekolah lagi. Saya kira sebelum muda. Bila tahun dulu. Passion lah. Singing was my passion lah.
Alright.
Ada rumah kawan yang ini sekolah. Saya nak jadi how I live class and pick myself from daycare. Every time I reach one, if I'm lucky, sing something I'm probably so be in the rain. Be in the rain. It's like my challenge. Every time, how to and also like my group is getting bigger. Last time I had more staff, I live it down, so it's like it's different background, different culture, different countries, so it's challenges, challenges. So it is. Like one cannot get along with others, and then I learned that also because I moved to a new place, and then people has been there like for long. Yeah, for decades, running the plant. Few months going there, so I have to love someone who is having more experience with that plant. So your mind has been like unique experience of that plant, right? It's still a bit different, so that's the
Weird, eh? You guys dah complete ke round? Okay, teruskan. Kita check dulu. Okay, everyone, maybe another 2 minutes. So just wrapping up the introduction.
Play mobile game. very nice because I have a colleague that also has the same passion as me, which is game. Okay. And the first rating, I will give myself 5 on a natural, not too bad and not too good.
No, I didn't.
5. And then the last thing is the challenge. For me, it's the challenge to follow on what you done I don't know how to move. Good eye, bad eye. I think
Okay, 1 minute lagi. 1 minute to go. Okay, okay everyone. Eyes in front. Okay, settle down. Okay, so how is it? How is your experience in getting to know each other? Anyone want to share? Yes, Indah.
After our sharing across the table, we found some common themes around the challenges that we are facing.
Okay.
It is around patience.
Passion.
Yeah.
Okay.
So, the common challenge that
Okay. So 4 of you have that challenges.
3 out of 4.
3 majority. Okay. Okay, interesting. So Indah, can you do as a favor, just introduce your team? Because you just get to know each other, maybe you just so
This is Dr. Rachel Philip.
Okay. Okay.
I'm Indah, technology manager from just Petronas Research.
Okay.
Yeah, this is Kamil from Treasury. This is from Finance, Treasury. This is Cindy from PCFK in Gurun. In 12 years, she's been at 3 Petronas plants. Started in Labuan, then Bintulu, then Gurun, correct?
Wow, all over Malaysia. Wow, very well done, Indah. Okay, maybe a round of applause. Okay. So walaupun even though I give you on the spot, tapi you did a good job. Okay, bagus.
We had a good introduction.
Yeah, so the experience I think is very good, right? In the ice breaking. So next, who wants to volunteer to share what's happening? Because I hear a lot of here. There is a singer, there is a gamer. So maybe table kat belakang. Okay, baru.
One common thing about us is we all shy.
Oh, that's why.
You're expecting for 3, 5, 2 seconds of silent moment.
Okay, thank you for that.
As 5 of us, there is Firhat, Kapilan, Tuan Arifin, saya Long, and then Tuan Bahar. The most interesting part from our team is that Tuan Arifin ni dia dah debt free.
Wow.
Anything, tak ada hutang.
Financial freedom.
Yes, since 2018.
Okay, round of applause. I think not all of us can do that. Yeah.
This topic that free is more interesting for coaching. Push on it.
Already apply. Okay. Because I just listened that Tuan Arifin is actually already learned about coaching techniques, right? Yeah. But you didn't make it like your career and so on. Okay, so there is a good, I think, individual that we can refer to. So next, who? There is another shy table, is it? Okay, yes, Nick.
The comment from our team, passion. We don't know what question to ask.
Okay, the right question.
And then to introduce myself, my name is Nick Zarina from Petronas Serigari, COE, previously called COE, Center of Excellence, now Development Division. And here's Hungary from CHRS, and unit Bahasa, early bird.
Early bird.
As early as 3 o'clock. I don't know what.
3 a.m.
Yes.
Okay.
Doing work.
Is it workaholic or?
That's the most productive time that I feel like I cannot do in the afternoon. So afternoon I can do meetings, everything, but not like work isn't.
Focus. Your focus moment, your me time is 3 a.m. Okay.
9 something 10. But only weekdays. Weekend I don't do that.
Okay. Good to hear that.
Aisha from HRPDNC. Unit about herself. She has 5 siblings.
5 siblings?
5 sisters and 5 sisters.
Okay.
And Hasnul from Batu Rakit instead.
Oh, okay.
Unique about himself, he likes cooking, and I wondered that if he can cook for tomorrow for our breakfast.
Makanan disediakan.
The excuses is because he's from Instep. Okay. This table, maybe? No.
Alright. My name is Nicolas. Nicolas, Nick, all are accepted. I'm from Argentina. It's not particularly unique, but I think it's unique here since only one non-Malaysian.
Yes, correct.
Thank you for trying to speak in English. So my Malaysian Bahasa Melayu is very limited, even though I've been here for 9 years. I work for Petronas Charigali. Previously, I worked for MPM. I left my country almost 10 years ago. After that, I worked in Dubai for a while, and then I came here in Petronas. I met my wife after I came here. And,
is she a Malaysian?
She's Indonesian.
Indonesian, yeah. Okay.
And my daughter, I have a 6-year-old daughter, she was born here in Malaysia.
So she is Malaysian.
She is Malaysian. Although she doesn't get citizenship, only birth certificate.
Yeah, okay.
I know Malaysian colleagues. Malaysia, Petronas has a business unit in Argentina now. And there is one colleague who became a father over there. So his daughter got a Argentinian passport. So I was there, it's unfair. Why you don't give me? So, okay, just to wrap up, I think maybe a 6. I took earlier this year, actually here also another coaching training. I really enjoyed it.
Okay.
And then my boss, my former boss, was supposed to attend this one, and last minute he had to pull out and asked me if I wanted to go to attend. I said yes, because I really liked it last time, and I felt that even though I attended, still maybe a 6. So I need to be a better listener and be able to generate engagement.
Okay.
Then on our table we have Zaim. Very bad with names, by the way. Zaim.
Okay.
Zaim, he's a gamer. He's from IT, right? ICT. New name is Petronas Digital. Petronas Digital.
Okay.
So he likes to do some mobile gaming every night.
PUBG.
With some friends.
Oh, Malaysian. Okay.
Bart. Bart, he's from Kerteh.
Yeah, it's that.
Instead Kerteh. And he's not very patient also. He's another impatient, like one of the
impatient.
And same as Sain, around 5 they rank themselves.
Okay.
5, 6, we're all there. Then our most senior, soon to be 30 years in Petronas.
Wow.
And Chick, sorry I didn't get your name. Missy. So he works for a Petronas chemical plant, also from Kerteh. Yeah, and next year he will be his long service, 30 years.
In conjunction of 50 years of Petronas juga. Okay, thank you, Nicholas. So we call you Nicholas, right?
Yeah.
Or Nico? No. What? Okay. So now only left this table. Okay, this is interesting. Okay.
I think we have a mix of berbagai various characters here. We have Rina from digital.
Rina from digital. Oh, Rina. Okay.
She likes cat. She has 6 cats, I think.
But I saw someone have more cats than that. You right? So boleh compete lah je kau. 6 cats.
6 cats. Bring their cats and cats.
Wow.
We have Tia, also from digital. Shia likes to cook, but she rarely cooks now. And she gonna get the momentum again after a while because she got a baby currently.
Okay.
So we have singer, Fatina, unique because she likes to sing. She sings from very little and she has produced 1 single.
Wow.
Last time. I think
Kena Google. Google.
Masura era. Petronas Chemical. And then myself, Zana, I'm from Petco, together with Mr. Azmi. Mine, from digital as well. She used to be a makeup artist.
Oh, MUA.
Hired makeup artist, but I think she still has the skills. I think we have a mix of coaching challenges. We have some that want to know about the way of conducting the coaching. Because sometimes they can't really get the issue. What's the issue? As for myself, I am more towards how do I conduct a structured conversation with my coachee, because usually when they talk, they tend to talk about a lot of things. Yeah.
Okay.
So how to bring that back to the table. I think Fatina has issue on how to actually coach her staff, subordinates that seems to lose passion in his working.
Low motivation, is
Yeah,
it?
I think more on that.
Okay.
So yeah, I think that we have various mixed challenges.
Okay, great. So round of applause to everyone. I think I covered all. Okay, I think the shy table needs to be mixed after this because we don't want that silent moment a lot. Okay? Silent moment. Okay, so basically what I'm hearing that the challenges is more like asking the right question, what is the coaching techniques, and then how you can actually gauge your coachee or your subject to actually go through the coaching session in a structured way, right? Okay, so great. So I hope we can know each other more in the next 2 days. Okay, hold on. Okay, so this is some of house rules. So I hope we can agree or agree to disagree. So basically, in this session, we would like to encourage for you to ask questions. So there is no term like a stupid question. So whatever that in your mind that you think that you need to clarify, you just okay, Mac, I need to ask this. Okay. Then practice what you learned. So we will go through these 2 days. There will be a listening technique, and then also some of body language, understanding of the body language, and then how you can give feedback. So all this we need to put into practice. So we will have a slot to do a coaching practice where you can actually have like a test whether you are okay with it or with the technique or not. Okay, and then last but not least is try to have fun, because this is not like a university kind of module. So this is more like how we want to upskill ourselves. So let's have fun while we actually learning together. Okay. Okay. So for leader as coach, I believe prior today you have that pre-work, the learning playlist, and also the reading materials. All of you have that information, right? Okay. So today we will actually recap the online training, and then as I mentioned, some of the coaching techniques, and then also the brief model. Okay, coaching overview. So this one we want to do a exercise. So I hope we didn't stick to the same group. Please just stand up, find a new group, get to four packs per group. Just go to the area that you can actually sketch what coaching means to you. Can you put that point? So maybe just stand up, just find that 4 people that not in your table, and just go to that, and then I give you 5 minutes to just find out what coaching means to you. Boleh. You can also use this flip chart if you want, but this is a big area juga. Tu. Ni balengan ni.
What coaching means to you? What does coaching mean to you?
Satu soalan je kan?
Satu. What coaching means to you?
Ada seorang ya. Parai. What coaching means to you? You can use this. Realize potential.
Ya.
Kira berapa orang?
Sorry?
Kira berapa orang? Sudah diberitahu berapa orang nak pisah?
Itulah. 4.
Break ni yang menghalang tu. Nanti yang break dia.
I tak suka lukis.
Tempat lalu. Okay, done. Wow. Nice. Oh, tak ada pen, pakai tangan. Okay, are you guys done? Okay. So, Fatina and the team, are you okay? Fatina? Fatina kan nama dia? Tak dikau. Okay, are you guys okay? Okay dah. Okay, maybe kita just round up. Okay, everyone. Okay, hello. Okay, is it everyone okay? Settle? Okay, so can you just stay at your knee? Maybe we start. Maybe we start here first from the team. Maybe you want to share what is coaching means to you, based on your discussion. Maybe everyone, if you want to gather, you gather here. Meme, come.
Nak sekolah ya.
So, teruskan.
Coaching, first of all, we believe in results at the end.
Mm-hmm.
And then the idea is where we are coaching others to go through the process in order to reach the intended result. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
Then there's also facilitate. Secondly, we have facilitating. So again, it's working together to achieve the result. And thirdly, as we work together, we are not only helping ourselves, but we are also looking at the idea of helping others to grow.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And when we work together, we are also moving into looking at bringing through the journey.
Mm-hmm.
That's part of the process of coaching. And lastly, as we go through the journey, we will look at breaking the barriers.
Okay, great. Okay, thank you. Okay, we go to the left, my left. Okay, so maybe the team want to share, Nick or Aisha? Okay.
So for us, coaching means we help people. We also look at it as a leadership quality, and we guide for them to realize so that they also can improve their performance, and in the process they get transformed.
Yeah, great. So I just want to point out, when you say guide to realize, that when you is actually having that coaching conversation, when there is an aha moment, that is like a fulfilling, right? So that is guide to they are realizing based on your coaching. So that is the successful coaching that we mean. Okay, thank you, Aisha and team. Okay, next we go there. Who would like to share?
Sanggari.
Sanggari.
Coaching means a support system for us. So more like emotional support or career support, helping others to achieve their goal, motivating the person to move forward, to also be a good listener, guide but not to provide solutions, establish a relationship or trust where you should have some chemistry with your coach, and also keep it private.
Yeah, okay, yes, agree. Because good listener, when we talking about good listener, it's more like we being active listening, and then how we can actually get the information and help them to move forward. So good point. Thank you, Sanggari. Okay, we have that TV over there. So this digital punya.
It's more on interaction between the coach and the coachee. And second one is to leverage on resource, meaning that we leverage on our staff to achieve the goals lah.
Okay.
And the third one is to passion to solve issue. So meaning that we need to have passion if any circumstances that we are facing. So we need to find the root cause and try to solve it together lah. Okay, and the fourth one to be same like the group just now, to be a good listener to your coaching.
Yeah. Okay, good.
Alright.
Thank you. Alright. And then coaching also provides structure and process to help identify goals and action. So here we will actually give you a brief guide in terms of how we can do that. So for all this is actually again to actually achieve moving forward together 50-30-0. in order to ensure Petronas have this successful performance towards that target. Okay, before I move on, any question? Okay. So we have do a lot of walking and so on. So now more like training, like you guys just sit down. So skill wheel matrix. So anyone have heard about skill wheel matrix? No. Okay. Skill wheel matrix is actually the metric on how you want to understand your coaching. So if you can see on the bottom side is actually the range of skill. So from the left to the right is from low to high. And also on the left side is the wheel, from low to high as well. So if we are focusing to the right quadrant, the raring to go, is the coachee that have high wheel and also high skill. Meaning he or she is a performer and also have passion in that. So this kind of coachee usually it will be independent, right? So you not really need to guide hand in hand and so on. So if we move to the left side, wheel is high but low in skill. What kind of example of this type of coachee? Anyone want to try? High wheel but low skill. New staff, yes. Our fresh graduates, because they actually excited to be in the organization. They are young, but they have low skill because they only join the organization, right? So this one, what we say, like desperate to be rescued because they want to do something, but they don't have that capability or the competency yet. Okay, so when we go down to the below, low will and low skill. So what kind of person, what kind of coaches in this area? Do you want to guess? Seniors, but I'm not sure. Maybe the senior, I don't think everybody falls to that. But some individuals, when they're too long in that kind of position, it's not really the senior in the organization, right? But if you are too long in that kind of position or job role, you will tend to fall into this because you already don't have anything that you want to further explore in that kind of job role, and also at the same time you don't want to actually upskill yourself, right? So there is no sense of urgency quadrant. So on the right side, the skill is high but the will is low. So this is like similar because they already an expert, but maybe they just don't have that motivation to actually move on to that, right? Okay, for once you understand your coachee, there is a way how you want to tackle them. So coaching using the right approach. So when this is the same quadrant, so macam kalau if you look at this, it is the same quadrant. So when we go back to the raring to go, it's actually the coaching approach is to delegate because they are already independent, right? They already have a high skill, high will. So just provide a freedom to do their job, delegate, encourage to take a lead and also responsibility, and also take appropriate risk. So when we go to the left side, which is have a high will but low skill, the fresh grad, the new staff and so on, is actually to control the progress and also provide a safe environment or risk-free environment for them to allow a mistake. But now in our organization, we are talking about psychological safety. So I think either for senior one, either for junior one, we have the leaders is somehow transitioning to this kind of approach where we are allowed to make a mistake and be open about it, right? Okay, on the low skill and low will, the coaching approach is direct. So this is more like micromanaging, or you need to actually walk hand in hand to actually ensure they know what they want to do, and then make sure they have the skill gap that been closed and so on, and need to supervise closely. But for us to be a high performing organization, we actually want to avoid to be in this quadrant, right? Because you have your own pace But when we have many people around that, it will actually slow down the organization to actually achieve that performance. And then on the high skill and low will, it's actually for them to encourage to take responsibility. This is happen like for seniors one as well, because maybe they think that their job is very mediocre, it's very monotonous, so they want to have a challenging task. So this is how you need to excite your coachee in this kind of approach. Okay, so any question? Yes?
For the low skill and low motivation, as mentioned there, we need to supervise closely with tight control and clear deadlines. We as a manager as well, we have our own deadlines, right? So how are we going to monitor the staff and at the same time making sure we actually achieve our deadlines? Because monitoring and close control is exhausting. Sometimes. So how to do? I mean, how to achieve that both, right?
Okay.
And on the low motivation but high skill, what if we have already given some
challenging tasks
to them, but they still don't show any interest?
Okay. So maybe I try to answer on the first part. Okay. So when you are saying like, if you need to hand in hand with your staff, but at the same time you have your own deadlines, it's more like you as a manager, how you want to manage your time. Because in managing people, there is no one solution fit for all, right? So you need to be flexible. So in this, my suggestion is actually for you to monitor, but not like you just sit next to him and or her, just make sure it done. You need to give some expectation as well. Meaning, okay, maybe Ali, this is what I want you to do for the week. So it's more like monitoring on weekly basis or bi-weekly basis. At the same time, you can manage your own performance or your own target. So when you say that for the second question is skill high but low in will. So in this type of subordinate or staff, is actually we are trying our best to give the challenging task, but not everyone have the opportunity to have a challenging task all year, right? So when you have already tried, same goes as that previous question, you need to set an expectation. Okay, I'm giving you this kind of task. You need to deliver like this. This is what my expectation. So when it's actually they are delivering it, but they still low motivation and so on, maybe it's time for them to be mobilized to other job role, or maybe try to ask them what they want to do actually, because this one is not. It needs two to tango. Either you are manager or you are coachee or coach, right? So you need to have a mutual agreement on the expectation. So once done, then you just monitor. I think as a manager, you need to be flexible in doing this coaching approach. I hope that helped you to answer the question. Yes, Nick?
I have one case that even though a lot of tasks has been given, the challenges and new things, okay, he or she is very experienced. We know that experienced people normally have the skills, and sometimes complacent make them does not transform in the task that we expected.
Okay, understood.
What alternative that we can do on top of this as per the new? Because we have done giving the new challenges or maybe excitement projects, and we want to capitalize the strength. Having said that, it does not, even though we know what is the motivation behind it, but that all does not work. So what would be the another alternative?
Another alternative, if you can have the opportunity to have that for him or her to actually lead a cross-section kind of initiative. Because I'm not sure when you're saying that you give a challenging task, is it within your department? So maybe try to find opportunity for him or her to have a cross-department to lead some sort of projects. It can be like on very technical oriented or very soft skill oriented. Example, when you have this cross department, maybe it's like a welders program or very simple kind of program, give that kind of opportunity for him or her to lead. So they can actually open their mind to do other things using the skill that they have. So that is one of the option. Because I understood when you actually give a challenging task in the same department, sometimes the point of view also narrow, right? So you need to open up. So maybe if there is opportunity to have that cross department leading role, so maybe that you can try. But again, it's still depending on the individual whether they are willing to take the challenge or not.
So there's a difference between like coaching and then because you have to teach the person something because people don't have the skill. So then another session is you actually do the upskilling. So two different things, right?
Yeah. Later, I think we will share about this coaching continuum. Coaching is have a lot of tools. When you mentioned that upskilling, mentoring, more like macam direct solution and also coaching, right? So that is what we call that coaching continuum, which I will explain later. Is there any further question? If I can move, yes, Bahar.
It's like this. I just a staff. Okay, I'm not just a manager or whatever. But how to put people in that quadrant correctly? For example, like I'm highly real in technical and skill and will. So in my technical work, which is my SAP and Oracle, I will be at the top quadrant.
Okay.
Sometimes it's dropped to might be the low quadrant because due to lot of works. So is there a way how to determine correctly people to in which quadrant? Because this is what I see happen in my area, whereby might be early of the year you are at the high.
You mean more on will, high will.
Suddenly it drops. So how we want to maneuver because it needs to be fair and square to managers and the supporting.
Okay, to answer you again is about flexibility. Because when you actually, when you say like early of the year, everyone is high will, high skill is given, right? So this is suddenly low skill. So maybe we just focus on the right quadrant. So when you say like early of the year, everyone is very KPI oriented and so on, and it's very high will, but as it go on, there is a lot of challenges, a lot of things happen, maybe a personal matters and so on, they will go down to the low quadrant. That is where we as a coach or as a manager to be flexible in your approach. Because once you, example, if you are coaching me, when you first see me as a coaching to delegate, but once you see I'm actually deviate from whatever the path that I'm supposed to be, you need to change your coaching approach. Because coaching is actually not once a year. It can be at any time that you feel required. So that's why there is no like macam Mac only at delegate, Mac only at direct. You can be flexible in your coaching approach depending on how your coachee behave. So that is my answer. Okay. Any further question on this? It's okay. Later, when we have a coaching practice, you can try and understand better. So when we are talking about coaching continuum, that this is where Aisha is asking. We want to do coaching. At the same time, we want to do upskilling, mentoring. So coaching continuum is actually, this is a lot of tools that explain the ideal coaching approach. So it can be like from telling. So this is where the low skill and low will is coming from, which is you need to tell, you need to instruct, you need to ensure they understand what you want. So you're giving advice. So this is the tool. So when you say like telling, instructing, giving advice, making suggestion, giving feedback, is more like directive style. When we're talking about directive style, it's more like you are the one that giving, right? So you give your opinion, you give your solution based on the problem. You give your direction and mentoring. But if we were to do a pure coaching, so we need to go more on the right style, which is the non-directive style, where you actually do an open question, not like you are asking question and you are giving the answer. You are open question, you are paraphrasing. Paraphrasing is where you are actually listen and then you just recap in your own words. So you reflect back, deep listening and pure coaching. So to go to pure coaching, it takes time, it takes experience as well. There is, I'm not sure whether people is born and automatically can do a pure coaching. So this is actually a journey. So when you actually have a challenge, current challenges in coaching, that you are the one who tell, you are the one who instruct. So how you want to move forward here is actually using the right question. So when you are using the right question, you will avoid yourself from telling or mentoring. Because there are people say that what is the difference from mentor and also coach, right? It's actually similar, but mentor is more like really guide and so on. So if you plan to be really a pure coaching, you need to go more on the non-directive style. Okay, but in Leader as Coach, we will actually share about how is the brief model to do that open question, how we can reflect back based on the question, the right question. So that will be put into practice later. Okay. Any question on this? Yeah.
I just want to check on the instruction. In the IT, we have something that we call flow.
Flow.
So for this instruction, because these people type is different. So to say what you're doing last weekend, so we need to open remarks, then to iterate that they're correct. So what the task need to be done. So to identify these people, I think is one thing. And then to instruct, we have something like a flow. So when you give these type people, okay, this is something like a flow that we can substitute and think. So the reason why, because somehow we need to engage them. So maybe in terms of our words, in terms of our approach. So do we have something like a flow that we can refer to? Because the people is different. Some people maybe come from the technical, some people maybe they're really nice, they have some flow. But the technical people sometimes is very structured.
Yeah.
Okay, like the numbers. So do we have something like a flow or to tackle on this?
Okay, so if I understand your question correctly, you are asking whether there is a flow or a guide, whether how you want to tackle a certain type of coaching, right? Okay, so when I'm talking about the brief model is actually is a guide for you. So there is a question for you to do the opening, during the coaching conversation, and how you want to close your conversation. So there is a lot of sample of question that will help you to actually be flexible when your coachee is respond. Because agree, in coaching there will no one solution or one technique for all or one question for everyone. So you need to actually be creative in questioning, right? But we will actually help to provide you what is the right question. So I understood, because in Petronas there is a technical people, there is a people that can think very functional and so on, right? So hopefully in the afternoon our brief model will actually help you to identify that.
Because currently I see from the for the more than 20 years, right? The senior level, I think in terms of the resistance already, push on this level. But how to connect with that? So when you lead, so the team may be different, like so they have some senior. So the way we need to talk, we need to
different. That's why the ice breaking in the early part of your coaching conversation is very important, because you want to have another coaching session, right? So the first session is for both of you to give an impression to each other, right? To make an impression. So that's why in the brief model, there will be on that first part is how you can actually do this ice breaking by asking questions and provide that safe space for them to open up. Because when you're actually coaching the more senior people, they will say that I know everything. Why you actually coming here to coach me, right? But there is a way on how you can break that resistance in a soft way, but still depending on how you are asking the question.
Because currently in terms of our data, we are connected. Right? So what the people, this is dedicated. So these people, even though they're very perform, because it's not result come from their own.
Yeah.
This is dedicated in terms of the project, whatever. In terms of KPI, but I think this is one that we teach.
Yeah. Okay, so I hope later, if we can come back to that, when we actually learn about the brief model and also how we practice that technique, whether it's actually answer your question later. Okay? So yeah.
I know we have a different type of coaching skills
Yeah.
for different type of people.
But as we have in the drive performance culture
Mm-hmm.
to deliver our results, we have so tight deadlines.
Mm-hmm.
Sometimes you just want to instruct and then do it.
Yeah.
Coaching, and then it's really give patience and step by step that you but it's true. Because when you coach, you give the aha moment to them.
Yeah.
They realize they're aware, self-awareness is that is my responsibility, that I have to do it, and I will transform better than this.
Yes.
How do you have that patience with the 50 people? In my case, I have a lot of people.
Okay. Again, Nick, what I said that the coaching is not applies to like in every single moment in your daily work, because some things that urgent you need to treat it as urgent, which is you need to go more on telling, right? But in a long term, meaning if you want to actually grow your staff, this coaching needs to happen. It's not like every single problem you need to do a coaching, but once you already instill the coaching culture, that will be like spontaneous question come out from your mouth. It's actually true, because it will like in your, like Encik Azni said earlier, when with his kid also is like doing this coaching, right? But it's very spontaneous because he used to do that. So that's why coaching takes time for you to actually go like pure coaching. But to answer your question, it's not applied to like every single thing here. But the patient is one thing lah. Okay. So any other question before I move on? Okay. Okay, so when you're coming to this training, so we are talking about leader as coach. So who is a leader coach? So it's actually someone who applies coaching mindset or coaching approach. This is where that when Nick is asking this question, it's actually you naturally are giving this kind of mindset when you are talking to your staff and so on. It can be like just a casual conversation, but you can instill this coaching mindset for them to actually reflect and so on. Because sometimes when you have this casual conversation with your staff, it can be like macam, how about you do this and do this? Have you think about this is this? It's actually very spontaneous. So if you actually have this mindset as a leader and you apply this coaching approach in your daily life, it actually will help your talent or your staff to be the best of them, and then in addition to achieve the business and team performance. Okay, and also leader coach is the one who inspires and enable others to adapt constantly changing environments, meaning like innovation commitments or any kind of department challenges and so on. So you will know that you are a leader coach when you are actually inspired others. But sometimes you don't know whether you inspire others or not, right? But when actually your coachee or your staff is actually coming to you, giving you a feedback that you inspire me, you actually have make my life better and so on. So that is make you a successful leader coach. Okay? Okay, kita tengok tu. Before we go for coffee break, any question? Okay, everyone? Okay. So, I think we go for a break. Maybe 15 minutes for toilet break. Just have a pastry and so on. So, we come back at 10:40. Okay? Okay? Yes?
What's our schedule for the day going to be like? Like lunchtime, break, and then...
Lunchtime around 12:30. Then we come back at 2. Then again we have a break like 3:30. Then we're supposed to finish by 5.
So 12:30 to 2 and then finish at 5.
Yes. Okay. Have a good break, everyone. Okay, so we move on. I hope all of you have a good break, have a good chat. Okay, next we are talking about coaching techniques. So this is a lot of questions I'm hearing. What is the techniques? How we want to do? How we want to actually maneuver if there is a change of people behavior and so on, right? So coaching techniques, today we will learn about 3 parts. One is listening, feedback, and also body language. So first we will start with the listening. So when we're talking about listening, I hear earlier that there is challenges like how you can be a better listener, right? Because we have ears, we listen, but whether we actually doing it actively. So in listening exercise, we have what we call LSB. LSB stands for listen, select, and build. This is where the term paraphrasing is coming from, where you listen what is the employee cares about. So when you are listening, you are taking the key words. What is important based on the tone, based on their behavior. Then you select. Once you select, you recap and build based on what is the employee wants for their future. So, do you guys understand this concept? Listen, select, and build, right? Okay, so for this, when we are talking about listening exercise, we want to do an exercise. Okay, so the first practice is actually for us to exercise the LSB. Is we need you to be into a partner. So one will be the complainer, one will be the listener. So you can complain on anything, but you are not allowed to complain about someone in the room. Not me. Okay? And you have 2 minutes to complain. So then the listener will give a feedback using LSB. Okay? So then, once you settle that, you change the role. So whoever the listener in the first part, be a complainer, and then you go through the same process for another 2 minutes, and then you give a feedback. Then we gather back, and we discuss on your observation and so on. Okay, so to start, maybe you want to partner up. Yes, Aisha?
I forgot what is it again.
Build. Listen, select, build. So you listen to the complainer, you select the key critical things that they want, actually the gist of the conversation, and then you build. Okay? You paraphrase it, you recap back your understanding.
Do you need to respond to the complaint?
Maybe the subject is not familiar, so you're just using this technique based on whatever that you understand from that complaint. Because you only have 2 minutes to listen, and 2 minutes to complain as well. Okay, so let's partner up. Let's partner up and continue complain.
Contoh you complain pasal dalam kerja. Okay.
Dah ada partner ke? Paraphrase balik. Example, contoh long cakap pasal traffic lah, pening lah kepala, apa benda semua. So kalau boleh nak lalu jalan yang lagi better ke apa ke, dia dah bagi tahu somehow. So you paraphrase balik. Oh, so what you are saying to display your understanding. Okay. So maybe partner up, just try. Then kita observe how it. Ni tak ada gang ni, tak ada gang. Yang boleh gang. Tak ada partner ke? Tak ada partner? Buat tiga. Kau tak partner dengan I? Okay, nanti bagilah chance every single tu. Jadi complain listener.
Report dekat
So how actually still doesn't get the word done. To them and also even advising and all that.
Okay, everyone, yes. Everyone, you have complete the first part? Okay, so the listener dah bagi feedback. Okay, so yes? Verify, okay, yes.
So this exercise, I have told her my problem. What is she supposed to do?
It's just to display your understanding. You just paraphrase back what you understand from whatever that she said.
I don't have to give advice.
No, you don't have to give advice. It's more like on listening. So the coachee, which is in time, is actually know that you actually understand what she's talking about. It's more like to display your understanding, not the solution part.
Alright.
Okay, dah ada. Tukar orang pula. Okay.
Sekali komplain je.
Oh, komplain tapi listener tu kena feedback. Kena feedback.
Yeah, okay, but it's something that
Whereas the other sections, every single thing
they
Kak Nik, kalau ada masa just snap gambar je kalau ada masa. Silakan teruskan. Okay, time's up. Time's up, everyone. Okay, seronok sangat komplain ni. Okay, time's up, time's up. Okay. If I could have your attention. Okay. Thank you, everyone. Okay, masih excited. Complain Okay. So, how is your experience? Anyone want to share? Your observation or Asha.
My experience when I was listening, I want to give solution.
Okay.
I can like this lady in my head. That's must take a keyword and use it. So it was actually harder to not give the solution, but to think of what are the words that would paraphrase to show that I understand.
Yeah, because the first step in listening is actually to express your understandings toward the thing that your coachee say, instead of just responding to the solution, right? Because there is a clarification, or do I need to give a solution? It's not like that. It's more like how you want to practice your listening skills. So the coachee also feel that you are actually aligned to their problem and so on, right? Anything else? Yeah.
Coming from the complainer side, I think it is very good of Aisha having interaction in terms of the body language, which eye contact, nodding the head. So it makes me feel that she listened truthfully and connected to the situation.
Okay. Even though Aisha is struggling to give that solution, right? So that is behind the scene. Yes.
As to practice a good listening, you need to really have a deep listening. And as a human being, we always judge.
Yeah.
Then put your judgment in the heads. And don't, because sometimes we tend when we think we always like to talk, but don't.
Yeah.
That's I think that we need to really don't judge.
Yeah. And you tend to give your point of view, right? So because you already experienced that. So that is another part later that we were talking about feedback. So yes, that's great, because when we're talking about listening, I'm listening to you, but is it registered? Is it we are developing the same understanding? Yeah.
One thing I realized just now was I have to off my defensive mode. Because her complaint was about the HR system.
relate to you, right? Okay. Is it on purpose, Nick? On purpose. Oh, okay. You treat them like a customer center lah kan? Okay. Yeah. Good sangat. It's good point, because when you are doing coaching, first judgmental and also defensive lah, because maybe that topic is very close to you, that you think that the person is actually attacking you, but it's not like that. It's more like to give that safe space for everyone to actually open up. Yeah, great. Yes, Fatina.
I think during this session, probably we have a lot of time, so we tend to listen more. We tend to give time for the complainer to complain, but in a real life, we don't have that.
Yeah.
So how to do that?
That's why it's actually the rules is you only have 2 minutes to complain and 2 minutes to listen. But earlier we just like extend a bit of time, right? Okay, maybe that question I just want to ask anyone else. So how you want to do it? How you want? No. Because what Fatina is saying is actually, yes, we need to do that. Now we have the opportunity to actually listen, sit down, because we have time, right? But when you day to day, when your stuff is just coming to you, like, well, so how you want to do that deep listening at the same time managing the problem? So maybe I want to pose that question to the rest. So how you actually want to manage it? Anyone would like to try?
We need to be accommodative. When the staff asks, you need to really, even though we have a lot of works, you need to put aside, because even though sometimes 1 minute, 2 minutes is really helpful for the staff. You need to be accommodative. You need to really attention to that staff, what they want, but do not give solution, so that it come from themselves to provide the solution and give that responsibility.
Okay, so that's a good one. Maybe from my point of view, Fatina, it's more like sometimes people come to you, it's not like they want that solution, because they want people to listen. Right? So because in my experience, when my coachee is actually coming to me, then I say, oh, I also don't know what I want to actually help you, because this is like very like above me, right? Then they say, no, if you are here, you already listen, it's good. So yes, like Nick said, not really to be accommodative all the time, because sometimes we have human, right? You have a lot of problems as well, but take sometimes. Like put aside whatever that you are doing. Okay, yes, what you want to say. Okay, I'm here to you for 5 minutes. So then let that conversation happen. Because that in doing listening, it's not really like you need to come up with a solution right away. Because we also need time to evaluate the risks and so on for us to make a decision. So what we can do is actually listen first, build, and then take that into action in appropriate timing. I think that's a thank you, Nick, for sharing that.
So I mean, that is when we put ourselves as the listener. Sometimes we complain to our boss. So from the body language, from the feedback, we know that they don't have time for us. So how to like telling the boss, okay, just give me 5 minutes.
Bos macam rimau.
Because I
sorry, Nico, I speak my own English.
couple of times that when I try to speak to my superior or anything,
they don't have time.
They don't have the time.
So okay. So when I'm actually doing coaching, what I learn is actually certain things that you can control, certain things you cannot control. So one of the things is actually managing your time boss. You cannot control that, because that is his or her decision to do that kind of action, right? So what you can do, my suggestion is actually you approach your boss. If you need to speak only to him, you approach your boss. Can you spend sometimes, maybe if not today, if it's tomorrow, can you spend like half an hour for me to actually talk to you about something? So at least he or she is ready, mindset ready, mentally ready to come for that conversation. So do things that you can control, because things that we cannot control, obviously we cannot control, right? So that is one of the way. But if it's really pressing, maybe you need to channel it to other person that available. But if the only person that can listen to that is your superior, then maybe you need to accommodate to his or her time. Yeah.
Tell their problem and all
just listen like no work done. Solution is very important. We have to tell them.
Okay, I will listen. Okay, like I said that we as a coach or as a leader, we don't have all that solution, right? Because we also have a limited knowledge and so on. So what you can do is actually you try to channel it to the person that would have that kind of solution. Example, maybe I can share my experience. Like my staff always come to me like, I want to do this, I want to do this, but I say, I don't know what to do. I don't know how to do this. This is a new thing for us, to both of us. So what I say, like maybe we can go to the SME of this. I think it's a similar project, so we can learn from them. Then we go back and discuss plan how we want to do to move forward. So the mindset of the coach is actually, Dr. Lakshmi, is more like you will not have all the answers. As a manager, as a leader, as a coach. So what you can do is actually you help to find the way, to guide them the way. So that is also upskilling in coach lah. Whether you know, like now you know Nick is in this kind of areas, so maybe I have these peers that I know that maybe we can talk to them and so on. So that can how you leverage your relationship to help to solve whatever problem in your department. So that is one of the way. So maybe anyone else would like to suggest on that. Any other approach that we can help to.
I agree on that because currently when we come to the project, right, we involve a few things, especially in like the technicals part, the system part, and then the data science. Now we need more of the data science. So every component, so let's say 5 components, front end, back end, and then the output. So let's say they have 5 stage, right? So this, they have something like, it's not 100% as per, even though we don't know the data science part, right? How they trade, how they calculate, how they come out number. We can understand on the, what the highest, but in terms of validation, we don't have that. So when it comes into the business also, they have something rules on that. So this is something like independent on the data. So our part is, on the stage 1, we also have something like, don't have something like restriction. So this is something like, before we go into the data science, so this is what prerequisite. But in terms of the data, we're not ready yet. 90% is okay, 10% is, they need to do something on that. So this, and then the middleware also, we need something, we need ID, we cannot use text. So this is something like 90%. 10% is that. So every, this one, connected. So they have some area need to be something like to guide the data science. So if that cannot be done, so what? So maybe we split into two phases. So
integration and so on, because the value chain is is actually a connected value chains.
Because currently that's because currently a base. If we have a base, I think that is very straightforward. But if we don't have a base, the data is still need to
fine tune and so on.
And then the algorithm need to 99%, 37% the accuracy. So that the automation. To connect that, I think we can connect it, but the data and the other area.
So where you want to find the data and so on to make it 100% lah. So that is where we want to leverage whatever that not your expertise, but that can fulfill your result, right? So that is one of the ways. Tadi you want to ask question, right?
Actually, as a listener, how we can control the complainer tu, not cross the line, which is talking bad about others.
Okay.
So kita listen sama boleh tekat dia tu macam ada orang dia kata tak listen tu.
Okay.
Kita nak control the line tu.
You mean okay, so in Petronas we are talking about above the line, below the line, right? But we're talking about complainer. Mostly we will talk below the line, obviously, because you are talking about something in a very negative way, right? First, listen first, but when you are built, you direct back to what is supposed, is actually that you understand from that complaint. So, more like that. Layan dulu.
Back about others, somehow kita punya impression, perception of view on the orang yang mengumpat tu macam ni. So yang tu yang susah nak control.
Yeah. So that's why you need to bring back to the issue first. Is it the person, or is it the things that the person do, or what is whatever that affected that person do? Okay. Any further question or any feedback based on your experience in being a complainer or listener? Okay, you want to complain more? Okay, that is not a choice. Okay, thank you everyone. So we move to feedback. So there is a few highlights earlier that say that when they are listening, I want to give feedback. Very impatient. Have a solution, right? So feedback. When we are talking about 360 feedback, I think everyone has heard about this. It's more like when you actually in that coaching conversation, you only see the surface. What is the surface issue? Example from but example from but, like they are talking about negative about the person, but below that, the detail of it, why is actually triggering for that person to talking bad about that another person, right? So 360 feedback is actually for us to look at overall, meaning not only into the surface. You need to understand why the coachee is behaving such a way. Okay? So sometimes in our life we have a lot of commitments, we have a lot of problems. So these kind of things that can actually derail you from whatever that you want to achieve. So one of it is actually interpersonal relationship difficulty. Maybe you have problem at home, maybe you have problem with your boss, right? So that will affect your performance. It will affect your capability or competency in delivering your work, right? And then when you are actually changed from another division to a different division, so you need to adapt. But sometimes the environment is not very friendly, it's not very healthy, because we need to admit in Petronas they still have this unhealthy environment, right? So difficulty in changing and adapting. So that's applied to all. And then for the third one, difficulty in building and leading a team. So this is usually happen with a new appointed manager or new leader, because you used to do work, right? You used to executing, but not leading. But some of us have the opportunity during our executive time that we have opportunity to lead. So we have this kind of build already, right? But there is a people that when they are being appointed to a managerial position or a leader position, they have a difficulty to transition. So this is where in PLC we have this ME, Managerial Excellence, Dynamic Leadership, the new name. It's actually to help the new managers to transition in the leadership manner. And then number 4, failure to meet your business objective, and also you very narrow in your functional orientation. So this is more like you don't have the big picture. So these things can actually affect your performance, right? So we want to practice how we want to give feedback. So when giving feedback, it's not like just, okay, I want to give feedback to you, Zaim. Okay, you should not play games a lot, example, right? But the best practice is actually first to ask permission. During your coach and coachee conversation, where even you are a coach, you are not like in the superior role, meaning you still need to ask permission. Whether can I give feedback to you, Zaim? So the person is ready to receive the feedback. Because when the person is not ready to receive feedback, it will be like pass by comments or pass by remarks. Okay? And then second, be specific. It's very important to be specific and don't flowery your statement. Jangan bunga-bunga kan ayat sangat. Ini bahasa Melayu dia. Okay, because you need to be specific. You need to state a fact. So then the person understand. Because sometimes when you politically saying something, the meaning is not direct to that person, right? Acknowledge the impact the action had on you, meaning when the person is actually behaving such a way, what is the impact to you as a coach or as a leader? Use verbatim quotes, give feedback in timely manner, give your feedback, then stop talking. Meaning, you give feedback, then you observe and pause to see how your coachee or your staff react. Focus on a single message. Okay, when we're talking about focus on single message, sometimes when we give feedback a lot of feedback. But what is actually we want them to hear or listen, right? Okay, and be sensitive to the emotional impact of your feedback. Because, okay, do you know about sandwich theory of giving feedback? Okay, sandwich or burger theory giving feedback. Sandwich pun, yes. Okay, if we see a burger, right? Maybe I lukis. Bagi semua orang lapar sekejap. Totally opposite from what you can see. Okay, when we're talking about burger, we have bread, right? So this is part of burger. Then we have the protein, either chicken or beef. Then we have another bread. So this is the burger theory on feedback. So when we are talking about this, when we are giving a feedback, first we give the positive feedback. Then you continue with the negative one. Then you close back with the positive statement. So you start and close with the positive feedback, but the actual feedback that you want to say is on the middle of that statement. So example, anyone to give me some example? Maybe you would like to try, and maybe based on that complaint, how you want to give feedback based on this. Yes.
Can you give it a try?
Okay.
Thank you. I think you've been very clear, and this is very engaging. I think you can further address the question that I have posted before, and that will be also helpful for me as a participant. But overall, if you continue this way, I think your training is going to be fantastic.
Okay, good try. Is it actual feedback? Okay, okay. Point taken. Okay. So that is one of the example. So example, apa lagi yang nak bagi? Okay, maybe I give my experience me example. So I have a staff named Atan. So I say Atan. So this year you have done a great job. You show a lot of effort in delivering your work and so on. Perhaps for you to improve, you can actually upskill by taking more on leading role. In addition, executing your performance. Then, based on that, you can actually expand your network. You can obtain a new knowledge by actually leading that project and so on. So that is example, because we want, in this case, I want Atan to more upskilling in taking a lead role. But I'm giving the positive feedback before and after based on his behavior. So that is some of the example lah. Okay.
Negatif apa?
Negative is actually dia kena taking a leading role instead of just executing his job.
This is somewhat similar to our PCB culture management tool, which is on the focus feedback.
But in PCB we have appreciative feedback and also constructive feedback. But that is more on like in assessment, right? It's more. Or is it you're talking about have a one-to-one on PCB?
No, the way that we are giving feedback, somewhat
yes, it's aligned. It's aligned. Yeah.
So we kind of sandwich the constructive between two appreciative.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, yeah. Yes. So the constructive needs to be in the middle part of the feedback. Because for PCB, when you're actually doing, and now it's a PCB timing, right? So when you are doing PCB, you talking about the appreciative feedback, then you're talking about constructive feedback. But that is more like macam you put at that statement and it ends there. So when you're actually talking to one-to-one to your staff on the same feedback, so you can couple it to close on the positive remark first.
Positive impact.
Yes. Because we don't want to hang the conversation ends with the negative remarks. Because as a human, when we have a feedback, either positive or negative, we tend to take it to heart and so on, right? So what this burger analogy is actually to help you to soften the opening, so the whoever receiving the feedback is open to listen, and then you share your feedback, and then you just close on the soft part again. Okay? Okay, giving feedback. When we're talking about asking permission, first, as a coach, we are not supposed to give feedback without people asking. It's like that kind of technique is not right for a coaching conversation. So that's why for coach, first you need to request permission to provide a feedback. Then once the coachee grant permission, then you can offer the fact-based and then confirm the facts. This is the offer the fact-based observation and confirm ni. This is more like how you paraphrase the information that you understand from your coachee. Then then the coachee will confirm and correct the facts of the situation. Then it's continue until the end of that. So it starts with the ask permission. So once the coachee is open up, yes, you can give me a feedback. Then you put a facts. That's why you don't put your assumption when you're giving a feedback. You need to state a fact. Then you explain the impact. So there is a tool that we want to exercise and how we can actually try to give this feedback. It's called SBI feedback method. SBI stands for S situation, B behavior, I impact. So this SBI is actually very good for immediate feedback. SBI is not applicable for EPM kind of feedback, because when end of the year suddenly you say, oh, you remember in January you are doing this, you're doing this, people will not remember. Do you remember what happened last week? Exact time, Wednesday, 8 a.m. Obviously you not remember, right? So maybe some people remember. So SBI is actually for immediate feedback. Example, I'm actually doing this training, so maybe later during lunch you can give SBI feedback to me. So I remember what I'm doing for the past two hours, so you apply this SBI. So what is SBI? S is situation. Situation is you need to highlight the facts. Where, when that things happen. Okay. Example, if in this training, okay, during your training this morning at PLC, so this is the situation. The behavior, how my behavior during that situation. So you state the facts. Then you explain the impact, what it impacts you. So maybe my behavior is actually give you a negative impact. You don't feel like you understand what I am saying or so on. So that is SBI. So what are the impact is more like what is the consequences to me, right? So when I actually listen for your training, example, Mac, when I listen to your training earlier this morning, you behaving such a way, you're not paying attention to me, so I feel like I'm not relevant in this training, example. Okay? And the coaching conversation needs to happen if there is a need for development, to stay for to move forward and stay solution focused. So that's why for SBI, the thing that you need to remember, to give effective feedback, immediate, specific and non-judgmental. Because you're stating a fact, right? You don't say like, I think masa you, I think when you are doing the training, you are behaving such a way. I hear it from Aisyah, example. But you are not there, so you not actually experience that. So SBI is for the thing that you actually experience, the facts that you actually facing. Okay? Any question before kita? Yes.
Slide yang giving feedback tu dengan SBI punya slide tu, is it a subset of the first slide?
You mean yang mana?
Yang
This one?
ada SBI kan? Okay, this is SBI. Before this slide, there is another slide.
This one?
So, yang slide yang selepas ni, apa dia punya relation dia?
Ni, this one dengan yang tadi.
Yeah, this is the giving feedback punya flow chart lah. We tanya minta kebenaran, lepas tu kita state the fact.
Betul.
Tengok dia setuju tak dengan.
Betul.
So,
what is the relation to SBI?
Yeah.
Okay. So that's why when you ask permission, then you offer the fact. You offer the fact is actually the situation. Then the situation and the behavior. Then the coachee confirms, oh, this is what happened. Yes, I'm understand. Then you explain the impact of those actions. So it's more like in this middle part of SBI applies. So next is the feedback method that you can use. So that is the flow. So this is the method that you can use in that flow. Okay, so you capture the situation, you describe the behavior, and you let them know what is the consequences to you or the impact to you.
So this is basically some kind of condensed version of the.
Yeah. But this is a flow, right? You start asking feedback and you thank the coach or coachee. But in the middle part, we want to say here is actually you can use SBI as a method. Because SBI is more like immediate feedback, right? For tomorrow, example, when you staff is actually presenting to LTs, and then you actually find that behavior is impact the team, either negative or positive, you can use SBI as a feedback method. Okay? Any further question before we move forward? Okay. Okay, so another practice. So, okay, choose a partner. Perhaps a different partner again. We give you 10 minutes. Sit together with your partner and give feedback on your partner communication style using SBI model.
What do you mean by communication style?
It can be like cara dia, the way that he talks or the way he respond. So how is actually you want to, okay, you already know each other like 2 hours plus, right? So you give it, right? So there is no way that you understand the communication style. But for this practice, we give you 10 minutes for you to observe your partner. Then you give the feedback during the SBI.
What is the partner going to do during that time?
Just listen. Listen first.
No, one is listening. What is?
One is listening. One is giving feedback.
Complain, is it? What's the feedback?
We give feedback based on what? Based on what we have seen so far.
So just give feedback. Example, earlier Cindy and Nicholas have a conversation, right? Then you just give feedback on based on whatever interaction that you have, based on SBI model. So example, Nicholas, during your sharing for the diet and so on, you behave such a way, so that is impacting me. So I will diet tomorrow. Example. So SBI is not only for negative, it's also for positive feedback as well.
Okay, so let me just rephrase to see if I understood. For in this case, if I with a partnership again, she will tell me something that she observed about the way I communicate, either positive, negative, to improve, whatever, and I will just listen.
Yeah.
That's
correct.
the exercise.
Yes, that exercise. Then you will do the same. you will be the one to give feedback and she will listen. It doesn't matter the topic or the content of that conversation. It's more like how you can implement SBI in that conversation.
Then I suggest the same partner.
Yes, okay. Because you already know each other, right? Okay. Okay. Agree. Okay, thank you for that feedback. That is SBI. Okay, so when you with the same partner, so you being a complaint listener, so you just give a feedback based on that situation. Boleh You ni ke?
Punya komplain tadi ke?
Boleh je, ataupun anything yang you guys punya interaction that you want to give feedback to apa tadi nama you? Sorry, Mai. Ni Rina kan? Okay, to give to Mai. But it can be positive or negative lah. Positif pun you boleh macam contoh lah, Mai, when you are actually sharing about you punya experience ini your behaviour tu transparent, so it's actually motivates me to do the same, that kind of feedback. So you pun masih ingat lagi apa Mai share tadi, something like that, so it's very immediate. Is it okay? Okay. Nick tak ada partner. You want to try with me? Apa lah. Bagi dah hadiah. Okay. Okay ke? Okay?
Ini based on kita punya komplain tadi kan?
Can be, or any kind of you guys punya interaction lah. Macam you guys first time jumpa ke. Yes. To nak senangkan yang itulah usually.
Saya cerita satu komplain. Ini simple komplain.
Okay.
Dekat nearby sebelah rumah saya, memang ada orang sentiasa buang sampah. Which is orang yang sama buang sampah.
Okay.
Okay, my part adalah saya tahu orang tu dan saya dah explain initiative. Kenapa sampah tu dah banyak tak, saya terus buangkan.
You tolong lah. Okay.
Kenapa tolong lah dengan marah.
Sebab you tak nak benda tu dekat rumah you kan, dekat sebelah rumah you. Okay, lepas tu?
Main inisiatif buat tanda, buat tanda ni, pelakon parit macam tu.
Okay, dahsyat sangat ni. Okay, then, okay.
Okay, that's happen. So, okay, di mana situation, di mana behave, di mana impact tu.
Okay, so itu komplain you kepada Zaim.
Contohnya.
Okay, so basically apa yang you boleh buat adalah as for Zaim punya case, you boleh cakap during you punya sharing pasal orang buang sampah dan you dah ni semua, you punya behaviour towards that, apa impact dia kepada you, apa yang you rasa, what you feel during dia punya sharing tu. It's more like that. Macam contoh
to put myself in his shoes.
Not really. It's more like macam apa yang dia cakap ni impact, apa consequences to you. So adakah you rasa macam I should do the same, ataupun I sepatutnya pergi highlight dekat kejiranan ke, so on, something like that. It's more like
impact kepada tukul, apa yang dia
impact kepada kita tu, kita yang dengar tu. So sebab you want to give a feedback to him, tapi dalam kes ni dia complain tu, you tak boleh nak relate sangat kan. Tapi example lah, contoh I bagi contoh tadi you bagi I kita orang keropok kan, tiba. So my SBI adalah I cakap, during you first datang, macam you greet me, and then you bagi kita a souvenir for the trainer. So your behaviour tu, I punya impact, I feel grateful lah. So I feel welcome as a trainer, something like that. So that is my impact. So how you behave, so macam that is a good feedback for you lah, something like that. So that is SBI. So immediate, you pun ingat you datang tadi, you bagi I kopok and so on kan. So something like that. So kalau dalam case konteks bekerja, example kalau itu komplain sampah, susah sikit. You kena bagi immediate feedback kepada orang yang you buang tu. You cakap, okay, yang itu contoh Kalau contoh you nak bagi immediate feedback, you tahu orang tu siapa kan. You cakap situation on this day, on this time, you selalu buang sampah kat sebelah rumah I. So your behaviour is actually membuatkan I tambah kerja, kena buang sampah and so on. But the impact is actually you sentiasa rasa marah lah, you tak happy duduk kat situ. So that is the impact. So, you bagi feedback kat orang tu. So itu SBI you kepada that person. Yes. So immediate impact, orang tu pun tahu aku baru buang sampah tadi. Itu SBI lah. Tapi kan Zaim nak bagi SBI kat situ susah sikit. Sebab bukan Zaim yang buang sampah tu. Kan? It's more like yelah macam ni kita nak practice je kan. Sebab we don't know each other betul-betul pun. So that's why macam I cakap, whatever interaction yang you ada tu, you try to guna SBI tu. Itulah contoh-contohnya. Hopefully lah benda ni tak boleh belajar hari ni dah terror, boleh try. Yes. Wow, macam tu feedback. Dia betul-betul feedback ke macam tu? Okay. Okay, dah happy tadi? Okay. Okay, dah terror dah buat SBI. Boleh lah. Okay.
Cuma ada satu soalan. Mungkin nanti akan tanya lagi. How can we approach the leader who tend to overcoach?
Macam so everything dia nak bagi solution.
Macam contoh kalau katakan conversation with the higher leaders, and then the leader macam instead of providing a clear direction where to head it. Okay guys, tell me what else? What you guys want?
Oh, too much of what else?
Too much of coaching.
Too much of coaching. But which you rasa as a coaching, you tak rasa benda tu helpful to you, is it?
Yes, because for example, what else? One idea. What else? Two ideas. But the ideas tak hit lagi apa yang dia nak.
Yes.
So what else tu dia?
So maknanya more like macam to achieve dia punya objektif ataupun dia punya target. Okay. So the way is actually for you to bagi SBI kepada dia is actually you explain that situation. You say during the workshop, example lah workshop ataupun conversation ni, you keep asking what else. I understood that you actually want to try to gauge out the idea from us, but I think it's redundant ataupun it's exhausting.
Yes.
So that is on the impact to you lah. So dia behave tadi, you dah ceritakan situation lah during that workshop, you behave such a way, at the end I don't see where we are going. Something like that.
Itu perlu dibagi during the session or privately? Kadang-kadang
okay, feedback we suggest privately lah, because lain lah kalau you bagi open up, contoh tiba-tiba you bagi feedback ke I kat depan ni, you actually dah expose me on that kan. Tapi usually positive feedback orang suka lah cakap depan-depan kan. Tapi my suggestion atau my observation experience, either positive or negative, is better you have that private conversation. So because sometimes you don't know how that person will react, and how juga you nak react lah as a coach kan. So itulah. I think in giving feedback, PZB ke apa ke, it's more like you nak ada that safe space. Yes. Okay, bagi SBI kat you punya coach. Tapi kalau workshop tu memang untuk macam brainstorming, that is the only way lah.
Sometimes that situation appear in the macam weekly punya update pun tak appear.
Oh, okay. So macam every single occasion. Okay, faham. Okay, thank you. Okay, time's up. dah dapat dah. Okay, time's up everyone. Nick, you have opportunity to do SBI.
Dah macam sharing.
Okay. So maybe we would like to hear anyone to share your experience in doing SBI. I think in the earlier part, maybe you guys not really understand how you want to give that feedback, what is the content, right? But as you go along, maybe anyone want to share your experience? Yes.
Feedback is not a solutions given, right? So we are also discussing about it just now. When you are giving feedbacks, myself, I tend to provide the feedbacks in the angle of solutions. You should, like a constructive feedback, you should do this, do this, and do this. And I suppose that will be a solutions given situation in which it's not a feedback.
Yeah.
So how do we know ataupun what will be the boundaries between feedbacks and that solutions?
Okay. Feedback is actually stating what is you punya feelings ataupun what the things that you experience kan. So okay, there is no, it's not like it's a direct way where you want to split feedback or solution. But what you can do is when you actually applying the method, the SBI method, you stop there, only at the consequences to you, the impact to you. Then you give a room to the person that you give feedback to respond. Then after that, the conversation on solutioning will happen.
That one later part.
Yeah, later part. Yes, because the feedback is, you want example when you do with Aisha, you're actually giving feedback, but you need to give an opportunity for Aisha to absorb the feedback and give her point of view. So it's more like, macam when we're talking about listening earlier, we want to practice how we can actually have this deep listening, active listening. Then we move to feedback, and then later we go for the solutioning, which is later in the afternoon we will talking about the brief model. So it is more like not really restricting yourself, it's more like educating yourself on when you are using this method, it will help you structure your way in doing listening, in doing feedback, and also the solutioning later.
The impact is not the impact to you, but impact to the people.
Yes, can. It can be impact to you, or impact to the person next to you, or impact to the organization. Yeah.
Is deep listening is so important to have eye contact, or is just listening to ears is just sufficient enough? Because you see, sometimes playing a game, the players is just, when coach ask this instruction, they just not the eye contact, just listen. For the conversation to have deep listening, is eye contact important?
It depends, because later we were talking about body language. But to start practice on listening, first you need to actually show that you actually dedicated to the person that is actually talking to you, right? So when you're actually talking to me, so I dedicated myself to talking to you instead of I just look at Zana and just talking to you like that, right? So it's more like macam a natural kind of body language that you need to practice. So, but we have this kind of technology, we have virtual and so on, right? So virtual, when we are doing virtual coaching, that's why we encourage to open the camera, because you still want that human interaction. Because when you have actually setting up this eye contact or body language that appropriate for that conversation, the people will have that opportunity to speak up more and being that in the safe space lah. Okay. Okay, anything? Anyone else? Ya ke? Bahkan Tuan Arifin ada any feedback? Tak ada. Okay, so how do you think the SBI method? Do you think it's practical?
Need more practice.
Need practice, yeah. I think because 10 minutes and you guys just know each other, maybe the context is not really sufficient, right? But I'm really encouraged for you to try this SBI. Yeah?
SBI is one of the methods.
Yes, one of the method. Ada. This one kita just focus on SBI, but there's a lot of other method that's similar, but kita tak learn dekat LAC lah. Okay. Maybe try to practice, but SBI is for immediate feedback, so it's more like timely kind of feedback. It's not like macam I mentioned earlier, just for end of the year kind of feedback. It's not really appropriate to use SBI, but there is another tools that can use to actually address that kind of situation.
Sandwich is also.
Yes, this one, burger sandwich. Okay. Any other observation, experience that you want to share? Or sorry, Indah, Dr. Legend? Tak ada. Okay, so we move on. Okay, next one is body language. So when Nick asks whether we need to do eye contact or not, right? So this is related to body language. So when we actually doing coaching, or we actually present something, in the conversation, body language is actually the majority part of it. Okay. So there is 3 factors that influence the perception of our message. First, visual. How our facial expression, our hand gestures, our wardrobe. Sometimes if we wear color blocking, sometimes we distract people, right? So that is how we look. So when actually people see you, they will have that first impression. Oh, this is how Meg is all about, right? So when I'm actually expressing my vocal, my tone, pace, my pause, my fillers and so on, then that is another body language that you can add on to your first impression earlier. The third one, verbal. Whatever that the coachee or your staff say, that is fits to the audience. The concise is actually applicable to that kind of situation, right? So, as I mentioned, body language is actually highest element in professional communication. If you're actually learning about public speaking, it's 55%. The element is body language. 7% is whatever that you say. Is another 38% is your voice and tone. Because sometimes we have that body language, we have that content, but our voice is very slow. Right? So you're not really doing the tone that required for that kind of crowd. Example, if I'm doing a training bigger than this, maybe I cannot use just my voice alone without a microphone. I need to use a microphone. So you need to adjust based on the situation. Okay? Question? Any question? Yeah.
Applicable only for the physical meeting. For example, if we have virtual meeting, we will have body language totally none. So
that you can listen to the tone or the voice. Yeah.
So the voice tone add up to 55 to 38.
Yeah. So that is the tricky part when we are doing virtual presentation. I think everyone is experienced during the COVID. Everything is virtual. So during engagement department is also virtual. So you cannot really gauge what they're talking about, right? So that's why the camera and so on is actually to help, but it will not actually 100% replace the physical kind of interaction. So that's why I think as best as we could now, we are transitioning to more physical engagement and so on. Like example, this training, we are doing physical, right? But if think about convenience, if think about avoiding traffic jams, you will actually opt for virtual session, right? So this is more like how we want to interact with each other more effectively. So that's why body language is very important in actually having the conversation with one another. Like what I'm doing now. Hand gesture, my tone, how is actually my projection of voice, how I look, how I represent myself.
What is the best way actually?
Best way?
Good way actually.
Okay, so for body language, we actually have a module called Ontological Coaching, Foundation of Ontological Coach. So that is where they actually look at emotion, how is the appearance and all, and how you want to respond to it. So there is a detailed part of it, but there is no like macam a perfect way. This is how you need to do and so on. It still depends on situation.
But there are a few simple no's. Things that we're not supposed to do. I took that training that you mentioned a few months ago.
A foundation of ontological coaching, yeah.
Yeah, very interesting and very much related, and the reason why I took the opportunity to come to this one also. But there are a few things like in a close posture.
Yeah.
If he looks kind of aggressive or not opening, somebody's coming to talk to you and you were looking the other way. All these kind of things. There is no perfect way, but there are certain things that,
I'm actually moving on to that. But thank you, Nicholas, for highlighting that. So, example, you can see your coachee character based on this. Folding arms, so means like very defensive. like what Aisyah do now then. But sometimes it's naturally, right? You're not really like being defensive, but maybe you're just boring to put just hand there and so on. But this is in the sum of indication, but it's not like totally 100% that is the feeling, right? Then hand claps. So if you are actually go for psychiatrist or psychological training and so on, when we actually do this, it's like we anxious. Same goes like slouching. Atau another one is actually you just waving your legs. You sit down then you looks like you're anxious, right? So people can why are you not comfortable, right? Slouching, but slouching is actually ergonomic lah. Maybe we but there is a indication that maybe it's not confident. It's like that, right? Facial expression. Sometimes people like smiling, always smiling on what you want to do with me, right? So sometimes when people smile, people want to be accepted. People want to be liked. And then fidgeting, nervous, distracting attention. So this is the repeating the same gesture over and over. So you can observe that, but when you do the coaching conversation, a lot of things you need to observe, not only body language, but this is one of the things that you can indicate to understand your coachee better. Okay? So as a coach, asked earlier is actually, do we need to do eye contact? Yes, it's actually direct eye contact with coachee while listening to them, so they know that you are giving your attention. Okay, and then use positive and encouraging facial expression. So example, if Zaim come to me, then I macam, what Zaim? So Zaim will not open up to me, right? So use positive and encouraging facial expression. Adopt a friendly and open posture. So you just sit back and so on. But if virtual, it's more like how you can represent yourself to be more open. Okay? And then as a coach, there is a tips that you seek permission if you need to take notes, because sometimes when I see when we are doing exercise, some of the listener take note, right? But maybe it's not comfortable to the complainer. So somehow is to seek permission. Okay, can I take note? Well, takut lupa, kan, easily forget and so on. And then for sit close without barrier. Example, this one more like this for me and Bat. It's not like macam this such a way lah, Zaim and Bat lah. So it's more like macam you are actually facing the coachee. Okay, this is applicable for physical punya ni lah. Okay, so there is a proximity. So you will not actually calculate, right? So it's I was not sure that. But it's actually a common sense. Like when your coachee, example, I'm a woman. If my coachee is actually a man, so maybe I need to put a little bit a distance, just not a barrier. It's more like macam to actually respect the other person and so on, right? So don't bring like ruler and so on. So just like okay, just so this is more like common sense and how you are comfortable to each other. Okay? Yes?
If the coaching got no expression on the face,
Oh,
like
okay.
you are giving feedback, don't know whether listening or not listening, don't do anything. How to read that?
Okay, on body language, this is a guide to indicate how the coachee feels. But if you can, it's not like you need to read your coachee based on the body language. So you can read them or you can listen to them, then you can understand your coachee better. Because we cannot control how they will express, right? We're sometimes born that way. Cannot senyum at all, right? Or always senyum. Yeah, okay. Kita punya leaders nak share.
Assalamualaikum. Hi guys. Before I actually say anything, I just want to introduce myself. So my name is Nick Sunita. I'm a certified ontological coach. And you know, the area of body emotion and language is certainly an area that I've been trained. So it's very interesting that, you know, I'm hearing a lot of questions around this. I'm probably going to share a lot more with you tomorrow, but just to address what you asked, you know, when you see somebody with a certain body disposition, and you know, you've probably been seeing your coachee for a while, right? And you notice that they're expressionless, you know. And as a coach, what would be an opportunity for you to do that?
Sure.
You don't know? What would be? What is the question? How do you feel? Okay, yeah. How do you feel? What else? What is an opportunity to ask you?
Any problems?
What's up? Any problems? Are you okay? Yeah, these are great questions. And you know, let's pretend you're kids. You're kids. Who has children? Okay. So when your kids come to you, if they see you expressionless, what do you think they will ask you?
Are you okay?
Mommy, are you okay? What else? Are you listening?
Are you hungry?
Yeah, your kids will probably know what your expression tells you, but kids are curious. Kids are generally, they're curious people, right? So as a coach, that's a great place to be, is in a place of curiosity, right? Be curious. So say, what's your name?
Aisha.
Aisha. So Aisha, you know, I noticed that you were expressionless. I can't get an expression from you. Can you tell me a little bit more about what's right? Don't, you know, I know that it says here you're folding arms are closed or defensive, which is generally true. But the idea is to get really curious. You know, I notice you're always folding your arms. Are you comfortable? You know, what's going through your mind at the moment? You get curious about what. Don't jump to the conclusion that you're defensive and not open, right? So that's just what I like to share with you. Just stay curious as a coach. Come from a place of curiosity. And if you notice something, get curious about it and ask. Okay?
Okay, thank you, Kan. Okay, so that is a teaser for tomorrow. So I hope, stay tuned. So don't forget to come back. Okay. So any further question? Because we have a lot of extreme leaders kat belakang-belakang, if they want to answer the question. So any curiosity or question? Sorry? Voice?
Example like, okay, when we talk in the MS Teams, right?
So
people always say that your voice is, you know, they are unable to gauge either you are angry or not. And all, normally what I get the feedback, people saying that, Baha, are you angry? So,
I born that way, right? High pitch.
I call it warrior tone because my husband has a very high voice. So when we were maybe baru kahwin, like recently, I was always wondering whether he's actually angry at me or why always like I kena marah like, oh, this is warrior tone.
Okay.
So when I see that his parents also has that high voice, high pitch voice, so I mean, eventually I understand this is not angry. This is his person. He's born like this.
Yeah.
Some physiology. I mean, I
Yeah.
you know, the voice for itself.
Okay. So that relates back to understanding.
You know the type of voices, because we know that, okay, for example, like this lady, she's always talk very soft tone. You will not know either she's angry or she's
very calm and so on.
So is there any ways?
That is voice. So there is another part of body language that you can observe. So meaning if the person is born with the warrior tone or with the soft tone that you even not can hear, right? So it's more like macam you observe another part of the body language. Because you cannot actually ask them to speak softer or speak louder, because sometimes that is the limits, right? So what you can observe is actually the different kind of body language. So it can help you to understand your coachee better. And then like Puan Nick said,
because I did ask some SM, are you okay? That he's quiet.
Let's reschedule.
Reschedule. Maybe Chazika, you want to give your wisdom or your advice on this?
In the afternoon, we are going to practice that.
Which is teaser lagi.
Ask open-ended questions. Okay. Hold on to that question. Hold on to that. Ask open-ended questions. And also, in the afternoon, we are going to practice some kind of activities where you guys are going to be patient. Because most of your, the one that you collected from
the challenges, right?
Most of you are not patient. You are so slow, right? I've been there, I've done that. So you are so eager to give the solution. So those are the things that we are not going to do. But to answer your question, yes, definitely, we have to give an open-ended question. Then, right? That's a teaser.
That's where we want to learn asking the right question. So the coachee or the person that the person in front of you don't have a choice to be silent. It's like it's a need to respond, but you need to give them a pause to think and so on. So that is the patient things comes along. Okay. Any further question? Before before kita lunch. Okay, semua nak tanya question tiba-tiba. Okay, patah balik. Okay, so everybody okay? Okay, everybody happy? Okay, so we go for lunch. So we come back at 2 p.m. Okay? Thank you so much. Okay, see you.
Alright, it's 3 minutes past 2. I think we should proceed, right? Because we have quite a number of things for us to cover today. Right? Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh and very good afternoon. Thank you guys for coming back to the session. Just a little bit of I want to do some energizer, but we want to wait for them to come. So let us see what you have learned this morning, yeah, so that you will refresh, because without refreshing, then definitely you won't be able to recall, because it's a good laugh, but I think good laugh is still as a laugh, right? Okay, anybody want to start? What have you covered this morning? A brief one.
SBI.
Great. What is SBI? Alright. Situation, behavior, and impact. What is situation? Anybody?
What is situation?
Yeah, what is situation? So when you enter into the conversation, what is situation to you?
The situation that what you want to give the feedback on.
Alright, okay. What you want to give the feedback to the person, right? Okay. How about behavior? What are you observing during that session?
Describe the behavior of the coachee.
Behavior of the coachee, behavior of what is actually happening, right? In terms of understanding the situation, and how you link that to impact.
Impact yourself and others.
Great. Okay, so you guys are really into it, right? Thank you very much. Okay, what else that you have learned other than SBI?
LSD.
Basically, Petronas like all these kind of things, right? Okay, tell me what about LSB? Listen. This is the most important thing that you are supposed to do. Listen. There are two types of listening: an active listening, listening to response, right? So in coaching, usually the trap of a coach is always, I listen, but I'm not listening actively because I'm listening to respond because you are so slow. Right? Yeah, you don't see that thing, right? Let's go very fast. Okay, so the word is actually for you to be patient, right? Listen, and listen not to respond. Yeah, listen, actual active listening, understanding the situation, because you must remember whose agenda when you do a coaching. It's the coachee, right? It's not your agenda. It's actually the coach's agenda. So if you hold on to that, you'll be number one, it's actually a great coach. And number two, you will not carry that thing until you go home. Okay, why? Because sometimes when you do coaching, right, your session will not take one session. It could go 1 or 2 sessions or even more, right? So you just imagine, in coaching we call it monkeys. Right? Let's say, may I know your name? Sorry, your name? No, definitely. Cindy, thank you. Cindy is actually my superior. So I have this problem and I go to Cindy. So bringing a problem is actually a monkey. I'm putting on my shoulder. It's very, very heavy, Then I go to Cindy. Cindy, I have this problem. I need to make sure that this thing will work for me, everything. So I've been pouring everything, my entire expression, my entire things to her. And then she said, okay, she advised me all those things. So the moment she advised, okay, Cindy, by all means take my monkey. Right. So let's say we didn't close that issue. So whose problem now? Cindy, yay, I'm going home, bye. You have that thing. Right? So that is what we don't want to have. Right? We want them to own their own monkey. We said, taming your own monkey. Alright? So that is very, very important. Okay, other than listening, what else? Select. What is select? Keywords, right? Alright. Because why keywords is important? Rephrase to get clarification, so that you understood really what the person meant, right? Because otherwise, one of the things that I always inform to leaders, we are all leaders, right? Common sense is not sense. What common sense to you, right? Literally, it's not the same thing to me, right? I'll give you an example. When the picture is so clear, it's very easy for you to bring back the expectation. For instance, I tell this table, you go to a car dealer, get me an X70, X90, the latest Proton cars, right? So you guys have already known in terms of the specification, all those things, right? Because it's very clear. But if I were to go to you by saying that, I want you to take a picture from this shop, and it actually have a few colors, and there's a stream with the trees. So what do you think? If I were to be a very prescriptive, right, leaders, I'm going to say, hey, hello, it's Monet. Right, it's Monet. But to them, look, I have my kids can draw that. I can bring it to you, not even from the shop. So expectation is very important in coaching. So that's why you want to select the keyword to make sure you really understood what is actually the real situation. Okay, how about B? Sorry? B? Yeah. Right? Build. So build the things that you want to discuss about, right? Right? So What else that you want to say about build? When you say build, what do you mean by build? Okay, bonus to this one lah, because they come a bit late, right? When you say build in LSB, what does that mean? Yeah, man, you can look at the what are you building?
Paraphrase to show you that you're listening.
Okay, that is actually listening and paraphrasing in terms of the keywords. So build, what do you build in?
Feedback.
Right?
Feedback.
Feedback, elaborate a bit about it.
Give feedback to the complainer.
But the thing is, when you say building, you are focusing on what you want to achieve, right? Because without, if I were to get to you lah, right? Create or establish or construct for me a bridge. So in order for you to visualize that, right, you should be able to get informations, and that is actually what building is all about. Getting the clearer picture in terms of those things. Okay, thank you, and thank you. So what I want to do now is a bit energizer lah, because after lunch, right? So it's not fair for everybody. So let us have this game. I call it a color game. Oh. A color game, right? What color is this?
Blue.
Blue, right? So if I were to say blue, this is 1. Blue is 1. This is red, right? Okay, red is 2. And this is black. Okay, black is 3. Okay, this game, how we are going to do this, I need you guys to pair in 2. Can you find your pairing partner? Right? Do you have 2? How about you guys? 2. You don't have a team. How about you go here? Oh, tapi a bit of cautious, especially Muslims. Try to go like same gender. For a Muslim, I mean for the non-Muslim, I leave it to you. Yeah, yeah. Because it's involved touching. Yeah. No body touching. Don't worry. Yeah, don't worry. All right. Okay, everybody has their own. Ground 2. Anybody else? Are you okay? Who else? Okay, but Fatina will be late. While doing that, can we have make assist and be partner for Cindy? Lovely, thank you very much. Okay, from the 2 of you, select person A. Select. Okay, done. Person A. Okay. Oh, you don't have partner. You have a partner here. Oh, kejap. Ini 2. Ni dah habis dah. 2. Ini. No. Okay. Alright. Done. Alright, lovely. She's back. Then you will be partnering with Cindy. Yeah. Oh, okay. Then I'm a facey. I just facing that thing. Okay. Nicholas will be doing with who else? Cindy. Is it alright? How about Meg is doing with Fatina? Is it alright? Okay. Are you guys okay? Alright. Okay. Alright. Thank you very much. Team A, Team B. Team A lah. Personal A or A, right? A. Okay. Done. A. Okay. Meg, are you done? Which one is A?
Kalau A is blue, is it?
No. Just remember this color. Blue is 1, red is 2, black is 3. Okay? Black is 2 and 2 is 3. Okay? Black is 3, red is 2. Okay? Alright. So now we are sorry. Alright. Just listen to me, okay? Just remember this. Blue is 1, red is 2, B is 3. Because it's an energizer, after afternoon, so we need to be able to calculate. Allah. Alright, okay. But before even that, I'm not going to be mean to you guys. A simple game as a starter. Okay, if I were to say, who is A? Can you raise up your hand? Alright, okay. A, you A and then you B, right? Okay, thank you very much. If I say blue, right? Blue, the person A is actually the odd person. Right? Say, okay, odd numbers and even numbers. Okay, so if I say blue, then it's 1, right? So what the person need to do, you have to pretend that you're going to shake your hand. Both of you bring out your hand like that, right? For example, I'll give you an example. Come. Okay, right? I'm A, right? I'm A and I'm going to be odd numbers. Okay, when I say blue, it's 1, right? Then I have to grab his hand because we are going to do like this. 1. Oh. Is that clear with you? Yeah. Then if I say 3, I do. Okay. If I say 2, the other party is actually going to grab the hand. Is that clear? All right. Good. Start the game. Okay. Ready? Oh, I can see anxious faces. Okay, bring out your hand. Okay, all right, bring out your hand, yeah? Bring out your hand. Okay, done. Bring out your hand. Okay. Starter is usually very easy, right? Right. Red. Okay, somebody needs to go to kindergarten. they don't even know even and odd numbers. Okay, right? Okay, listen carefully, yeah. Because what is number 1 in coaching? What is number 1? Listening. So listen. Okay, again. Black. Okay, I can see at the end there, both of them like. Kan? No, you have to avoid people from catching your hand because you are the other party. Okay, again. Okay, again. Blue. Okay, I do it very, very slow lah, because you guys are so into it, right? Okay, the next one, okay, let's say I'm the odd person, right? So when I say black, then I have to grab the other person's hand, and the other person is supposed to avoid. Huh? No, you don't have to chase. You don't have to chase. One attempt is enough. No. Okay, done. Okay, next, listen carefully. Okay, I'm going to do it very, very slow, since you guys need to listen. Black. Okay, let us bring to another level. Right, as you grow in coaching or in your life, you move from kindergarten to your primary school. Let us do additional. Alright, if I say blue and black, the answer is 4. 4 is given. So personnel B or personnel A is supposed to catch? B. Personnel A is supposed to? Okay. Alright, so that is very clear. Well done. You pass your primary school. Alright, listen. Okay, guys. Red and black. Listen, guys. The best part, Lechmi and Indah, both of them like, what am I supposed to do? Okay, another one. Oh, you guys are funny. Okay, blue and black. Sazana, it's me. Okay, you see, right? Okay, so that's the most important. I'm going to go another level. Another level is multiplication. Oh. All right. So if I say black and blue, it's 3. 3 is supposed to catch odd number. Okay, clear. The instruction is clear. Red and black. Multiplication, you know. I'm really worried if one of you guys are, our accountants. Okay, thank you very much. I give you guys a big clap and be seated. Oh my God, seriously. You guys are champ. Okay, let us debrief. What have you learned in that particular situation or that particular simple listen, right? Listen is very important. And what the other part that, both of parties like, what I need to do, or even like both going like that, right? So what is actually you need to do? Communicate is one thing, and the other one? Alert. But I'm looking for that one word that you are supposed to give. What are you going to give to the other party? Attention. Okay, what else? Okay, when you give somebody an instruction, you give them what? For them to process. That's the one. Yeah. So that's why this morning, just now I mentioned to Cindy and also Nick that in coaching, silence is golden. Right? So usually the newcomers or the new coach, even later on you are going to coach anybody, right, for that matter, right? The moment your coachee is actually silent, they are not there because they don't know what to do. They are processing. That's what you guys are doing just now, right? When I said 3-2, it's at least 6. Then 6 and then 6. You are the one going to get me, right? But you allow that to happen. You have to allow that to happen, right? Okay. So thank you very much. Yeah. All right. That's good. And you can play this with your kids. All right. Okay. So this is what we have done this morning. Right. So you have done in terms of the skill wheel matrix just now, and then you done with your listening skill that you need to sharpen. Right. And then you learn about feedback skill in terms of SPI, and then what do you call it? The other one just now? LBS. Okay. And then Meg, before end of the session, she mentioned about body language, and then you had the privilege of the first teaser from our leaders, talking about anthropological coaching, looking at people's language. Body language is very, very important. That will show your sincerity in going into a conversation. And usually, I like to quote this one. Usually, if you are married, right? So, guys, and especially ladies, you are going to face this thing with your husband, definitely. The most important thing is actually what? When people or the wife is talking, the guys is not. Ladies, come on, listening. Thank you very much. It's not listening. Because why? You are not giving attention. You watch TV. Okay, I hear you. Right. That's the most thing, right? Okay, so that's the very important thing for you to do, which is listening and body language as well, right? When when you driving and then your wife suddenly scream, "Cars!" So what will be the guys doing? I know. Okay, so those are the things that a normal human will react, right? That's human. That's human. So otherwise, you'll be a robot or something. Okay, today what we're going to learn after this, as I mentioned this morning, like a big teaser, is the structured way of doing coaching. Some of you have been doing that, but you have not been doing it structuredly. So that's why it's very important as a leader, a structured way of doing things, right? Then you start be able to coach people to go to where they want to be or where you want them to be. But that one is actually a bit tricky and very, very dangerous. Okay? All right. So I'm going to start with brief. Yeah, brief is actually a coaching model. There are quite a number of models out there. But what you can do, because some people come to me and say that there are so many models. Which one that I'm supposed to do? So the answer is brief. Thank you very much. No. Basically, you can learn a lot of models. Model will remain as model as long as you are not practicing them, right? It's similar. I know that most of you have been saying this to your staff lah. You follow your work process manual or not? That's no. Yes, can follow. Very good. Kan? Betul tak? Okay, so that's a very good behavior. But the thing is, if you were to demonstrate that, then I say you're following. Otherwise, then it's actually just a book inside, on top of the shelf, or now digital, right? It's inside the system, right? So those are the things that you need to do, which is you have to practice of doing it. Yeah. So we start with brief. Brief is a solution-focused approach, which certified in this, solution-focused certification, where you are going to engage with focus on positive outcomes, right? So the key word here, as what you guys have been saying there, engage with people. Engage is have to be very sincere, full attention, not like when your wife is talking, then you are watching the TV, not like that. Okay, positive outcome. Why? Because they want to go somewhere, we want to be there. But the most important is actually for us to focus on positivity, because most of the time, if people come to you, how are they going to do it? Cepat Rina. If people come to you with a problem, what are they going to do? Rub it in, come on. Complain, right? So I'm going to say, oh, this guy is bad. This system is not working. I've been telling people it's all about other people, not me. I'm good. I've been in this system or this company for more than 20 years. I'm good. They are supposed to listen to me. It's not about me. But in actual fact, we need to give them realization. Is that true? Right. So positive outcomes, yeah? So let us go and see how to do this. But before how to do this, you have to know what it is. Brief, in terms of the acronym brief. So number one is build. Yeah? So when we say build, it is the relationship. Just now, you mentioned just now, right? Build. Relationship between one party to another party. Okay, so meaning to say, if I never met Sangari, right? I started with a teaser, kind of small talks, not jump straight. Do you have a problem? Right? She was like, what the heck, man? Right, something like that, right? So we don't want that. We have to build like, oh, how are you today? What else been working for you, right? So some people will say like, if I were to ask you this question, how are you today? And then the person said, my week is lousy. Right? Then how are you going to say it? Then you use your coach, technique, which is good question. After this, we are going to go through the questions bank, yeah. right, through score. So ask them, oh, you have a terrible week. I wonder how you survive. Right? Can you share with me what happened? Well, then you start, opening the tab, saying that, I want to know how bad it is. Definitely, I agree. But focus on positivity. So what we want to focus? You say, oh, I wonder, last time, have you had this kind of situation? How you managed to come out from that situation? You see? Right? And you have to make it very sincere. Remember, ontological expression, body language. Don't you take your handphone and then, oh, your week is bad. Okay. All right. I wonder how bad it is. Something like that. Right? So that's why when you want to do coaching, put away all those gadgets. Right? Sometimes, I did the same thing, which is in terms of you accidentally or you've forgotten to switch off. Right? So, but you receive a call, totally switch it off and put it aside. Right? So then the person is going to appreciate you the most. Right? Okay, so build the rapport and trust. Another person come to me, ask me, hey, I know Cindy for 20 years. What else for me to know her? So I said, it's okay. You don't have to build the trust. Right? Because you have already built that trust. So maybe you just, how's your week? Or how's your day? What else I can help you with? So that is also building trust. Yeah? And then review what most important. This one, always the tricky part. Why I say it's a tricky part? Because when people come to you, hey, I want to go to Kuala Lumpur, I'm staying in Kuantan and I want to go to Kuala Lumpur. Right? But actually, you really want to go to Kuala Lumpur or not? No, actually I want to gamble. Then it's don't go to Kuala Lumpur, go to Genting. Right, exactly, right? But you don't tell that because you are a coach, right? Then you want to know exactly, actually where you want to go. Why you want to go to Kuala Lumpur? Oh, I want to gamble. Where else that you want, a good place for you to gamble? Genting. Then why you want to go to Kuala Lumpur? Right? Then it's a big realization to the person, saying that, oh, yeah lah, I never thought, wow, there's something else that I can do. So the same thing when you do coaching. Right? When you do coaching, those are the things that you have to remember. Uncover the real needs, benefit of achieving the goal. So if, let's say, Aisha, you achieve a very good, let's say your target is actually to have a good performance this year. So then I will ask you, so if you were to get a good performance, what is it to you? How is that important to you? So it is not our agenda, it's actually their agenda, right? So benefit of achieving the goal. And then validating, acquire the strength and resources. When you want to acquire strength and resources, right? So you want to see what has worked before. Even though they said, I don't know, because none that I've done works. Wow. Right, so do you live in a world which only you available in this world, or you live with people? I live with people. Okay, fine. Has that been, somebody else been doing something else that had no work? Right? Oh, yeah lah. My boss last time, when he wants to present, he did this. So you see, it's about what? Validating, number one, and leveraging on the past success. Right? So that's very important. Right? So when we say resources, it is not just your what? It's not within your circle only. You can go out from your circle and try to get the assistance. For instance, let's say, Long, you want to be financial free by the age of 40. Kan? I assume you are not 40 now. Kan? Okay. You look so young, about 28, something like that. Okay, right? And then, first of all, I ask him in terms of why? Why do you want to be debt free? Everybody wants to debt free, but the thing is why? Why is it important to you? Oh, basically, if I'm free at 25th, right, then I would be able to spend my time going overseas with my kids, with my loved ones, all those things. So that is actually the real case, or the real most important to the person. Okay, then we ask, do you know how to be able to do that or not? Oh, I don't know. How? Who else can assist you? I don't know. Who? Kan? Usually people will always kill with that kind of questions, right? With that kind of answers. But the thing is, you ask, what are the places that, where you can get help from? Who else in your circle have already debt free now? Well, then he said, hey, Arifin lah, at this age now, he's already debt free, See? Right? So it's all about what? Past success and raising the awareness, saying that, okay, these are the things that you are supposed to do. And then expand on the strategy. Yeah, so maybe, let's say, let me say the same thing like Asano, right? You want to be debt free. Then, what else you can do? What else other than, you are referring to Arifin? Then you say, oh, there is actually a class set by PLC on, financial management. Then, okay, maybe, yeah, it works, right? As long as you believe that it is actually something that you can assist you to achieve your goal, then that is generating option. Because we want to make sure that it's not that once people settle with one option, okay, done lah, now we we tap out everything, close the session already. Right? No, it's not like that. Because what we want to do, we want to help them to realize that this is the best option. Right? Sometimes, maybe, when talking to Arifin is somebody who managed to do it on his own, right? Or based on how works for him. But when you go to a proper class, you are getting options in terms of how to perform things, how to do wealth management, all that kind of thing, asset management, right? Something like that. So that is generating option and building motivation for the change. When we say building motivation, what do you think that we are looking at? Building motivation. Okay, that's in terms of, but the thing is when you have entered into the conversation, when we say you are building the motivation, whose motivation is that? Kochi, right? His motivation, right? The other trap, right? If I may share, the other trap about coaching is actually, especially when your subordinate comes to you lah, right? And then you want to put your agenda inside the answer, right? That is actually something that you have to avoid. Right? Even though it may work, right? It may work because I know somebody who done that to the mother-in-law and it works. Right? But the thing is, it is always remember that it has to be a very clear agenda. Yeah. Okay. And then support the coach's commitment to action. So this one, just now Aisha said she wants to do that, right? If we were to kill the conversation now, you think Aisha is going to do it? Sorry lah. Bye-bye, right, Aisha? Something like that. Oh, bye-bye, Azni. Because there's no commitment. So what it has to be insulated in terms of the whole thing is to get the commitment from the person. Let's say Lachumi is going to go for the class. Oh, very good, Lachumi. When? Right? If I don't ask that, okay, next year, 2 years down the road. If I say when? So then you say 2 years down the road lah. But you say it's very important to you, right? And then you want to achieve that thing much earlier in terms of the age of 25. And now your age is actually 24 and a half. So you think you can wait? Yeah. Now, sometimes people need that kind of realization. Yeah? Any question? Yes, please.
I think this is one another challenge that I face. Facilitate progress and sustainability. you know, when you want to coach over a long period of time, before you can see the result, it actually requires not only patience, but I think stamina. You know, because you know, the results usually don't come overnight. And more dangerously is that when you don't see this stuff is delivering the result that he or she is supposed to, you know, like 3 months before year end and you still don't see any results, and you know there's someone else who can do it better and faster, there will be tendency to just replace that stuff, you know.
Exactly.
Especially when you think you have given he or she enough
opportunity,
enough opportunities to prove himself or herself, you know. So I think this is one of the challenges, you know, between coaching until the staff produce result and delivering your own group and department results.
Thank you.
I mean, it's a challenge to balance that.
Exactly. What is number one you shouldn't do in coaching? Do you think what is number one you shouldn't do in coaching? When the time is not at your end. For instance, I give you you are flying with, I don't want to name the flight, airlines any airlines, and then suddenly it's actually on fire. Right. So don't coach at that point of time. And do you think that it's good for us to save, to be safe from this plane? That's not the time, right? So that is too exaggerating. But the thing is, I'm so with you in terms of time. If you don't have time, then you have to wear your leadership cap by saying that, look, now it's not time for me to coach you, but I'm going to replace this thing with somebody else and come with consequence management and the rest, right? But if you still have time, that is actually when you want to coach. The reason why you want to coach, among other things, right, is actually you don't want to feel tired, right? You just imagine, right? You just imagine if you have like 1 or 2 staff under you currently. Okay lah, 2 orang tanya kan, 2 person come to you and say, I have problem, then you keep feeding and give all the answer. You just imagine if he has like 20 and everybody going to him, kan? Going to him really going to him and get the answer, and then he's keeping doing it. By the end of the week, he will be like very, very flat. Because he keep on giving answer. So the analogy of doing that, you always hear this, don't give a fish to a fisherman. Teach the fisherman how to fish, because that is even better in terms of survival, right? Okay, so those are the things. So am I with you? Is that all right? Right? Because you don't have time, you don't go coaching, because coaching is actually because I still remember when I went for my certification, right? I good at drawing cartoons, So and then I drew cartoon, a person who jumped from the plane with a parachute, right? And then there are 2 of them, and the other person said, from the scale of 0 to 10, where do you think that you want to do? 10 means you are very safe, and 0 you're not safe. That is the skill that we are going to show to you after this, the scaling question. Yeah, but the thing is, that is not the time for you to ask. Yeah, sorry, thank you.
I just would like to echo to that just now.
Mm.
I mean, how to know? I mean, there are 2 things. Whether one person is, whether we can coach them, so they can change. But sometimes it is all about attitude.
Yep.
So as a leader, how can we be certain that this person can no longer be coached? It is all about attitude. Because sometimes when a leader fails to coach, they will make assumptions that this leader is not a good coach. It's not capable of coaching other people. But instead, probably because of the attitude of the coaching itself. So how to determine whether it is an attitude issue or we are not coaching them enough?
Any feedbacks? Any feedback on that? Right? So we have to differentiate between a coachable person and not coachable person, right? So anyone to say anything? Oh,
Maybe
yes.
we have at the early stage we have some kind of plan where they are trying to, what are they trying to achieve by when. I think, and if you stick to that plan of that coaching plan, then I think you have already that now.
So if that doesn't work, meaning that
It's more towards their action, because I believe a person that wants to achieve their goals, the action coming from that person. So as much as we can coach them, we are not liable to the action, meaning that if they did not do enough, it means that they did not do enough lah. Kalau they don't follow the coaching plan, I don't know.
To elaborate what Zana is saying, thank you Zana, which is very good and direct to answer the question. But who's supposed to realize that they are not performing? Who? The coachee, right? If you make it clear to them that they are not performing, right, based on what we have already said, then is it an issue for us to replace with somebody else? Right? It's not, right? Right? Okay, thank you for that question. Brilliant, lovely. Let us see how to do that, yeah, in terms of building. So these are the things that you are supposed to do in terms of building the coaching relationship. Make sure it's actually a positive connection. Up front, you know that this guy and you will never see eye to eye. So definitely, if you go for that coaching session, it's actually burning the bridge even more, right? Right? You know that you never be able to do it, right? Okay, and then listen with full attention. That's building, because some people, they like to talk about themselves, right? And then you say, oh my God, stop talking, I want to go, I have no paper to complete. But the thing is, if you were to give the person 45 minutes, give them only 45 minutes. And then after you go, let's say you still have 5 minutes, then you say, can we continue to the next session, because I have something else to do. Or just saying that I need to go for a meeting or something. Have an open mind, don't make judgment. So the person pouring his heart to you, kan? Oh, cakap, oh Arifin, kita kan cerita. I'm telling you my story, and then you, oh, he's a very bad husband. So you're not supposed to do that. Yeah, you have to be open mind. So genuine interest in the coaching development. That one is actually one of the things that you guys been saying since morning. So if people talk to you, talk to them back. Yeah, give full attention. Genuine interest in the one that they are telling you, right? Okay, and establish a safe environment. Okay, this is number one that you want to achieve when building rapport, right? Why a lot of staff are not being able to be coached by the superior? Anybody? Any takers? Exactly, right. That is number one that you want to achieve when you want to do your coaching. Nick is so right. If I don't feel safe talking to you, sorry, I'm not going to get you as my coach, number one. If company say that you have to still see Kamil, kan? Then I still need to go to him, but the thing, I'm telling him just roughly about the situation, because of things that need to complete between the two of us. And Kamil also okay, never mind, I fill up and then tell the management, hey, done, coaching, right? So that is not sincere. Yeah, okay? And then for uncover the real thing, agree on the topic of discussion. This is another trap, I say. When people come to you, do you think they come with one thing? Do you think they come with one thing? No. Tell me about it. Elaborate about it. They will always come more than one thing, right? Oh, my cat died this morning. And then suddenly, my grandmother is asking me to marry a princess. Lepas tu kan, my boss is actually, beating me because of, I didn't deliver. So a lot of things. Then concentrate on one thing. What actually you want from this session? You want just to, membawang, or just a small talk, all right? Or you want it for us to achieve something. So those are the things that you have to make sure, right? Agree on a topic. What matters the most? If let's say you have coached the person 10 minutes and you have done with one issue that he has, right? Then you can still move to another one. Oh, just now you mentioned about another issue, right? Okay, let's talk about it, right? That is what in coaching we call peeling the skin. Yeah, peeling the skin of the onion, like Shrek. Peeling the skin, yeah. So peel one by one, so you do not gobble the whole thing. Okay, because otherwise your conversation become a conversation. We don't want that. We want a coaching session where you're concentrating on one thing. Yeah, get more clarity on the performance of the issue. So when you see how it's actually perform and identify the problem. And then validating the coachee in terms of past success, I mentioned about, you try to get what else is actually working. What else? Do you see any other things? Who else can assist you? Yeah. So from there you'll be able. Oh, okay. Again, patient, my Padawan. in Star Wars they said, right? Patient, my Padawan. Why? It's always the moment people silence, what you need to do? Let them think. Kan? Remember this game. Remember this game. Allow them to process. It's not that they quiet because they want to be quiet. I just want to leverage on your question just now. Right? What if a person is somebody who you cannot coach, right? There are two types of person. One is actually your own subordinate. When it comes to your own subordinate, then you have to use your stick in terms of your leadership stick, yeah? Saying that you listen to me now, you need to be coached. Something like that, yeah? But it's actually your staff lah. But if it is not your staff, a stranger, well, you don't want to be coached. My Dr. Masha said, do like this. Everybody do like this, please. Do like this. And say, That's what he taught me, He said like that, Because the person doesn't want to be coached, right? It is not a coach, a ready coachee. When people come to you, when you guys enroll into this particular session, you guys come ready, right? That's why you are here. You are here mind, even though sometimes, you need to address important things in your phone and then you go out. It's okay, because at least you are still here. That's the most important. Yep. Okay, and then other specific example from of feedback. Okay, so this one we mentioned about example, right? And then generating option, suggest option. Okay, let's say this guy is really, he's stuck already, right? What else you can do? What do you think? What else you think you can do? If the person said, I don't have a single clue what to do, then you say, I'm getting you to process. Do you think he will be able to process? So what else do you think you want to do? When the person comes to you and said, sorry mate, I can't think of a thing for me to do. So please coach me. And you're like, oh, well man, this is tough. I thought you have the answer. Right? Because people always say, coachee will have the answer. But the thing is, this guy is totally blank. Okay, there are 3 things that you are supposed to focus on. This is not in the syllabus, but I want you guys to embrace this. Yeah, embrace this. When we say, what is this word? Sorry. Competency. There are 3 elements in competency. Yeah. Number 1 is leverage on that. Do you have the skill of doing it or not? Right? Okay, skill. Number 2, knowledge. Number 3, Come on, number 3. Experience, exactly. These 3, when you combine these 3, then you are saying that this person is a competent person. You have the skill, you have the knowledge, and you have the experience. Either one, you don't have this, your competency is lacking. Right? If you don't have 3, you don't have no competency lah. Right? You don't have 3, then it's actually no competency at all. But the thing is, if you have either one, let's say you have one, you have knowledge of that thing, just awareness, you just enter into the company, right? Oh, I have knowledge, I learned about this at school, during my university time. You have skill? No, you don't have skill, because you never practice it, right? You have experience? No, I just enter into this particular session, particular company. And you as the superior say that, no, you have to make sure that you will be able to deliver this. Right? Against a person who has already 15 years in the company. Right? So 15 years in the company, definitely you have experience, you have the knowledge, and sometimes you have the skill. Why I say sometimes you have the skill? Because skill is something you have to hone by doing it. Right? You never being a planner, right? Let's say you never being a planner. Kan? Suddenly I say to you, you transfer to my unit, and I say that you have to come up with a good plan. You, after the session, you'll say, oh, what the heck, man? I don't have the skill. Then, as a superior, you have to know. Then you have to send them to upskilling. That's why they call upskilling. Because you want to up the skill. Right? So, upskilling. So, yeah, as a superior, this is very good for you to, hold on to and to differentiate those people who can and cannot be coached. If the person has the skill, experience and knowledge but still not deliver, then there must be something wrong, right? Because these 3 are big or good combination for you to deliver beyond expectation. Right? Okay, so let us continue, expand the options, and then facilitate progress of the coachee, right? Support the coachee commitment. So we need to say, as I mentioned earlier, make sure he or she commit to it, right? With a targeted deadline. Okay, now I'm going to bring another example. Let's say I go to Kamil, right? I go to Kamil, and then Kamil coach me everything, and then he said that, I said to him, I want to do it immediately. Immediately. That's the always catchy words to use. Yeah, I know. Immediately, is it now? Is it tomorrow? Is it the day after tomorrow? Yesterday? What? Right? You don't even know. You have to make it very, very clear. So, when is actually this immediate? Oh, then he said, because this still matter to me, right? Then I said, okay, I do it tomorrow. Okay, tomorrow? Then lock it. Let's say a month after that, I went to Kamil. Right? And then the first time I see you, I try to avoid you. There must be a reason. Right? Even though, it's actually a personal coach that I want to go, I ask for it, right? But there's something whenever, I try to avoid. Then the second time, I'm trapped. Damn! He cornered me. Then, let's have a conversation. Hey, what happened? Then, I have yet to do it. So that's why, it's not that I don't want to see you, but I think I have yet to do it. Then, what is the key that you're going to use? Come on, guys. What is the key that you want to use? Whose agenda is this? Is this important to the coachee? Right? Can. So if it is important to you, why are you not doing it? Right? See? It's not. The best part is actually Kamil can sleep at night peacefully. Because he's not carrying it, right? Remember the monkeys just now I mentioned to you, right? But if you were to take that issue, definitely you sleep with the monkey. That's the worst part. Yeah. Okay. Are we good with this? Yeah, we are good, right? Okay, so let us move to the next one. Okay. This is example of question which I have already elaborated and demonstrated to you guys. Like, what is going well for you? How can I help you? That is building the situation. What would be best use of our time? What is actually important for? Because I want to touch about this one. What would be the best use of our time? I had a coachee who came to the coaching session unwillingly because the management is asking her to come. It's a her lah, sorry lah, but the thing is actually it's a her. No gender bias, but the thing is actually the truth. And then she said, "Hi, Chiazni, I don't think I have any problem." And I said, "Why do you think actually coaching is actually a problem?" Because if coaching is a problem, do you think Tiger Woods will have a coach? Do you think Cristiano Ronaldo will have a coach? Are they not good? They are good, right? So, having a coach is actually to improve your performance, right? If I were to ask you, Zaim, if I were to ask you, Cristiano Ronaldo performance to you is alright or not? Excellent, right? Excellent. But not to Cristiano Ronaldo. Right? So he wants a coach because he wants to push himself. So coaching is not because you have a problem. It doesn't mean that the person is bad. I have to put it another way around. The person is bad. No, it's not. Yeah. So when the person came and said, "I don't know what to do. I'm a junior coach," I was like, "Damn, man, what am I supposed to do with you?" But luckily, I went for ontological coaching, and then they sent me a template, right? Where this template you can ask, "Oh, you don't have anything. Okay, why don't you answer this template?" In the template, they will segmentize all your activities in terms of financially. Is it okay? Done. All right. Then you don't have any issue there. Okay. Relationship with your superior, you have problem? No. With your husband? No. Yes. Okay. Whatever. Kan? So at the end, suddenly, there's one thing that I am lacking, that I need to be coached on, which is, my relationship with people, with my teammates, right? See, that I think, is it true? We don't know, right? She's the one who feeling it, right? She's the one who said that, "Oh yeah, I have a problem on this one. So let us talk about it," right? Okay.
Is this template is used when you as a junior coach, you don't know what to start with?
Yeah. That is actually a way of doing it. Otherwise, then it's just a matter of, if I were to ask you, what makes you sleep at night? What makes you not to sleep at night? Right? Or, what is the concern of your spouse? Now you are bringing that template just now into action, right? By saying that, okay, do you have any issue at home? No. Okay, thank you very much. How about your financial? Okay, good. All right, good. Okay, how about your health? Oh, I have issue with my health. So, because sometimes people thought they are good. That's number one. Number two, who will want to say that they are not good? And remember when I say just now, when I demonstrated to you guys, it's always the world is not good. I'm good, right? So if a coachee comes to you, right, appreciate them because they are willing to speak up. They are willing to open to you as a person that he or she respected. A safe environment. That's why, right? Okay. All right. Let's go to this. Again, the step one is to state that you have a situation you like to address. I need your help with a situation that affects both of us. Yeah. Let's say it's actually your subordinate, right? Then you mention that to the person. Look, I have an issue in terms of the team deliverables, which concerning you, right? So we just straight away saying it. Request a buy-in. Can we discuss it now or not? Can we do it later? Right. Another things that I want to share with you guys, right? I met Sanggari in a lift, right? Sanggari in a lift. Do you think that is actually a coaching? If I were to discuss with her, the whole idea of people, coaching must be, if I may, Zana, today I'm going to sit with you 45 minutes to 1 hour for me to have a coaching with you. What the heck? Coaching is not that. Yeah, coaching is actually, remember, what is that? You are helping the coachee to go where he or she wants to go, right? If let's say, in practicing this, you have already know the person, so you don't have the building part, and then the request R is actually the reality. What is it, right? What is it? Then the person said to you, in a lift, right? Then I said, Sanggari, I have issue because nobody is there, just you and me, right? I have issue. Then what else that you can ask me?
I can ask you to elaborate further on what is the issue that you're facing.
Yeah, okay. How are you going to put it in a coaching question?
Would you like to talk about it now, or do you want to have a
Exactly, thank you very much. I want to demonstrate this basically. You want to do it now, or you do want to do it later? Because it's actually in the lift. Come on, I cannot do, right? So it is a real matter to you? Yes. You want to do it now or no? Definitely not now. Can I book your time after lunch? Or maybe one other place. I teams you later on. See? And I demonstrated this with my coachee, because she said that, it's something that, I always believe that coaching has to be a sit-down situation, 45 minutes of talking, right? But it's not. It is the coaching moment that is concerned. We call it a coaching moment. That is more powerful, because coaching moment will lead to coaching session. So that is what you want. Thank you for demonstrating it. Okay, clarify your objective. Create an inspired goal. Okay, the word inspired is an acronym of this, yeah? Internalize what is actually the issue. It has to be nurturing, means say something which will grow you or make you feel better. And specific, you don't talk about, I have relationship issue, and then you keep quiet. And that's why you have to build up with them. And you have to know the relationship issue with who, right? Okay? Okay, that another thing that I want you guys to be aware of, because when you do a lot of coaching, you are going to come across these kind of things. I talk to you, Haji. Sit down. I have an issue. You, okay, what is actually the issue? The issue is, what do you think the coach is going to do? Man, why? Have I done something wrong? So what you need to do? Let them pour their heart. Kan? Settle, are you okay? You want any tissue? Cindy, okay, alright? Okay, now you want to talk about it? By that time, Cindy will be like very calm. Right? So don't panic. When people come to you and do that, don't panic. It's like, oh my God. Okay, sit down. I get somebody. Is it me or is it something else? Okay, no. Okay. And then plan. Plan means say you have to make sure that, just like what demonstrated, you want to do it now, you wait later, okay, you book my time, okay, good, alright, done. So in control, in your control, this is what we are trying to say. It has to be some action that you can do, right? That you can do, and you can give influence to things to happen. Let's say it's actually your team. Your team, you are an engineer, mechanical engineer of the plant. So even though you are not going to do it, your team would be able to deliver, right? Okay, tapi I give you an example. And I have a problem with planning, right? And then, so what's actually the issue? Oh, the issue is actually the other team. It's always them, right? So it's them. The other team are not giving me the input on time, right? So what can you do? I don't know. It's actually them. Is it in your control? No, right? Because they are the one who are going to do it. It's not you. But if you were to turn it another way around, it's actually okay. It's actually their submission. But from your angle, how can you do it differently so that they will be able to give you the data on time? Then whose controls that? Whose controls that? Your own control, right? So you are saying that, oh, this is something that I can do. So that's why it's a very important in control. Yeah. Review regularly. Okay, this one is actually just to make sure that you are on track. Let's say you quiver and off track. That is actually important for you to go. Energizing, it is something exciting that you know. If this is a mundane thing, then definitely, you know, I want to build my body, right? And then, okay, so what is so energizing about going and lift 500 gram dumbbell, right? That's no energizing at all. So it has to be something that excites you the most. And documented. Documented is something that if a leader, you guys are leaders, right? Then you can start the document it by saying that, okay, why not? We put whatever you said just now in a note. But you still remember, Mac mentioned this morning, it has to be consented. Yeah, consented by your coachee. But if it is a subordinate, it's much easier lah. Use your leadership hat. I want you to make sure you recap everything and send it over. Because that is actually commitment, right? Okay. Be specific. This matter involve my perception on what is happening in the situation there, and let me give you some specifics. So you pick up what it is. Share your perspective. Now that you know how this situation appears to me, I want you to know how it looks to you. Meaning to say, what are we trying to build here? If anybody can maybe this table, when we say that now that you know how the situation appears to me, I want to know how it looks to you. What are we trying to achieve? Consensus. Meaning to say it's a clear goal that both have the same picture. Remember about X90 just now, the proton thingy? If it is clear, people can deliver. If it is not, it's a bit difficult because it's so vague. And then suddenly the person comes to you and say that, okay, this is the picture that you want. They say, this is not Monet, makes sense lah. They say, sense is not sense. Making sense is not sense, right? So, empathetically, hear their views. So what you are saying is, right? So you are recapping or, trying to, restructure their words so that, oh, okay, you understand. Right? Sometimes they have, oh, no, that's not what I meant. What I meant is like this. So they are going to correct you, right? Okay, this is how you feel. Have I understood you correctly? So those are the words that you are going to use. Check for buy-in. Are we in the agreement of this situation? We need to say, are we good? This situation is actually the one that you mentioned. And then they say, okay. Okay, or action, for instance, right? Do you really want to do this? We good? This is the one that you want to do. You don't want to do anything else? You don't want to explore and get options? No. Okay, then okay. Explore option, as I mentioned earlier, what else that you can do? In coaching, when I first been introduced to coaching, the most powerful question, what do you think? Sorry?
Why you want to do it?
Why do you want to do it? Okay.
What do you think you should do?
What do you think you should do?
What is your opinion?
What is your opinion? This table?
What is your suggestion?
What is your suggestion?
What do you want to achieve?
What do you want to achieve?
Can this be done?
Sorry?
Can this be done?
Can this be done? Okay. These are all coaching questions, except yours is, we can change it to open-ended. Yours is actually close-ended questions, yeah? Because when you say, can it be done? Then the person will say, yes or no, right? Okay. But never mind, we learn and we are going to develop skill. But the thing is, look, these are all good questions. But the most golden question is actually, what else that you think? What else? What else? Explore option, exactly. Right. So take appropriate action. What is next step and when can we do this? Habis. Tapi no, not yet. Okay, but the next thing that we are going to do, yes.
Does coaching also involve influencing, in which, from what I understand, that the purpose of coaching is getting the coachee to where he or she want to be, right? So under that last slide, it seems to me like we want to push certain agenda when the coach has a goal, and does it also involve influencing the coachee to have the same consensus, agree to a certain point, and agree on the action plan?
Okay, if I were to understand you correctly, basically you are asking in terms of can we put our agenda into the action items that the person need to do, right? As I mentioned, when you have an open coaching, right? Because your coaching will come from all facets, right? Open coaching means it's actually anybody can walk in and have a coaching session. So that one, you don't put it inside. But when it comes to your subordinate, right? Definitely you want the agenda to be aligned with you. Okay, we are talking about agenda. When we talk about agenda, how aware you want it to be, kan? Because it has to be in sync. Otherwise, your staff want to go. You are bringing your team to Melaka, but your staff is going to Sabah. Right? We don't want that to happen. Okay, so yes, you have to put in terms of objective how to get there, but the how part, right? If they have all these things, do you think they're capable of thinking the best way to perform theirs? Right? That's why when you guys are working at the corporate level, I'm not trying to be below the line. I'm trying to say, right? So when you are at the corporate level, don't instruct word to those people down there. When I say instruct word to words like this. In order for you to eat, Zaim, if you want to eat, right, what you need to do, you have to stand up. You have to go up from the door, going down the stairs, and then you go to the cafe or the eating area. Inside there, you are going to find, every single deal. What he wants to do? He wants to eat, right? Do you think that he has all the skill? He has all the skills. Then, same, you want to eat? The cafe is over there, right? So, you can go from this there or the other side. Now, he has all the knowledge, experience and skill to do it. Even how to use the fork and spoon, right? Unless the place is actually serving chopstick, maybe he has not. So then we explore. Do you have the skill, in terms of your skill of utilizing the chopstick? How was that? Then he said, I never use her, but they still have food, spoon and fork. You can ask. Done. Halas. Right? Like that. So you don't have to do every single one. So what we are going to do next is to have you in a group of 3, and one group will have 4. I think 2 groups will have 4. Yeah, right? Because if I were to pour to you this knowledge of coaching, right, you won't be able to perform it. Yeah. So what we want you to do is to use brief. Yeah, to use this brief model. Number 1 is what? Building, right? And then review what is important to the person, inquire the strength, and then expand the strategy and also facilitate the progress. Yeah. So in a group of 3, let us count 1 to 3. Can we start? 1, 2, 3, 4. 1. Nishmi? 2?
2, 3, 4.
1. 1. 1.
3. 1.
2, 3, 1.
2, 3, 4.
1. 1. 1. 1.
2, 3.
1, 2, 3. Ngam. Cantik. Okay, so okay, 1, 2, 3 1, 2, 3. Okay, betul Okay, okay, alright. Okay, so number 1, raise your hand. Okay, 1, raise your hand. Okay, okay. Stick to the group of 3. Yeah, so you can see that there are 2 groups here. So as I mentioned, one group may have like 4 person, right? Okay, so I want it to be like 3 in a group. Kan? 3 sampai 4.
Ada yang kan 4 satu grup orang. Just now cukup kan?
Cukup, I think it's actually 3. Barat is actually done. Okay, but anyway, a group of 3. So now that we have like 2 groups of 3, 2 group of 2, and 2 group of 3, right? Right? Okay, then it's actually just enough. So all the ones sit over here, 2, 3, right? 1, 2, 3. Yeah, okay, 1, 2, 3. Can we move?
Yes.
Okay, why we want to do this? One is over here. One, we'll make it here. One coachee, and one is actually the other one observer. Okay, what we want to do is actually, I can give you the scenario given by PLC, but what I want you to have is a real feeling of coaching. So bring to your table or to your discussion a real issue that you are facing, right? Don't worry about you're going to finish it or not. No, don't worry about that, right? But the thing is, at least you know how to go about asking based on the issue, right? Okay, done. So now we are going to use that brief things, right? The brief, make sure who's the observer. You are going to see, oh, this is the question that you use for brief building. Your question with regards to requesting buy-in, or yeah, so those things. So you have to be alert about this. Yeah, review what is the most important. Quote the question given by the coach. So one of you going to coach, one of you going to be the coachee, and the other one is observer. After 6 minutes, we are going to change, right? So everybody will have the feeling of being a coach, a coachee, and observer. Yeah, okay. So the issue, I leave it to you guys. Whatever you want to bring, yeah, because that's the best thing about coaching. You can coach anything that you want. Yeah, okay. Okay, so I think our time will start now. Yep.
If you don't mind, because you're in the middle, you can begin.
6 minit kan?
And you choose coachee or coach.
You can choose any lah. You can choose any. So there will be like two observer from whoever teams that you are going to. So observer, just please brief her what need to be done. Then you start the coaching session. Yeah.
orang ke group ni macam mana kita nak belajar ni cara jadi sebutan dia ajar macam mana kita nak kira and so on
Yalah, tadi tersilap kira. Sebab tu bila macam tu lepas tu kita kena bagikan lagi dua kan.
Tadi tu sebenarnya straightforward dia sepertinya tiga suruh dia bukan sekitar tiga it should be more than it maybe 1 to 6
sebenarnya
siapa nama tu ajar kan susah nak kira kan you dah tahu number of participants
betul lah because you nak a group of 3 dia keluar yeah.
Kemudian nak achieve untuk okay, have you what else can you do differently? Okay, right now you're doing a prioritization and how else can you do differently?
I hope that the management can assign another people, especially on the project, because I feel another one might delegate or can
Aku tanya outside perspective ni, tanya have you consider negotiating with the client?
I never thought of that,
This was
Mobilize new manpower. Mobilize new manpower. We assign the job to existing people. Negotiate with our staff. What structure and support need to be in this?
Then the other matters can be hopefully jadi macam
to facilitate the progress to ensure sustainability.
Okay guys, listen. Thank your coach, guys. Okay, thank your coach and then say thank you coach. Thank you coach. Okay. Let's listen. Let us listen from the observer. Yeah, observer please. No. You have to give feedback. Observer give feedback first. What? Both. No, actually, especially the coach lah. Especially the coach. Okay, guys. Listen, guys. Listen. Okay, now switch your role. Switch your role. Coach, coachee, and observer.
Just now round 1 dah.
Yeah, round 1. Okay, round 2 Round 2, coach, coachee, and observer. Change.
I came to traveling. I my wife can support.
I think they are okay with that, but for some functions that is too much. So what went well is when we have confidence, you come down here. Functions and give
Dah change role tapi dia lari situ tu tak ada.
Oh, okay.
Dia tadi off, lepas tu macam tak keluar kat situ. Dia kena start balik ni kot.
Dah reflect ke tu?
Dah. Tapi kita buat 3 kali session ni.
Jadi
second one. Cuma timing dia lah tadi lari. Tak apa lah.
Dia memang kalau ikut slide je dia. Depan ni apa lah?
Cuba tengok depan ni apa. Reflection kan? Lepas reflection apa? Coffee break.
Kedua kali je lah kan?
Ha?
2 kali lah kan? 2 round je. Kita nak buat 3 round sebab ada 3 orang.
3 orang kita buat 3 round tapi kita break the second round ni kot. Terus coffee break.
Okay.
Kan? Sebab ni dah pukul 4 kan? Okay lah. So sekarang pukul 3.37.
Ni dah start pukul berapa tu? 2 minit?
Dalam 2 minit je tu lah.
So dalam 3.41, 3.42 macam tu start.
Biasa I akan 2 minit sebelum I cakap dengan dia orang, so thanks dia punya coach, and then suruh dia bagi feedback. Lepas tu nanti kan baru the next one. So dia habis kat 42 tadi kan? Dia habis 42 kan?
3.42.
So naik lagi lah.
Lagi like 4 minit.
Seminit lagi kot? Seminit lagi kot.
6 minit kan tadi?
Sebab nanti dia balik dia ada buat satu lagi coaching kan? Lepas habis tu dia coaching session. Role play sama lah macam tadi.
Tak lain sikit. Ni nak buat ke depan. Orang ni. Dan semua orang akan jadi observer.
Okey. Boleh.
Kalau tengok timing nanti kita have a break, terus start with the role play, debrief, then I think we can end it later.
Okay.
Do you have any suggestion?
Okay guys. Okay, say thank you to your coach. Alright, say thank you to your coach. Okay. Alright. Okay. Listen. Have you said thank you to your coach? Okay. Give feedback. Observer give feedback, and then after that, after you finish, then we can adjourn for tea. Right? Okay.
Dia small step, dan baru kita tanya dia dengan step-step itu macam mana dia nak realisasikan step itu.
And then you move into
You're done? Once you're done, you can go for. Oh, yes, you can go. Okay. Correct.
So, kita same thing. Tanya kan, apa jadi, apa yang saya buat kan? Satu tak tahu benda je. Kita jumpa dia. Ada kan apa lagi?
Okay. You ada coach? Coaching?
Okay, nanti dulu. Ini dah masuk round 3 kan? Kita break dulu. Break dulu. Sabar. Are we done? Belum. Ni tengah bagi feedback.
Review dah. It's the third one.
No. Go for ni dulu. The third one is actually after ni. Okay, are you done?
Yeah, we're done.
Okay, then you can adjourn for breakfast, and then after that we come back. We do another session. Okay, are we good? Good. You have done giving feedback. Can adjourn for break. After you come back, then kita do another round. You haven't rotate kan?
Dah rotate dah.
3 kali?
Dah rotate.
Oh, 2 kali. Okay. The third one kita datang after break. Okay, then we come back 5 minutes 5 minutes before 4. Saya cakap start pun start. Okay, don't start first. Allow me to do some briefing about something. Siapa lagi ya? Let me see. Apa? Habis. Okay, come. Alright, okay, it's okay. Never mind. Okay, thank you for coming back after a great break. Basically, I think before we start, I would like to tell some sad news lah. Our leader punya father, her father has just passed away. Nick Sunita. Nick Sunita, the one had the bag, the one who gave some teaser this morning. Remember? So Nick Sunita. So let us recite Al-Fatihah and sedekahkan to the father, and for the non-Muslim you can do your salam moment. Al-Fatihah. Okay, thank you very much for that. Okay, so this is the round where you are going to go for your third round. You are going to change the role, right? I'm going to stop after 6 minutes. So within 4 minutes, I'm going to tell you to start debriefing. Let's say the observer is going to give feedback, right? For those who have already completed, you just need to do your feedback. Okay? Okay, let's go and do it. Thank you.
Now I'm the coach.
I'm the coach. Alright.
Hello, how are you?
Kunci pun sedap, kunci ke? Alamak, ada kita tak bisa. Mesti tak ada pula.
COE.
COE, okay. So,
explaining the situation, something quite straightforward. Okay, then they just explain their and then when you ask the questions on what is the reminds him what is the objective.
I think I have not built enough rapport with my students. That's my concern, and that's what I would like to do.
Thank you for I believe this is not your first time entering into a new team, right?
No, for sure.
So, how about your past experience dealing with a new situation like this?
That's a good question, actually. In the past,
I kena ambil brief ni juga. Nanti kan nak mengajar. I think I demo lah.
You demo lagi role play.
Role play.
Okay. Oh, you nak demo ke kita nak dorang?
Sama dia orang. Boleh juga, tapi I think lagi efektif sebab dia orang tengah nak test. Dia boleh nampak. I akan jadi coach, dia akan coach I. I akan coach dia, kan? So lepas tu at least dia boleh nampak the real coaching station. Kan? I think that is actually better. So aku kata dengan dia orang dah asyik tengok benda ni.
The fact that everybody saw this, I had a few attempts to approach my not my superior, to be to GM, but I also have a supervisor who is an SM. So I try to yeah, that was so far the only attempt. But what's stopping me, I think it's yeah, that's a very valid point. I've been thinking I'm going to take my annual leave in 2 weeks. So now we are also closing the year and everybody's busy with their performance review and so on. So what I was thinking is probably once I'm back, everybody will be more quiet and that would be a good time for me to find the opportunity. So I would say either December or first weeks of January.
What else do you think that might work in terms of building relationship with your new team?
I think I should probably try to assume more responsibilities so I can feel through my work. But that will take a little bit more time since first of all I need to get some projects that I can work on and I can show myself and show the result. So that's more a mid-term. I'm hoping to do that. But in the short term, I think that's what we are probably trying to have a few conversations with my superiors, my GM.
Okay, guys. Okay. Listen. All right. Say thank you to your coach. Okay. So now the observer, can you provide your feedback to the coach? Yeah. Done.
In terms of pembinaan bridge, memang perfectly lah.
That's work, right?
Once you know when they assign coach because of performance issues, but then the staff says that they have no chemistry with the coach. But we actually assign a coach because for example staff tu dia I don't think that's just communication. So we assign him to a coach who's an expert in communication. But then the staff feels like
So that's your plan.
they have no chemistry with the coach.
Okay.
So what do we do in such situation?
Can I answer it later? But just a teaser. What is the first thing with regards to coaching? If you don't have trust, then what can you do? And number two is what? Whose agenda is that?
Coaching.
Done.
Surprisingly useful. I should probably go and talk to them.
Okay, guys. Thank you very much. Thank you. All right. Okay, you can go back to your team, or you can go back to your desk. Yeah. All right.
Thank you.
Okay, say thank you and go back to your table. All right, say thank you and then go back to your table. All right, lovely. Come on. Say thank you and go back to your table, please. Thank you. Okay, guys, thank you and go back to your table. Okay, we are going to debrief in terms of. Okay, can I get your attention, please? Thank you. Okay. Otherwise, we are going back at 6 o'clock. All right. Okay. Serious situation. Okay, but the thing is, how do you feel after you see people doing the coaching, and also you are the one who be the coachee and the coach. So anything that you want to share? How about this table? Anything that you want to share, that you learn? You went through the process, right? So what have you learned?
It is a different feeling when you are on the different side.
Exactly. Yeah. So what is that feeling?
When you are the coach, it's easier actually to ask questions or not to sound directly asking questions, maybe just like trying to probe for information. But actually, when you are on the other end, the coaching side, it is up to your mood at the time, whether or not you want to talk.
Exactly, right? So that's why when people come to you, appreciate them, and if they don't want to talk, they don't want to talk, right? So raise your hand and right, okay, all right. Thank you very much. Give a big hand to Indah's table. How about next table? What have you learned? One of the key takeaway that you believe that you have felt during the session.
For me, when I was the coach, I realized I cannot remember what's the next step. And it was a bit awkward to look at the time.
Yeah.
I think But as a coach, next time I need to internalize not exactly every single step I think, but I think the idea of it so that it will come more naturally.
Right?
And then
okay, all right. Just to share with her and with you guys, that's how I did my first coaching. It is so fake, but the thing is, you know, luckily it was actually an intern. So, so she doesn't know about everything. I was like, okay, which question I have asked? Okay. Okay, but that is true, totally true. Especially when you are, the beginner coach, right? Then you tend to do that. But I totally agree with you as well that you have to internalize it so that it comes naturally. Then you know, oh, you don't have to know the thing in detail. You just, brief. That's enough. Then, do I need to build a rapport? No. Okay, what's the reality now? Straight away, right? Okay, thank you very much. Give a big hand to Nick's table. Abang Apilan's table. Anything that you guys learned from that session?
I think it's lead to more questions.
Exactly.
More unanswered question, because after we go through 3 rounds, we sum up, okay, how we need to do this, how we need to do that. So one of the question is that, how we can manage I don't know.
Kan.
So it's more because a discussion between 3 of us, but we still don't know.
Okay. Share with us the situation that you had when people say I don't know. What did you do differently?
I think in terms of we try to ask the questions deeper, try to rephrase again the question, try to get, okay, are we in the same understanding? But when we try to get the solution coming from the coachee, still I don't know, just lead us to become, is it okay for me to provide some suggestion for you? Something like that.
Great. This is what I want to tell you guys, right? At the moment when your coachee has no clue of what to do, then explore this. Do you have the skill? Do you have the knowledge? Or even you have experience or not? After that, say they don't even know. They don't have all these things, right? Who else that you think, within your circle of friends or circle of colleagues who be able, or even the circle of your superior, right? Who can assist you to go to your desired future, right? So that is excellent. So basically, you have handled the I don't know question answer well. Give a big hand to them. Good. How about this level?
For myself, I was thinking that between coach and coachee tu, if they feel comfortable, safe, they can talk easily lah.
Exactly.
So very important lah to have that moment lah.
Exactly. So what is that we call? Chemistry. Safe space, right? Psychological safety. So always remember, speak up will only happen if they feel safe. If they don't feel safe, forget about speak up. So that's why when your coachee comes to you and say that I don't know what is actually wrong with the team, then you have to go from that angle. Is this, is the team feel safe talking to you? Or I had a session, before this, where as a superior, you have like 2 camps, camp A and camp B, right? So you don't want that happening in your team, right? So you want a harmonized team. So the best way is actually for you to talk to this team, understand what is actually the problem, and then talk to this team, what is the problem. Both want the same thing. It's only what's different. What makes sense does, right? Right? Sense is something that doesn't make sense. Because why? Because you want the same outcome, but the way you convey it differently. That's all, right? So communication. Again, thank you very much. Give a big hand to them. Psychological safety is very, very important in coaching. If you don't have that, okay. So I have a question from Senggari in terms of what if, right, you being assigned a coachee, right, and then the coachee is saying, not you lah, maybe in your organization, You have coachee and coach, but the coachee is saying that I can't work with this guy. You also, even though he or she is actually SME, subject matter expert in that thing, right? So I again want to ask the same question. What is there, the first thing for the coachee to open? We've been talking about it. Trust, which is psychological safety. You don't have that, you think it will work? No. Right? It won't work. What else that you think, the second thing that you must have? In order for people to be able to talk to each other. Chemistry. That's the thing. Trust, chemistry, right? So if they don't have that, how? So it's going to be very, very fake. You know, kind of fill up the form. Because what? HR asked me to do it. We don't want that to happen. Right? We want a sincere, genuine, and we want, the most important, it's not about filling the paper. It's about we are helping another person to reach the goal. Right? Again, it is not our agenda. It's actually the coachee agenda. So in that case, whose agenda is that? Coachee. No, it's HR. Right. So then those are the things that you have to tell HR if that's the case. Just say, no, sir, they cannot work together. So it has to be somebody else. Ask them to go to PLC Coaching Academy. There are like hundreds of names, hundreds of certified coach. Ask them to be coach there. Then enough. Done. Halas. Another thing, right? All right. Thank you. Last but not least, this team, what have you learned from the session?
For me, along the way, when coach and coachee share what's their problem with each other, kan? So during the question tu, we find the solution from the question, from the answer lah, basically. So the coachee eventually know what to do when they are telling their problem. Actually.
What does that tell you? What is the behavior of the coachee? Do they have all the competency to perform the task? Right? Yes. They do have the competency. Sometimes, right? Okay, this is just sharing, experience. Coachee, there are 3 types of coachee. One are those people who have already done it. I just want confirmation that what I've done is actually correct, right? So they just want to go through all the hassle of coaching to go back to the same question. Oh, so whatever I think the best is actually really is the best, because when you do coaching, you are going to ask what golden question? What else, right? So they want somebody else to say what else instead of looking at the mirror and say what else, right? Right. So they want somebody else to do that. So by you doing that, then it landed back to the same answer. Then done. Okay. 2 is actually a coachee who I've thought about it, but I've not really done it. I have not really take the action doing it. So these are the 2 type of coachee who really have some kind of they already have the answer. The 3rd one is actually, I don't know, I want to explore with you. Right? So that's actually the best for us to explore, because it is an exploration together. Right? Okay? Alright, so thank you very much. Those are the critical things that we want to have. Okay, time check now is actually 4:23. Right? Before we end today's session, I want to demonstrate a real coaching situation. So I would like to call upon a volunteer who are going to be in front here together with me, so that you guys are going to look at what real coaching is all about. You come up with a hypothetical situation. You want to be a real coach, you can really come with a problem that making you less sleep at night. So anybody wants to be the coachee here? So don't worry, it's a safe space. I would like to get your pledge that whatever happened here, you are not going to share. Yeah, no, it's actually, even though it's recorded for HRDF. Don't worry. If you want, sometimes you want to mention the name of the person, by all means do that. So any takers, be brave, because this is the only time that you are going to receive the coaching, right? And then then you will be able to see, oh, this is what the coaching is all about. Because we are going to go through brief. Right, so that you will be able to see, oh, this is how things are done in the real world, as though this is not real, right? Any takers? Come on. Any takers? Come on, guys, come on, be brave, be brave.
Saya ada tapi lah.
Yang itu sih.
Asking the same question
Yes.
again. I was like quite impressed with that.
Okay, thank you. So.
And you follow this.
So,
the natural way.
How did I manage to do it? It's all practice, right? So you have to practice. You have to practice in order for you to be able to do it fluently, right? Because I believe that you guys can detect the moment I open my mouth and ask the question. Oh, this is bridging, right? This is actually trying to explore what else that you have done, right? So let's sleep with this. Tomorrow morning we are going to have some kind of reflection in terms of what we have learned, and we are going to learn a new thing in terms of like question banks, right? Because the normal trap of the new coaches or even coaches who never learn structuredly, right? What else I want to ask this guy, right? The what else is not about the person. What else I want to ask? So that shouldn't be the case. Yeah, at least when we give you all this sort of question banks, you will be able to tweak it. Yeah, tweak it in a way. Yeah. All right. Okay. Thank you very much. You have been a very good participation. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Give yourself a big round of applause and say thank you to Coach Mac. Okay. Attention. Okay. All right. Attention, everybody. Attention, guys. Attention. Okay. So say thank you to your observer. All right. Give a big clap to your hand, to yourself. All right. Since we have done a very hectic activity, so let us take a break. Yay! Right. 50 minutes. Now it's actually 10. Yeah, that's yours. 10 past 10, 11 past 10. Right. So 50 minutes, 10:35. Okay. Thank you very much. Come back at 10:25. Thank you. Okay, come. Let's go. Thank you very much, guys, for coming back for the next session. So this morning we learned and we demonstrated in terms of going through this activity using score. So how does it feel? Any feedback on using score? I know it's actually very hard. You don't have to tell me. It's very hard, right? Because you want to listen. Right? You want to listen and then you want to use the card, making sure that you ask that question. Yeah, exactly. It's very hard.
You need to like change a bit the question so that it suit with the coach.
Exactly. So what is the card to you? It's only a guide, right? So take the gist. that gist is more important to the person. It's not the question totally word to word. Yeah. All right, lovely. Thank you for that feedback. Anything from this desk?
For us, we realize that these are just questions, but we still need to follow the flow that we learned yesterday.
Exactly. Why we need to follow brief? Because brief is actually the structured way of doing coaching. The score is only banks, question banks, where you have all the questions that you want to ask during the session, right? So it's tool on tools, right? All right, lovely. So just now we have score. So if you look at solution focus, right? Because there are quite a number of coaching techniques, and one is actually solution focus, where you can be certified in solution focus certification, just like myself, right? So solution focus is focusing on the solution. It's not focusing on the past. Yeah, it's not about your past. It's actually about what you want to achieve. Yeah, so it's actually focusing on the future. Always a better way of doing things. And then just remember, just now we mentioned about the scaling, right? It is not about you jump straight to the future, but it's actually taking a small step. Yeah. So yeah, it's a small step for you to move on. Yeah, building on a small success. So we need to say what are the things that you have done before and it works, right? And then the person will like elaborate, and then how can you use in this particular situation, right? Because definitely when you say what has happened in the future, in the past, that you can leverage on, definitely is something successful, right? So it's actually about replicating the same thing, yeah. And then compliment, acknowledge, and affirmation on working better, just to make sure that things are, the mood is actually lift, right? Mood is lift for the person to say, yeah, it is something that I can use, right? Okay, all right. So again, what is score? Scaling, confidence, outcome, relationship, and exception. What is actually score for? To facilitate you. Score is actually question banks. Remember? To guide you on what are the questions that you could ask during the session. Lovely. Thank you very much. So we have gone this thing in terms of scaling. It's always 0 to 10, right? Don't make it 0 to 20 because it's actually too detailed. 0 to 5 is too short. 0 to 3, never. Okay. And then confidence is actually all about question in eliminating the capabilities that they have done before. And outcome, what do you want to achieve out of this session, right? So do you want to just have a chit chat? Or do you want to make sure that we achieve something, right? So, and then relationship is actually to invite the coaches to consider the solution, right? The solution from an outsider perspective, right? So it's not from his or things, the one that you can do on. That one is actually more on confidence, building confidence, saying that you have done that, you can do it again. But this one is actually taking who else from outside that you will be able to advise you and have done that. Yeah. Exception is all about taking one moment where it works, right? Or thinking about what is the need for plan B if it fails, right? Okay, right. So the next session that we are going to go through is about performance coaching, right? So tell me how many in terms of Petronas' performance level. We have 4. We have, come on guys, performance in Petronas. 1, 2, 3, 4, right? Okay, and 3 you have like 3 high, 3 low, 3 medium, right? Okay, so what is 1 and 2? It is called highly performance people, right? Right? Am I correct to say that? You guys seems like really stunned when I say that. No, it is not. It is high performance, right? 1 and 2, right? And then you have The medium part, yeah, this is the medium people. Yes, 3H, 3S, 3L, right? And then the low performance is actually 4, right? Sometimes management says that, you know, these 3L people, you need to move to 3S, right? That's what the management is saying, right? To you guys, if you keep on constantly performing low, means say you are at the brink of going 4. So that's why you need to go for 3S in terms of at least meeting all the requirements. Okay, so let us make it very, very clear. So if a 2 person, meaning to say 100%, you have to have a 2 lah, right? Always hitting beyond target, always beating beyond target. Right? 1, if you can walk on water, that's what people say. but it is it's outstanding lah. Yeah, exactly. That's the right word lah kan. I'm too exaggerating sometimes. Okay, no, but truly there are people who get 1, right? Because you keep on consistently hit 2, and sometimes it is beyond, totally beyond, you know, beyond the thing that you can do, right? Okay, and then how about 3H? 3H means a person with 2 and high 3, right? High 3 means to say you miss sleep because of something. If not, it's going to be a 2 performance, right? And then solid means 100% meeting expectation, 100% 3. All right. Some people still put it as 2 plus 3, meaning to say some of your 2s are. That's basically some of the performance are 2. So your sum is about 80-20. So your 80 is actually 3, right? And then your 2 is 20%, right? So some are saying that. And 3 low means to say 3 low. Not meeting. Okay. Yes. So means to say 80% you are meeting expectation, is meeting expectation 3, and then the 3 low is because of the 20%, right? If you have a 4, right, then you mean to say 100% 4, or you have like 80% 4, maybe 80% or 20%, 20% low, right? Something like that. Okay, so you are so clear about the performance in Petronas. Again, okay, so it's much easier lah. See that. Okay, so let us talk about it. Characteristic of a high achiever. So what do you think the characteristic of a high achiever? If you can give me lah, kan? We'll be talking about that just now, right? We're talking about this high performer. So always what? Result oriented, always, you know, hit the targets, right? So the targets is like, if I were to give somebody else, it says like, you know, that one is too low for me, something like that. And he knows that, you know, he or she knows that they will be able to do it. Okay, so if you see here, it's a goal-driven, self-focused, committed, 100%, and actually sometimes more than 100%, right? And then demanding as well. No, demanding in terms of expect to be challenged. That's what we are saying, right? So because, as I said just now, if we were to give the same expectation to another person, to this person it's like, this is something that, you know, I can meet, right? So that's something that you need to challenge and continue striving for improvements. Also, you know, expectation of a 2, right? Of a performer. A sponge for information, always, you know, getting information, new one, you know, and very confident to talk to people because of the knowledge, experience, and also what the other one? Skill that they have, right? Okay, high performer, do not try to be their friend. No, actually, this is for me, it's a very tall call lah, basically, right? To put it as, do not friend with them. Come on, you still can friend with them. Kesian lah dia orang kan. It's pity them. But the thing is, establish where and how you add value quickly, because otherwise they are so angry and they are saying that you are too slow. right? No, seriously, because they are performer, right? So they know, to them, pace is very, very fast, right? And a lot of our performer left the company, right? And then rejoin back later, right? When they realize that outside there is actually more jaws and crocodiles. Right, but the thing is, no, joke aside, some people go out because they want to have a new flavor, you know, what it is and what are out there, right? So those are why Petronas decided to move from another perspective. Last time, if you left the company, bye-bye, you go, right? We will not call you unless you go for a company. You can't even be CDH, contract hire. You can't be, right, last time. But now, we have been flexible enough. Respect and make use of their expertise. So, meaning to say, do not go for a mundane things with them, right? Because they are so expert. They hunger for improvements, right? So if you want to talk to them, then always talk about, hey, this one is something that you know you can change. Oh, definitely, he will like jump, you know. You can jump on the table to say that, you know, oh, yes. You know, I've been dying to change this for Petronas. Oh, power. Okay, and then pace, as I mentioned, and conscious of short time frame. Because these are the people who can't really live like January to December. Right? So that's why if you put this kind of people together with a mediocre performer, those people will be like, oh, gang, come on. Because they will like, when are you going to deliver the project? Or the normal one will say like, maybe quarter 3. Why not quarter 1? Why not quarter 2? Right? They are looking like that, right? Because to them, it can be done. But yeah, you know, from the coaching perspective, it's also good for you to let people to grow, right? Allow them to do. If this is the first time they are going to do their work or that particular kind of projects. Otherwise, then okay. If the person, let's say Aisha has been doing it for like 5 times, you think that, you know, this is not something that she can gobble just like that? Definitely can, right? So that's why, you know, it has to be suited to the person. Okay. How about underperformer? This is always the one yang, because the mediocre, we are okay, always okay, because they strive sometimes for the best, right? But the underperformer, those at 3L who are going to go for 3L is okay for you to achieve once a while, yeah, because sometimes 3L because you didn't get what you want, you've been challenged and you don't get, then you go to 3L. But consistently 3L, that is actually a problem. Yeah? So that is underperformer. So what are we going to do with underperformer? Bang their head on the computer. Okay, what do you think the reason why we have underperformers? Motivation level. You put this person for 5 times doing the same project again and again. So what there is a challenge to the person, right? Okay, so you have to excite them. What else? Just now you mentioned complacent. Yeah, so when you say it's the same thing, right? Because you've been doing it, and sometimes complacent is because of the attitude as well. They decided not to change, right? Because they say, you introduce a new thing. Cindy comes, you know, I think this is very good for us to improve it. And they say, no, I've been working like that. If it doesn't break, why you want to fix? Right? And the normal excuses given by them. Okay, what else?
No clarity from supervisor.
No clarity could be low skill as well. Yeah, low skill, because how are they are going to deliver the work, right? If it's actually like that. And then that's why when you set target, it has to be challenging enough to the person, but according to their skill, experience, and knowledge. Yeah. So let's see. Lack of skill you mentioned just now. Yeah, vague expectation. The expectation, yeah, direction is actually so vague. Job dissatisfaction because it has been long in the position, right? Or it can be like, you know, they have been requesting for new challenge but never been given any. Not a good culture fit. This person is actually not belonging to the team, you know. So whenever he or she is actually inside the team, you can feel the vibe. You know, the vibe is actually totally different. Because why? The culture is totally different, right? So stressful work environment, inadequate training, as you mentioned, skill, there's no skill, right? So, or inadequate skill. So how are you going to expect performance? Yeah, and then lack of varieties, doing the same thing again and again and again. Then you become a robot, right? All those things, and then insufficient onboarding. Okay, this is only another thing that people always, you know, lack of giving attention. Why? We assume, you know, if I were to take Nick, once you be in my team, you know everything in the world lah, right? So is that fair to Nick or not? You have to engage her to make sure that she knows the environment, expectations, right? So those are the things that you have to make sure that onboarding, yeah. Luckily, if those OPU who have already implemented the triple play, yeah, triple play, one of the requirement is actually for you to have onboarding and what? Job transfer, yeah, yeah, job transfer. That's which is job what? Job transfer, right? Task transfer, thank you. Task transfer. So that if Nick were to take your position, your position, then it is fair for Nick to know what you have done and how you have been performing, what's the expectation. The best person to ask is Mai. Betul tak? You tanya Hapilan yang tak ada kena-mena, or it's actually in the team, tapi I think I know lah apa kerja Mai. Kan? So might as well. So that's why it is very important. Task transfer is important to make sure sufficient onboarding, yeah. And then personal issue. Okay, that is also another one for underperforming. I had came across one of these issue where this guy was a performer and then suddenly become a mediocre, and suddenly, you know, it's very drastic. It's very drastic because that is his personal issue. He has mental issue lah, basically, this guy. Yeah, because he hear things. Kan? This thing is after he followed this cult. It's a religious cult, right? So, which is a totally wrong one. Who, if you guys know Ayah Pain, right? So that's gone case lah, right? But it is really important for you as a leader to detect these kind of things, right? Because sometimes you see the person is actually okay, right? Okay, but that's why sometimes it's very, very good for you to know the family, kan? Because luckily the wife reached out to one of the team member saying that, you know, he's behaving weird and start selling things in the house to manage his activity. I don't know what activity it is, but the thing is, and then the last part is actually when he start hearing voice lah, saying that, you know, things need to be done. Oh, I was like, wow. Scary, right?
But now it's happening a lot for the mental health.
Yeah.
And we have also cases last time in offshore that the contractor hearing, actually it normal working days, normal routine, suddenly because of too long in offshore and hearing so much voice, we need to evacuate
Seriously, yeah, exactly.
So, yeah, sometimes
scary.
Now so many health problems.
Aisha, want to say something?
Related to this, when we are doing a coaching session, do we focus probe more to find what is the real feeling or emotional aspect of the issue or the issue itself, or both?
Okay. What do you guys think? Interesting question. You know, when you came across this kind of people who's underperforming because of personal issue, what do you guys think? Any takers? No, yeah. What do you think? How?
Understand.
Okay, I rephrase my question. The question is this person coachable?
Personal issue is the same as attitude issue?
It can be, but the one that we give example just now, this is because of mental illness.
It can be coach, but you need help. You need help, guidance from psychiatrists or medicine, whatever.
Exactly. But don't go there. Meaning to say, do not coach somebody with mental illness, because that one is definitely requires somebody who has professional, right? So suddenly we coach them, and then the person say, I think I should jump the building. Jump off the building kan. Kita how am I going to react to this? Sikit 0 to 10, are you going to jump now? Okay, but joke aside, guys, when it comes to mental illness, when you see anxiety, when you see differential kind of things in terms of behaviors, that is actually when you say to this person, I think you need to talk to the care line in Petronas, friends, right? Care line. So that's why as a leader, you also need to know these kind of things so that you know where to channel. Yep, Sana.
I think it's good also for if you guys have time to join the minor care program, because that is more you will know, like if you during the coaching session you found that this person needs help, because in minor care they will tell you what to do as a first aider of someone who can help with someone with a mental illness. So not just saying that I think you need to go to see the doctor or you need to have help, because in minor care you also need to come back to the person and
check
whether he has taken that action by contacting the correct party. So I think that's quite a good thing
to pair with coaching. Thank you, Zana. Very, very good. Yeah, so it's very important. So that's for you to differentiate. However, if you know that this is actually mental illness, for instance, this person said, I can't work. Why? Because every time I hear the word my boss, it's like, I can't function, paralyzed, shut down, paralyzed. So that is a very clear message of mental illness. And as Zana said, channel this person to the right one, and then just follow up that they have done that. Why follow up is important? Just to make sure that they have already gotten the help. Seeking for it is one thing, gotten the help is actually more important. Yeah, it's a complete cycle. Thank you, Zana, for that input. Alright, okay, so again, personal issue when it comes to performance, then something that we can address, because performance, it goes back to the three thingy, right? Competence, skill, knowledge, and experience. So as long as you give this, a person who is actually low performer will definitely would be able to perform, at least meet the requirement, right? 3S.
Is it we as a coach, is it that you have not asked the right question? If let's say personal issues, right? I have found someone with a personal issue, but it's more towards some attitude, which is like this person is known among the colleagues as someone who is very arrogant, someone who thinks that he is always right, other is always wrong. He's a brilliant staff, by the way, but that we elevate the confidence level to another notch where people can't stand. So when we do coaching, because I have this preconception, I already know this person and the brand. So I tried to get this person to realize that it's your attitude, I wanted to say that it's your attitude, but he could not realize that. Is it I am asking the wrong question or how?
Okay, any feedback on that one or not?
Why he doesn't realize that he has the wrong attitude?
I think the confidence level is high,
Mm.
too high, that he thinks that nothing is wrong with me.
Get the aha moment.
It's a few sessions, it's a few conversation, but I still fail to make this person realize. Or I don't know, is it my job to make him realize, or I did ask?
Have we asked someone else that maybe need a lot of takers to make
He
him
does
realize?
he does not have
Friends.
I didn't
No one wants to. No friends.
But brilliant. Brilliant.
And you don't care.
He don't care, correct.
Mm.
He don't care.
Perhaps you directly told him before?
Pardon?
Anyone has told him directly before?
I think so, but I think so because I got to know from other person that they talk to him about it. But when I have session, he never reveal.
Yeah.
As in like, you know, when someone who thinks that he's right, he doesn't want to admit that somebody actually tegur dia, or you know, that he doesn't want to orang kata let the cat out of bag.
But would it be okay to highlight this to the person? Maybe I'm asking, in the session, if you have a session privately with this employee, highlighting the issues, saying, hey, I've been hearing feedback of your team members that they are, you know, not very satisfied with the way you communicate or conduct. Maybe raising the issue, no? And then see if he wants to improve that or not.
Is that okay? I haven't done that because I thought that I don't want that it sound like
More like the
bawang. I haven't done that.
Or what if we tie in back to the competency in terms of skill?
He doesn't have competency issue.
What I'm trying to say is competency in terms of leadership skill. So maybe you can answer in terms of a leader or what is it that needs to be done? Then maybe it's harder, but the person is not ready to admit.
He needs to realize that it's part of his objectives, right?
Yeah, because it sounds like.
But this is where I did wrong. I dah impatient sangat. Impatient. I told him directly. I think you are. I think my coach had already.
Leadership tools. SME.
Okay. Okay. Guys, somebody want to say something?
Excellent.
Okay.
Probably probing further. Sometimes they have some underlying reason why they're like that. So what I experienced is the staff appeared to be like that, arrogant, confident, but actually he had self-esteem issues.
Self-esteem, yeah.
So, but it took a very long journey to actually know, okay, he went through this thing and that's why he comes out to have a shield. And that's the problem, yeah. But it's like a long coaching journey and a lot of questions.
Yep. Totally agree. I just want to share something as well. A person with disadvantage, right? Let's say, because you will come across these kind of things, they will try to be prominent during the conversation or during whatever he or she wants to do. For instance, if the person is, have a cross eye. Cross eye, you understand cross eye, right? Okay. So these kind of people, they tend to be loud. Being loud and being better than other people. So that's why they want to hide that thing, and people will focus on those things. So it can be like that. And you guys are so great, man. Seriously. The next one that we are going to touch is actually about group coaching. You have already demonstrated that. Before. Relax. Right. Okay. But before we go there, oh, excited. Okay. Because those are the things that we're going to chat later on, and then those are a very good example of team and group coaching. Yeah, nanti kita akan go through and have some kind of fun about it. Okay, so when you want to manage underperforming employees, you have to recognize the problem. What is the problem? The three things. Which one is actually the issue? Right? If address the issue, then inshallah the thing will be lifted. And then conduct a meeting to establish what causes the underperforming, right? So we say, if you know the person is actually not performing, do not let the person go astray and keep doing it, right? So it is the job or the responsibility of a leader, to make sure that all your team must perform, right? So if you have a solid team, and you say everybody are performing, without even you asking it. So definitely. Then reiterate the expectation of the job. That is very important. So the moment I said to my 6 months, you have not received it, you not achieved the expectation. So I would like to shift your task to our brother. Is it alright? So definitely, at first you are going to have some kind of resistance. Hey, why? No. Then you said, I've given you 6 months and you have not reached. And then maybe if you can still tolerate, you can say, okay, prove me in 1 month or 2 months that you can do what is supposed to be done. Then you shift. Otherwise, then you just immediately shift. If the time, again, as Indah, really put it nicely yesterday, time is not the essence that on our side. Definitely, you have to say, I'm sorry, I'm giving it to our friend. Yeah? So then you have to wear no longer coaching punya skill lah. I mean coaching hat, sorry. Yeah, it is actually leadership hat. Yeah. Reiterate the job expectation also comes with, you don't again it goes with common sense is not making sense, right? So you have to make sure that the person understand clearly what is expected and the deliverables. Yeah, those are the expectations. So develop an action plan together. So the moment you say to now 2 months that you will need to perform those reports as the standard that we required, they must say, okay, give me 2 months. And when she managed to achieve it, don't underestimate her. Praise as a leader, right? So you say, job well done. So now you have proven, continue doing it. Tell me what else that I can assist you as a leader, right? Okay, ensure regular check-ins and follow-ups. Okay, if the deliverable takes more than 2 months, right? 6 months, you don't wait until end of 6 months that you come, hey, have you done the things or not? No, you cannot. You have to pace it up. Yeah, if you say pace, then maybe every 2 months you do the check-in, right? And when the underperforming is so so significant, then maybe every month, right? Every month. So that will depends on your experience and skill to decide in terms when you want the follow-ups. Recognize the progress. That's why I say when you have pace it up, then every time, great, definitely this one you will be able to achieve it. So even like 2 months with my just now, as an example, 2 months, then maybe you pace it up. Don't make it 1 month. Every 1 month you want to check. And maybe every 2 weeks, right? And then once you see the progress, you say, okay, very good, job well done, right? Practice performance coaching, as what we mentioned just now. Provide feedback and retain thorough documentation. Why thorough documentation is important? Why do you think? What do you think? Why thorough documentation is important? Because with this one, we are not talking about a person who just get one time 3L. This is consistent.
Grievance come in, that documentation will be there.
Yes, thank you. Right? So at least HR, when HR say, you know about this? Yes. What have you done? So I have already done the necessary. Right? And then we have agreed and we have met during this date. Because usually in Petronas, the cases of IR lost because of no evidence. We lost a lot of cases because there's no evidence. It is merely the perspective of even the team knows that this guy is not performing, but they can't do anything. Why? Because the leader is not taking steps in making sure documentation are there. Because in order for you to take IR case, it is very, very tedious. The burden of proof is actually with the company, not the person. Because you're accusing the person underperforming. You cannot just say, oh, because of this guy said. You cannot. You have to have evidence. And then once you know that he's actually underperforming, what have you done as a leader? Right? So once you have all those things in place, then you can start doing the necessary. So make a decision if performance doesn't improve. Okay, that is actually when, just now I mentioned, as an example, encourage a healthy work-life balance. Okay, this one, to certain schools of thought, right, they say it's very, very difficult. Right? Very, very difficult to have a work-life balance actually. Because it's either or. Right? It's either or. The chances of you tossing a coin and the coin will stick like that. Like that. It's very, very hard. Right? So that's why work-life balance is very, very hard. Yeah? Unless you craft your work to be something that you enjoy. So that's why it's actually, once people enjoy it, then they will not question work-life balance anymore. Otherwise, if they are doing something that they don't like or they have to do, right, then they start to questioning about work-life balance. Yeah. Okay. When you have conversation, so these are the questions that you are supposed to ask a high performer. So what went well? How did you manage to do it? Kipas, give the aircon some more. What skill you have done, and then who else that you have developed, because we want to have more people like you. Right? Any possible adjustment of role? You want to change any role to something that different, because that is high performer. The hunger of change, continuous improvement, all the kind of things. Okay, for okay performer or mediocre, this is what usually we are going to ask lah. Yeah. How did you manage to do it still? What is really important for you to achieve? How are you going to improve it in the future? Right? So this one, you are going to go through your, I think you can go through yourself. Yeah. For low performer, we have discussed in Tara just now. So don't ask what went wrong. Right? The moment you ask what went wrong, then or the worm will come up. Right? Why? Because you're asking what went wrong. So in coaching, what are we focusing? Solution. Yeah, we are looking at the light at the end of the tunnel. Okay? Alright.
And you can't give suggestion also, right? You can do this, the other project to be better.
If you are the superior, right? But having to say that, if you want to coach people, you don't instruct, right? So how are you going to craft that same question of yours differently? Let us try. You want to say that, please try this method, but you want to say it differently.
Do you think there's any other way that you can improve your performance or the project that you are doing?
So, are there any other ways or method that could assist you, right? If the person says no, you see or not?
Could I suggest you a method? And can I offer you a suggestion?
All right. Okay. So that's being the leader, right? That's being the leader. Okay. What happened just now? If somebody can pick it up, what happened just now? The question that we throw. Close-ended question. Thank you very much. Right. So the open-ended question, how?
What other things?
What other methods you think can assist you to perform this thing? And then if he or she said, I don't have any, who else knows about other methods that can assist you, right? So it's always about that, right? Okay, thank you, very good. I love it.
What if you have the situation where something How is the projects going on? Fantastic. How are your stakeholder management? They love me. In actual fact, the feedback is totally opposite.
Okay, all right. What one thing that people cannot counter? Feedback they still can counter because that is only perception of people, right? Facts. Thank you very much. Right? If you know that this person like to say the same thing, that's what you mentioned, right? And if you were to come with all the evidence saying that this is what the performance of the project, then definitely the person cannot say anything. Right? It's, for example, I give you an example. A person has been coming. This is not about performance lah, but the thing is behavior. Coming late to work. Now we have like flexible, okay, right? Let's say even flexible, we have a cut-off, right? By 10 o'clock you have to be in, right? But this person come at 12, and this job is actually mundane, which is clerk, putting in data, or do all the clerk stuff. So you keep on, coming late. So don't pick like you've been late. So then you are attacking the person. So the moment you attack the person, what will happen?
Fire.
Whoa, yeah, shield kan? Terus, how dare you say that? But if you were to start with, look, for the last 1 month, right, you have been coming late to work 80%. I have all the evidence. Then you think that the person will put a shield? Right, because you are talking from facts. So one thing that people will not argue with is actually facts.
What if the person is also in denial of the facts? They say that the facts, the email you are showing me now is fact or blah blah, something like that. So no matter how much you show the evidences, the person just refuses to accept that it is dictated and part of
it lah. Yeah.
We consider this as non-applicable.
Yeah. So, what do you guys think? That this moment when you have facts and the facts has been questioned.
The person has a problem.
Okay, if it is evidence saying that 80% or don't say 80%, 20% of staff have been hacked, as what he said, then that's again a fact. But if this person is the only one people want to hack, and his position is so low, right? We know that, we're not trying to degrade the position, yeah? I'm not going to do that. What I'm trying to say that, what's the criticality of people to hack a clerk compared to a CEO, right? So might as well I just hack the CEO and then change. We have all these cyber tests, right? Which I failed last week. Right? Okay. So there is no evidence and there is no reason for it to happen. But if the person would be able to demonstrate that, well, we are human, right? We make mistakes as well. So if that's the case, then say yes. Okay, then that's true. Right? But if you have already checked that thing with HR, and this is from Haris, right? The system. Unless he can prove that this is something people want to put on him, then it's different. Otherwise, even you go to any court of law, if the system is actually intact, right? Then the judge is going to go with you, right? Again, it's burden to prove, right? Burden to prove. So the moment the person is saying that this thing has been tampered with, then the burden to prove goes to the person. How do you know? And so you just cannot make excuses or accusation without any facts. Yeah. Okay. Thank you for that question. Is that okay?
So is it not non-coachable?
It's not non-coachable. It's still coachable depending on the situation, but facts is fact, right? Facts is facts. So if they still argue with the fact, then maybe it is beyond your circle or your authority to argue with that thing, right? So then maybe you have to bring something, a HR person to be the mediator. Oh, you are there? Oh, okay. So unfortunately, we are bringing Aisha in. Okay, in that situation, Aisha, your task in the discussion as a mediator, right, is only to say that the evidence is actually correct. We are so 99.9% know that our system is working well. Right, so that is all that you can give. If the person still argue, then it go beyond us lah, because we have already stated, right?
It's not my monkey.
Yeah, it's not my monkey anymore. It's actually yours. Right? Okay, thank you. Okay. Build the common ground. The common ground is actually what you want to achieve at the end of the tunnel. When is the best it's ever been? And when is the best it's ever been? This question I also don't know how they craft it up, but the thing is the guidance, right? The bullet is trying to say, when is the right time for us to do this session? What do you guys think? Underperformer, you notice, now, when do you think that is the right time for you as the leader to do the conversation? Now, right? So, I totally agree. It's actually a promptu thing. It's a prompting, which is immediate. Yeah, immediate. Now. Yeah, because you have all those things. But one thing as a leader, what we always should do, right? Delay. Why? Oh, I need sometimes to gather the information, and then suddenly you forgotten about it because you have already indulged yourself in one project, and then oh no, dah 2 months dah. Yeah, you need to see the person. Tak jumpa lagi, kan? So maybe you start with, okay, call him without evidence, just want to see what happened, right? And then agree on a date to follow up, because that date of following up is not just for the person, it's also for you. Right? The moment you say next month, middle of the month 15, we are going to meet, kan? So definitely you are going to prepare for it, right? You know that now that it is actually a clear things that you want to discuss, or you can still assign the person, go find this thing to show that you are performing well. So definitely, yeah. Okay. So this question is just saying like half full cup and half empty cup, all that kind of things, right? And I always love this question. Your first step in order for you to progress, because remember we want a baby step, right? So what is the most important thing in making the step? If one can tell me. Acceptance is one thing, right? You just imagine yourself the moment. Okay, let me give you an example. There's an alley there. Whoa, very long alley, about 20 feet, right? And people been saying that this alley is haunted, and it's late at night, right? You know that you have to go there, otherwise behind you have like dogs waiting for you, right? So what is the first thing, that you have to break in order for you to make a difference? Screen. Okay. Come on. What is the first thing that you must do? Yeah, acceptance is one thing. Yes, I accept that I am in this situation, but in order to make that baby step, courage, yes. Confidence, yes. But trust, yes. Okay, that are all the the thing that you are putting on yourself, saying that you have to have courage, you have to have confidence, but you are not moving. Exactly. What's that again?
Take the step.
Take the step. Your first step is important. So in order to change, what you need to do? Take the first step. If you are not doing it, then there will be no change at all. Right? So the courage, everything, all is actually correct. Because those are the things that support you to make that baby step. So taking the step is always the most difficult thing that people want, able to do. Right? Yeah, the action. The action is more impactful rather than saying that move, but your legs are moving. Move. You think you will be at the 20 feet end? No, I don't think so. Right? Nobody's doing. Right? And another thing is actually what? Perception. Okay, let's talk about perception. 20 feet just now, people said that it's actually haunted. You are now taking a baby step. You have the courage already. But what? What are you doing? People saying perceptions, right? But what are you doing? You are verifying the perception. At the end of the tunnel, hey, I've been 20 feet, nothing, man. Right? So all these things is actually perceptions of people. Right? So it's not even true. Then if in the middle, then suddenly jump in, then you run and you laugh about it. It's even cat. So it's still not haunted. Right? So in order for us to verify perceptions, you have to take the baby step, and you have to make sure that you do the action, then you can tell people. Yeah? Alright, thank you. Alright, plan good performance conversation and show genuine appreciation. I think this one is something that we have been doing it, right, in terms of how to have a good conversation. I don't want to elaborate it, but it goes to understanding it, exploring, and also consolidating what are the key things that we want to do. So these are the questions that we are going to use during the conversations, and we have all the scores things that we have, right? Okay, all right. Okay, so this career coaching, as we mentioned, it goes with Aspire. Yeah, Aspire, the normal Petronas thingy, like they like all the abbreviation, right? So Aspire, it stands for what? Appreciate, set goal, right? Okay, let me write for you. So the career coaching, right? Then you have to appreciate people. You have to make sure that you appreciate them, and then set the goal. What are the things that you want to achieve? What are the possibilities? Right? What are the possibilities that this thing will happen? What is the possibility of you doing it and it's actually going to go good? What is the possibility of if those things goes bad? What is actually your next plan? Inquire, right? Inquire, readiness. Okay, are you ready or not to take the first step? Right? Are you ready or not to make sure that things are happening? Right? Yep. Go ahead.
So when you look at this model, that Aspire is actually a process. So you look at the process. It is similar to the one that you learned earlier. That's the process.
Yep.
In coaching, the first step is setting goals, and then you go to looking at what's happening, and then you find the solutions, and then what's next step. But here you have this appreciate step. What is appreciate step? Why is it important in career coaching? Who knows? Why is it important? Acknowledge of strength. Motivated.
Know my value.
Again?
Know my value.
Know your value. Confident.
Know your purpose. Know your purpose. Okay? I think the answer is that. Because when someone are looking for career development, career growth, they need to know the purpose of why I want to move, of why I want to shift my journey. You can continue the journey, but why I want to maintain. So there need to be a reason for it. So the reason is that the appreciate self. Looking at what I am good at, what I am not very good at, where the areas that I can improve. So here it is very important when you do that career coaching with your coachee, they need to have that realization. I am good at this, but I want to do the other things. Whether that can be done or not. Some people, let me give an example. This person is wanting to do innovation. They want to join Pink. But the profile does not suit. They do that profiling. So you can find any profiling that says that this person is not able to quickly adapt to change, not wanting to change. That will be difficult for him to adjust his way of doing things in innovation, in Pink. There's something that needs to happen before we allow that things to happen. So that realization needs to happen there when you have that conversation. Same thing, when people, your executive, wanting to go for career movement from executive to manager, you need to make them realize whether they are ready or not. If they are ready, you support. But if based on feedback, they are not ready, you don't allow that to happen. So what you need to do, make them realize, ask them coaching questions, what needs to be done more before they move to the next. Okay? That's all.
Okay, thank you, Mas. Thank you. So basically, what Mas is saying just now is actually this thing, that you execute, and then the last one is the way forward, right? Way forward, you just review. Okay. But if you see, as Mas correctly put it just now, career coaching Aspire is basically also brief, right? You start with building the things, making sure, and then what important to you. Oh, I want to move because I think I'm ready. The moment you heard the word "think," what you will need to do? Validate, verify, right? Remember the LE thingy. So the moment you hear those things, perception. You need to make sure that it's actually, that's what Mas said, right? The person wants to move, right? So are you now ready or not? Are you really think that you have all the what it takes to be to make you move, right? Especially when people want to be promoted, right? So ask them. You know about the leadership rulers, right? Then ask from that angle, saying that, okay, have you ready in terms of this, right? Where are you, right? So if the realization coming from them saying that, no, I'm not there yet, then for them to close the gaps, then it's actually good because they are going to plan to close the gap, right? So it's actually brief in a way, in a way it's actually brief because when you say execute small steps, right, it's all about moving, right? Moving. You have a plan, you have to do it, right? So those are the things. For instance, let's say, that's what Mas mentioned just now. Somebody who wants to do a new thing, right? So the realization, what are the realization that you need to bring to the person as a leader, right? They said, oh, I've been doing this for 5 years, now I want to change something else. And it's a totally flip of the coins that you know that the person has no experience on those, right? Not even slight experience through project or something. No, this is a very clear new things to the person. So what do you think? How you want to make sure the person realize? Anybody? Just throw one question that for the person to know. Because he said or she said that, no, I'm ready. I want to move because I want to do new thing. Right?
On a scale of 1 to 10, what makes you?
Okay, that one is talking about readiness, right? You want to know how ready is the person. 0 means you are ready really to move. You have, investigate everything. 10 means, 10 means you are very, very ready. 0 means, you are not ready at all. Right? So you want to gauge where they are, right? Okay, so what else? The things, okay, let us focus on realization. Realization of readiness, one thing, but realization about the risk that the person is going to take.
See, that one, because currently at the end is the user. So we develop a system, right? So I'm developing part of the system. So the user is really endorsed for okay, the system they have some improve in terms of number one, the simple step to step. So that can be justified.
Yeah, for that improvement, right? Okay.
Number two, in terms of the time. So in terms of the process, previously there is time we put in the process in the Excel and then they improve. So that the number that we can justify.
So, correct.
That is, I think that but from the user, the user angle is acceptable from the bottom to up. From the up to bottom, I think that need to be another percentage.
Okay, that is actually technical way of putting it, right? But if you were to put before somebody do something else, right? Before you even married to your loved ones, right? So what is the thing that you have to make the choice? What is one thing that I'm ready? Macam tu kan? What inspire you to be there? That is the goal. The goal is clear because the person wants to move, and this is totally new place, right?
Validate the background.
Validate background. Okay, the person says, I've studied about this place, everything. But one thing that the person is taking from the risk point of view, what do you think? What do you think? From the risk point of view?
What happens if you move?
Yes.
And then what if it doesn't work out for me?
You can go from that angle. You can go from the angle, saying that. But basically, what we are trying to say is actually, if you were to go there, right, and without, you have 0, right? So your clock is going to reset. Your 5 years will no longer valid. This is totally a new playground. Where are you going to be? You are going to be ranked together with the newcomers. Are you ready to do that? If the person says, yes, I'm ready, right? I'm ready to do that because I have one thing that they don't have. I have experience and I have knowledge. See? Then by all means, because we know but you have, what is expected from the person to increase the skill?
Upskilling.
Upskilling is one thing, but in a short time of period, handover is one thing. But what we want to say is actually you have to be at pace. We need to say you cannot take as the newcomers to be, together with them. Oh, then you are at their place lah, sama. But if you have the knowledge, you have the experience, then you should be able to bring all these people behind you. Barulah betul kan? Kalau you don't have that being taught carefully, so what's the next one? Kan? So you just ask them to think about it again. So is this what really you want to jeopardize? Kan? Well, you can still grow in this one. So then maybe you explore why you really think that you have done everything in this particular position. If yes, by all means, right? By all means. So one of the things that we want to achieve as a leader is actually to make sure that people who reported to us can grow. Previous leaders, They are afraid of this. Why? Let's say I enter the company together with Lakshmi. Right? You just imagine, after 5 years, suddenly, yeah, you become my boss. Oh my God! Right? So they are so afraid of that. But luckily, we are moving to a new phase of life where leaders, it's okay if I have my colleagues, move on. Right? I can accept that. Right? Because it's not because of what? It's because of skill, knowledge. Maybe he has actually more than me, or she has more than me. So that's why she's actually at that point of position. Right? So those are the things that we have to accept. So do not refrain a person from moving just because of you are afraid of the person will be better than you. Right? I have a lot of my reportings last time who are now even a GM. Right? Even a GM. So well, that's actually what they have taken, the risk in life. Remember the risk that we mentioned about, you want to go to a place where it is such totally zero knowledge. But if that is actually the place where the person can really, really grow and do something, why not? Why not? Okay? Alright, so I'm giving you guys more time because today, basically for the Muslim, the prayer is actually about 105, 102 and something like that. Right? So for those who has no any vehicles to go there, you can go with me if you want to. My car is actually empty. I can take 3 person. Bus ada? Tak ada kan? Bus tak ada. So whoever yang tak drive, then you can, because the masjid is actually, the mosque is actually not that far. It's actually in front there, and the other side is actually from Sungai Murab area. Pun dekat saja. Both side you can go anywhere, kan? But if you want to go a place which is, a bit lesser, and then you can use the one dekat TNB. So just to give you a bit of time so that you can, prepare yourself for the prayer. We come back at 2. Is that alright? Okay? We come back at 2. Thank you very much, guys. Give yourself a big round of applause. 2 o'clock.
Balik macam biasa, kau macam semalam.
Balik. Okay, if we can complete the whole thing in the afternoon faster, then because we are going to have a conversation with the leader. So the leader is going to give her experience about coaching to you, so that you will know, okay, basically this is something that, being experienced by the leader. Yeah? Kita masuk kedua, we do some activity sikit, and then after that kita bagi kepada kita punya leader. And so Nick is coming? Still Nick?
Confirm, but as long as he has the relationship, she will.
Okay. Alright.
She's coming.
Alright, thank you very much, guys. Okay, everybody. Time check is 2:18. So let us start, Okay. While let other people just join us as we go along. Yeah. Okay. So I want to do energizer, but I think they have yet to arrive. Never mind. Let's do this. We are going to look at what we have learned so far. Yeah. Since morning. At the end, we are going to see at day 1. But this is only focusing on day 2. So what have you guys gone through since morning? Yeah. Score. Okay, that's good. Score. What is score? Scaling confidence. Outcome. Relationship. Perception. So what is score to brief? Great. Okay, so what is brief? Yeah, brief is actually the structure. Yeah, the structure or the workflow of the whole coaching structure or coaching tools. Yeah, so great. What is brief again? Building, right? Build relationship, and then Sorry? Review. What are you reviewing? What is important for the person to be here at the moment, and then inquiry. What you inquiry? The strength of the person. What have happened before, right? And then expand. What do you expand? Yeah, the strategy of doing it, right? On how you want to perform that particular activity, and then finally facilitate. How do you facilitate? Supporting the coaches, right? Come up with the action item when you want to do it. Otherwise, it's going to be just a nice talk or a chit chat. Yeah. Okay. So that is on score and brief. Okay. I think we have enough in terms of that, right? And then you guys went through, taking the questions. Even though it's actually tough, one of the things that you guys have learned is actually score is just a guide, right? Take the gist and deliver it using your own language. Then it will look so natural, right? So that's the one that you want to do, right? Okay. For Energizer, right? For Energizer, what we are going to do now is actually a pointing game. Pointing game, right? So our company said don't point at other people because you don't blame, right? Don't point at other people. Yeah. But for this one, we are going to do a pointing game. So what I need you guys to do is actually everybody stand up. All right. Okay. A bit of space between you guys. There's not going to be any dance or whatever, right? Okay. Are we, have enough space between each other? All right. Okay. Lovely. So what we are going to do is a pointing game. This pointing game is all about pointing lah. That's why the name is actually pointing, right? Otherwise, it's going to be like showing something. Okay, but the thing is, this is pointing game. So what we are going to do is actually we are going to use our finger, pointing finger, right? Everybody knows that it's actually pointing fingers. Okay, point up, point up. Don't stuck it on your nose. Okay, point up. Okay, what you need to do is to circle or to rotate the pointing finger clockwise. Clockwise, you know, right? Clockwise. Okay. Imagine it's actually a clock, 12, 1, 0, 2. Then follow that thing, right? Clockwise, right? So as I say, go down. You are still pointing up, but slowly go down. Okay, slowly go down now. Slowly go down. Look at the rotation. Is it still anti-clockwise, right? Who else has like clockwise? You can try a few times. It's still the same. Yeah. When I first encounter this, it's like seriously, So, right? Yeah. So again, thank you very much. It's perspective, right? So when you look from another angle, right? Then okay, you can sit down. You can sit down. So again, the debrief is actually perspective, right? So when you look from another angle, you think you are correct, right? But actually the other person is saying the same thing. The only things that you need to do is to bridge and to make commonalities, right? When it's actually you can find that thing, that is when you talk. Otherwise, then it's a pointing game, which is blaming each other, right? They are not good, right? They are not good. They are not submitting on time, all those kind of things. But look at what you can do within your control, and the perspective is the same. The objective that you want to achieve is the same, right? Nobody wants this company to be only until tomorrow. That's why we have this lovely PLC, you see. We want to make the learning center to live another 20 years, right? Relevant for another 20 years. Because we had ours before, that was developed in 80s, right? So now we want to jump another 20 years so that it's still relevant. So that the kids of your kids, being a staff of Petronas, right? Then they say, oh, it's still the same. It's so old, like my granny. At that point of time. Not now. You guys are. Oh my God, seriously. Okay, all right. So what we are going to do is, okay, we're done with the energizer. So this afternoon, we are going to have or practice more things. This morning when I said that you guys are much way ahead, right? So those are the things that you guys have done. In terms of what we are going to do after this is actually team coaching and group coaching, right? So this morning you guys has already demonstrated some on group and team coaching, right? Okay, we are going to see it after this, yeah? What is team coaching? So the difference between team coaching and group coaching is only what are you targeting on, yeah? So for instance, if it is a team coaching, you have a common goal you want to achieve, right? So you coach the team to go to the common goal, right? Right. So it's just like, for instance, you are a CEO or you are the general manager of something, and you want your team to achieve something, right? So that is actually the team coaching that you are bringing the whole group. But for group coaching, the topic is the same. So everybody else is giving their input in terms of what the person have done, have you considered this or not. So talking back about this morning, right, which one do you guys think that you have done? To Zana, remember? Zana brought up about somebody that she's trying to coach and she's throwing away the hat. Right? Zana is, yes, she mentioned that. So what do you think? Yes, it is a group coaching because the topic is the same and you guys are giving the feedback in terms of what else you can do, what else you can do. The only thing is actually it was not structured at that point in time. Right? Okay, so how we are going to do differently in the afternoon is to do that, yeah? So basically, we are going to demonstrate between these two. So the reflection about the team is you have to prepare and then present what it is. So did you see this loop? So it is still brief in a way, right? The only thing is it's actually not put as brief, right? So in order for you to do reflecting on team coaching, everything, you have to make sure that preparation is there, and then you have to present. Present means say you put and state your goal or what you want to do. Clarifying means say, try to see why we are here, right? What else that you have done, right? What is actually the issue, right? So those are the things that you are looking at, and then affirming. After this, we are going to see the detail. So, if you see, right, preparing is the person who wishes to receive help. So just like this morning, what Zana has done is actually, I have the, and then everybody like looking at Zana. Okay, I need this help, right? Okay, and then number two, the presenter outlined the situation. Means say, then she mentioned the story. I've been, coaching this guy, and this guy is like this, and then everybody like, oh, okay, that's why it is, right? Until she has already completed, somebody said, have you ever, considered that or not, right? So then, when Sanggari did that, that is clarifying, right? That's clarifying. You want to know more about the situation, yeah? Yep. You shouldn't do that. You shouldn't do that. Yeah, so that's why I said this morning the one that we did is not structured, right? But somehow it happened, right? Just now, this morning, right? So the only thing why, because basically what you need to do is to coach on the common goal, the topic, right? The topic itself. So what's the topic? The topic is actually that she's trying to coach this person who's actually a bit arrogant, thinks that he's actually the best, everything. So what we need to do is to do affirming. The team members tell the presenter what impressed each of them, how she has handled the situation. So by right, Sanggari will say what? Oh, very good. You have extend your way of handling a person, which is very tough person, right? So you do that first, yeah, and then reflecting. While the team is reflecting, the presenter remains silent. She cannot answer. But this morning, what she did? No. I have that. No. Okay, she has to be quiet. Yeah, she has to be quiet, remain silent, and take note what other people is suggesting. Yeah. So the member takes turn to go around and offer one item at a time. If one person has nothing to offer, then you say, I pass. Right? So you have quite a number of people. Let's say you have like 5 people in a group, right? Then you say, I pass. And then the other person say, I pass. Then until it's a total silence, when you say nobody else has any input to give, right? Then we stop by closing it. When all the reflections have been made, the presenter responds briefly what she has said, thanks everyone, say thank you, and set herself a goal based on the reflection. Right? So when you say, she will say, I think this is what I'm going to pick it up from you, right? This is what I'm going to do. Yeah? Because when you are doing that, you are giving her the solution. Right? Okay. Because we are not supposed to say, have you tried this? Because definitely, so how are we going to ask differently? Instead of saying, have you tried this?
When do we do this group coaching?
Why we do?
Is it
Okay. To answer you in terms of when, right? When we use this group coaching, it is not apparent within Petronas, yeah. But it is if you were to join one of the clubs in the Royal Selangor Club. The Royal Selangor Club is actually where no, it's not playing golf. Okay. Pewter is actually more it. But the thing is, if I'm not mistaken, every Wednesday, I think it's actually every Wednesday, there will be like scouters who are looking for new ideas, and if they want to sponsor anything. So a person will go there and be seated in front of prospect people, right? So that is actually when this group coaching is happening, right? The person is going to present, okay, this is my idea, blah, 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 right? But this is what I encounter. So the rest will be giving their feedback in terms of, they are not supposed to say, have you tried this? Then how different that you're going to say it. Right? So it's all about, this solution should be handled this way. Yeah? Okay, so meaning to say, the things that you, even this morning, right, as I mentioned, we have said that to you, right? So in the afternoon, this session, right, we are not going to do that. Yeah, we are not going to do that. And then the benefit of reflecting this way is the input tend to build creatively on each other. So when you say, people will get another idea on another idea. Yeah. And then the input offered at this stage include anything that each member consider relevant, technical, advice, reflection. Yeah. Okay, but as I mentioned, at the end it will become slower and slower because nobody else want to say anything, right? So then the moderator is supposed to stop it when there are no input coming in. Yeah. All right. Is that clear in terms of group, coaching, right? So common goal, it's a common goal. So I know it's actually difficult a bit to do it because we tend to, it's our nature. We have been like since kids until now, right? We've been saying that, have you. Okay, another thing, why we shouldn't say have you?
It's a suggestion?
Yeah, it's a suggestion. But look at the type of the question.
Close-ended.
Yeah, it's a close-ended, right? So we want you guys to use an open-ended question, but do it differently, right? Okay? All right.
May I ask,
yes.
So meaning any topic lah.
Yep, depends. It could be any topics. Yeah, it could be any topics, and again, in coaching, what matters is the coachee, right? Where the coachee wants to go, right? Okay, but the difference is that for this time there will be no bouncing of activities. It will be like one way. I'm going to tell you blah 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 blah, right? And then subsequently, it is actually a one-way coaching. Yeah.
You say like you can do this.
Yes.
Another person said you can try this way.
Yes. 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 Exactly. Yeah. All right. Would you like to test that? It's fun. It is fun. And the best part is actually when somebody is sending here, receiving it, right? Because definitely you are going to benefit from it, especially if you bring a real case here. Yeah. Okay.
Maybe a case. Maybe we can try again.
Try again. Would you like to try again? Alamak. Just now I was not prepared. No, presenting is actually, you just tell them, okay, this is actually what I want to achieve, right? And then this is what I've done, right? So everybody else must be like quiet, right? And then, okay, now I have finished. And then the moderator will say, okay, it's time for us to do group coaching. Then we go from one table to another table, right? So any one of you can ask that clarifying question, or try to make sure that you're offering them or him or her solution. Yeah. Okay. Anyone? Zara, you would like to try? No. Yes.
Mine has been discussed.
Cik. Okay. It's a new sharing. Right.
Anyone?
Come on. Anybody? It will be it's because you will rarely have this opportunity, basically, right? If you go back to your place, definitely if you have issues, sometimes you just refer to your friends, get some coaching. That one is actually totally one-to-one coaching, but this one is something different. No, think of something that has been hindering you from achieving your objective, right? So, anybody? Okay, we will go for 20 minutes, because definitely you are going to tell your kind of story about 3 to 4 minutes, and then we are going to rotate in terms of giving all the feedback to you, right? And then after that we are going to do some debriefing in terms of what you have learned, what you're getting from that, and what the teams has also learned from that. If you want to take it. Yep. What time is the meeting?
In 15 minutes.
Oh, 15 minutes. Okay. Then. Okay. Anybody, come on.
If we do a short one, I'm okay.
We do 10 minutes.
I need to go out in 15 minutes.
Okay. Are you guys okay with that?
Okay.
Okay. Thank you. Give a big hand to Nico. Okay, Nick.
I have to sit up?
Yeah, you can stand, you can sit down, it's up to you.
I'm uncomfortable sitting there. Everybody's judging me. I'll go quickly. I apologize. I need to talk in a few minutes. An example that I discussed with other colleagues yesterday also. So I've recently moved to a different department. I've been promoted to principal, and around 2 months ago I started my new position. And so far so good. I'm happy with it. Nice team, but this time of the year everybody's super busy and they are closing everything, performance, everybody's running around. And one thing that has been bothering me is that I have not so far found myself within the department. I'm struggling to build the rapport and relationship with my GM and supervisors and so on. And also even to to find exactly how can I contribute a little bit more. I feel like I'm jumping here and there, you know, addressing fires here and there, and call from this and call from that. I don't know how that will translate in something that is tangible and visible later. So it's not urgent, but I think I need to address it. And I've been thinking, how can I better address it? How can I basically establish a better rapport and get to know my bosses better, and also not only the bosses but also the rest of the team. And obviously, not Malaysian, I've been here for a while, but still there is a gap in different communication styles and cultural differences and so on that made it maybe an additional challenge for me. I've been addressing over all this time. Yeah, and that's where I am, and it's something that is throughout this process since yesterday kind of in the back of my mind.
All right, is that all?
Yeah.
So, what do you want to achieve at the end of the session?
Well, I would like to have some actions or have more clarity on what to do next in order to build a better connection, a better relationship with my GM and my colleagues. Yeah, and how to be more efficient in my new position in the department.
Okay, all right. So, any clarification that you want to do, no, in terms of that situation? Yes.
You've been moved around from one department to PAG and then to a new department. Historically, how long does it take for you to really understand, build rapport, just to understand, just clarification, historically?
Okay, so I joined Petronas end of 2014, and I worked for MPM until 2 years ago. Yeah. So initially when I came here, it was a big shock and challenge, and also the department that I joined was new, SSM at the time, in POM. It took time, I would say like almost 6 months for me to just start feeling much more comfortable and performing better, right? The challenge there was, well, everything was new for me, and before I worked for smaller organizations where this is not a challenge, you get to know people very quickly. So first time for me working in a big company like Petronas, and a new department, so even the other colleagues were also getting to know each other. So to answer your question, around 6 months back then, and then when I joined TAG operations team, it was also tough because I was just coming back from my holidays. I got COVID. I was in Argentina. I got COVID in Argentina first week of January. They didn't accept. They wanted PCR. My PCR was still positive for like a month or so. So eventually, I managed to travel to Paris, and then another week there, and finally I managed to go back. So I started like February. And then I had long COVID, so that didn't help. And so I really struggled. Actually, it was the worst year in my performance in Petronas was last year. Before that, I was always, never one, but top performer. So last year was very tough because of that. I mean, the situation of COVID and so on didn't make it easier for me. But even without that, I think I would have struggled. So I don't want, now I'm feeling okay, luckily so far not COVID. But I don't want, I would like to, I've noticed that it affected me in the past. So I want to try to see how can I do better, how can I expedite that process. Because I know that once I pass that stage, and once I build the rapport, people get to know me, they know I am reliable, and I have the drive to do the job. So everything is very smooth, and I feel happier, I deliver better, people is happier with me, I do more work and so on. So I'm kind of anxious to move to that stage in a shorter period of time.
Thank you, Nick, for the question. How about this table? Do you have any clarification that you want to ask Nick? Okay. Oh, you want to pass? Pass, okay. Passes.
What are the
things that you can think of that you did with your past team that you can apply to the current team in terms of relationship building?
Great question.
I think in the past, in MBA, actually, when I moved from, there was a reorg, no, 2017 I think it was. So from SSN and RDM, then RM.
Excel project.
Yeah, with Excel. And I had one Oriana that he was my GM back then. And I just basically knocked her door. At the time, we still had the office. So I knocked her door and I said, you have some time, I would like to talk to you. And I have a very open conversation with her. And she was very straightforward and frank, which I appreciate. She basically told me, yes, I'm actually not happy with your performance. Those were the exact words, which was not nice to hear, but actually really helped me. And I think if I have not done that, I think my performance would have been bad at the end of the year. I actually ended up having, I think, 2 that year. It was pretty good. She ended up very happy with my show and everything. So that really helped. I just went straightforward and said, no. Can I talk to you? Hi, I noticed that maybe I'm underutilized and struggling to see how I can help a little bit more. I feel like I'm running from here to there, meeting to meeting, but not doing much. How can I help? And having that conversation, but at that moment, I was lucky that she took the time to have the conversation, and she was very frank and very straightforward, and she told me what she needed. That really helped me. I took that as a constructive
feedback.
Yeah, constructive feedback. It really helped. So far, I have not attempted to do something similar because I feel like this time of the year, everybody's kind of not in the right mindset. But I'm hoping to do something like that probably after my leave. The last 2 weeks of the year, I'm going to be back here after my annual leave. So if I found them in the office, that's probably a very quiet time that people can sit down and relax and talk a bit more.
Okay. How about Aisha's table? Do you have anything?
In terms of the demography, comparing your previous team and the current team, what's among the difference?
Demographic. I think I'm not so sure, but I feel that younger people in the previous team, which somehow is a little easier for me. I found it a little bit easier. They are, how to say, it's easier to just go and sit down and talk to them about anything, and then you build the conversation, and then whenever you need to communicate for work, you already build that conversation. You broke the ice, right? I feel here probably it's a bigger team, a little bit more senior probably on average, so that makes it a little bit harder. I kind of try to approach a few people, but everybody seems to be so busy. And okay, we talk about it.
Okay, thank you. Bahar, your team?
How much of your personal time are you willing to sacrifice to do rapport? Because you said everybody is busy during the working hours, but how much of the personal time are you willing, like example, like call somebody for breakfast or let's go for coffee after work. So how much are you willing?
I normally spend a lot of hours in the office because I live in Secretariat and I go to office very, very early to avoid traffic. Normally I go to the gym before, then I go to the office. But even that, I'm like 8:30 I'm in the office, say until 6:30 or so. So that's already more than the working hours. So anything within that, I'm okay. And in fact, if it's I am flexible if anybody tells me, oh yeah, let's meet, but actually the only time that I have is 7:30 on Tuesday. But I'm okay with that. I'm already just across the street in the gym, so I can do that. No, yeah, I'm willing to invest my time for that. Yeah. Outside the work, working hours.
Okay, in the interest of time, for Nick, right? So let us assume that clarification is actually done, right? So now it's actually a forming, right? So from each table, we are going to tell, from the story you pick up just now, you tell how impressed you are with what he has done, right? Okay, from the middle table. Any takers?
I think Nicholas pays a lot of attention in building his rapport, which is very good, and that's what people always miss out when they are just trying to achieve goal but neglecting other people's feelings. So I think you have a very frank and I would say you appreciate people. So I think that's good.
Thank you.
All right. How about this table? From the story, what have you picked that he has done well?
I think from your story, I think you have done a good job. You are trying to build positive relationship with your superior, because some people not bother with building a great relationship with the superior. So I think you are very good job.
Okay, thank you. How about this table?
I'm impressed at you are being able to receive constructive feedback from your previous superior and turns it as a motivation for you to improve further. I mean, that's usually the other way around, where you got the feedback involuntary from your superior rather than you seek for one for improvement.
All right, Aisha's table. Sure.
I think it's good that you are aware of your other colleagues' busy time, and you are trying to actually find the right time, and that would be important. Then having a more relaxed building relationship atmosphere.
Bahas table.
I thought that you are good and very open to share your issues, your concern about whatever you are needing, and then seek ask help from other people.
Okay, done. So we have done affirming, yeah? Okay, assume we have done. Okay, now it's reflecting. What can you offer to Nick in terms of his situation and the goal? Mizi bin table, come on.
Patience. I think because
Okay, thank you.
the year end, so you just need to be patient and you will start reset. Yes.
Okay, thank you Bahas table. Mizi bin table tak ada? Anything that you can offer to Nick, saying that, you know? Tak ada.
Because now is the year end, everybody is chasing to complete all the tasks. It's not really good timing, but don't give up. To really proactive, reach out to your friends, not only supervisors, and times will reflect that you will build the rapport.
Thank you. Outside table, come on.
Nicola, I think you have done a very good job in the past, in which you have that experience. So this time around, I think you have the courage. What you need to do is take the step, apply the previous experience that you have, and I think that's going to work for you.
Okay, thank you. How about Bad's table?
I say get to know your colleagues outside meeting room, outside office hour.
Precise, short and very, you know, straight to the point. Okay, Lakshmi, go on.
Okay, end of the year, if there's a team building nowadays, I think end of the year, please join and get to know, and that is the best time to know each other better. Team building or any tandoori, mingle together.
All right, that is reflecting. Sorry, another one. Aisha.
I suggest maybe not, maybe you even have a simple makan and say, hello everyone, come over to the pantry, I brought some Argentina.
Yeah.
I will need to go up corners also.
Okay, all right. For the interest of time, okay. So now we are going to say like thank you to everybody.
Thank you, everybody.
All right. What have you captured from their input that you can use for?
I think all this last round, very good advice. I mean, the patience, the timing, the outside office or looking for the right environment, the persistence, they applying what worked in the past. So I feel encouraged, and I think it's pretty good. I appreciate this. Hopefully it will work.
All right? So that is group coaching. Thank you for agreeing. You understand or not? Right? So, but you have to have a moderator, because sometimes, especially when you interject by, have you tried? Because that is actually ingrained in our DNA, right, to say. So that's why you have to have just a moderator to make sure that you go through the whole motion, and you know, if you don't have anything to offer, it's okay. You just pass, right? Because the most important, just now, it's actually a bit short period of time, because in the interest of time, right? Otherwise, you can come up with more ideas. Okay, let's say it's now Nick says not here. What else that you can offer to Nick?
I think should have a more engagement on the team. Must be maybe every week stand up, everything.
There you go.
Yeah.
Right? Potluck. Yeah, there you go. Right? You know. Okay, what else? What else from this table? What else that you think can give to Nick actually? What else that you can give to Nick? Come on. There must be something, right? Remember, this is end of the year. Some of you guys has mentioned those things. End of the years. It's always like planning. Celebration, right? All those things. And another one is actually, we are going to go forward next year. It's always like, this is the right planning time. Right? Yeah. So that is the time that you're going to inject, right? Yeah. So it's not just about those things, right? But you see, you know, that's the beauty of it. So did we ever look down at what he's actually doing? No, right? And then have we asked him, have you tried this to make it happen? No, right? But you guys are not using that, but you still manage to, you one thing that you saw in his face just now, what's that? Exactly, aha moment. So clear. The moment somebody said patient, shit, yeah, I've totally forgot about that. That's clearly stated on his face, saying that, yeah, I should be patient, right? And then somebody said, go and do some Argentinian thingy. Yeah, exactly. Oh, why don't I think about it? I'm so different. When people ask and clarify about differentiation between the team, right? So those are the things that he didn't see, and that's the value that he's getting from you guys. See? So that is actually one way of getting it. So this thing, as I mentioned, it is not prominently seen in Petronas. And it's not prominently seen. But the thing is, it still can be done. Right? For instance, you have, I've been doing it with my team without them knowing it, right? So I will like go, it don't have to be formal situation, right? Suddenly that, the three of you sit down like that, I come, hey, how's things, guys? Oh, okay, hey. That's the aha moment. Right, and then you said, hey, about our things, right? The one that we have to deliver. Hey, what do you guys think? I really want to get your idea about it. See, then everybody jumping, right? Somebody is so eager, sometimes, right? And then, start offering, and then sometimes, oh, okay, boss, what about this one? Have you talked to our CEO about this thing or not? Then you just chip in a bit. You don't just follow by saying, I cannot answer you. You have to be pretentious a bit, right? No, that one I have considered, even though you never considered it before. So you see, now my secret has been revealed. My staff knows about it. Oh my God. Okay, so that is group coaching, yeah. So that is what we want you guys to do more in terms of, if you stuck, right, do it. Even with your friends, right? Even with your friends, They don't even have to know that you are trying to seek coaching from them, right? Because it doesn't mean it has to be the same industry, right? You talk from someone from TMB, you talk from someone from McDonald's even, right? So these are the things that you are trying to do in terms of getting a fresh new ideas, right? Sometimes they will say that, hey, it happened also at my place. From our place, this is what we have done. Right? Then I say, oh, okay. Right? Pretend, nodded a bit. Okay, yeah. So it's clear, right? Yeah, in terms of what it is. So what did you have learned? What have you learned in terms of team coaching compared to personal coaching? Right? Right? And what about the solution?
Creativity. There's so many things.
And the best part is actually you can build on another people's suggestion. So just now, right? Just now you mentioned, you have to build on this one and then try to go for potluck. Right? Whereas it's actually the same thing, right? You see, no, you are expanding, because you are excited, saying that, oh, this something can work, right? So how will that help you? How you think this thing will help you? Right? As I mentioned, you can just take my tips as well. Like especially TPs. TPs, right? You just like Nick. You guys are just like Nick. You need to go and mix around with people, right? So that's why Nick is actually, having a hard time because he entered not at the right time. But never mind. To him, it's not the right time. Actually, it is the right time. At least, you have some calm factor for you to learn about the organization, right? So those are the things that you guys never touch just now, right? So if what you can offer is actually, suppose you take this time for you to learn about the organization and learn more about people who is actually what, right? Rather than you jump into doing the work straight away and then until you forgot about networking. That's what you mentioned. Right? He focused on that because he believes like that, right? So those are the things that we want to. What we'll do after this workshop, that's the beauty of it. Right? The beauty of it is actually, these are the things that we are going to ask from you out of this workshop, right? Because if you were to come here and learn without practicing, then it will fade away slowly, right? So you need to make sure that you are doing it. So before we adjourn for the coffee break, right? There are quite a number of things, that we ask them to do, right? Alright, okay, lovely. So, because it's too early for us to go for coffee break, right? I think you guys are still full. Yeah, still full, right? Okay. So, if we can end the session early, then we can end the session early. Kan? Okay. Alright, okay. Okay, this is out of context. So I just want to know, what do you guys want to commit out of this workshop? I will go from one table to another lah. Yeah. So we start dengan you guys. In order for you to make sure that whatever you learn here will be used for good use. Anything?
I think for me is patience. I mean, when we go through brief, I realize that I have to go through all these things, this particular flow when I do my coaching. So in a way, I can practice patience when I'm going through that flow. I think that's something that I want to commit. Rather than rushing through, at least I know that I follow this flow and it's more structured, and even the coachee will have more clarity.
Alright, thank you very much. So again, just remember when you are rushing, it's always to go slow, because your brake, your brake pedal is created for you to accelerate. That's why you can thrust very, very fast, because you don't afraid that you can stop at any point of time, right? So that's why they created the brake. The brake is not for you to stop or to slow you down, right? The one that's slowing you down is another car in front. Okay, joke aside. But the thing is, it's actually meant for that, yeah, for you to be able to know that you will be able to proceed, yeah. So remember, Star Wars next time. Patient, my Padawan. Okay, about this table. Asnul punya table ni. Yes.
I think I will do more structure. I think previously I not have a guide, a proper guide. I think with the brief, now we see that the way how we tackle each detail to clarify, to define, and to what I call plan, strategize this thing.
All right. Okay. So now that you have learned a structured way of doing it, right? So it's much better, right? So you know, you are not straying. No, last time when you do this without structure, you thought it's actually correct, right? Just like what you have done to Zana this morning, kan? We thought it's actually correct, but it's actually not, because you are killing in terms of, the process of getting it more and more and more, right? Okay. Thank you very much. So structured way, now you understand brief, right? So please use brief. How about the one in the middle?
I think because previously I have the coaching technique based on grow, goal, reality check, and then explore options, and then willing to commit. Now with this, more or less same as brief, we just, what I can use is the score, variety my questionnaire.
Yes.
And on top of that, group coaching. Because the group coaching is not always being a common technique that we use in our discussion.
Great. Thank you very much. Right. So basically, having those tools is actually will help you to go forward, right? So those are the things that most matter the most to us. Thank you. So having a structured way, having things. Okay. Now I want to say about this thing. You have a lot of coaching techniques, right? Which one should I use? Dr. Marshall said, you just take one particular model that you are comfortable with, and the rest just let go. Right? Because those are the things that you know, right? And then you adhere to it, then you want to make sure that you are good at it and you deliver. So nobody is supposed to say that, hey, grow is better than brief, because it's actually the same thing. Okay, thank you.
So actually you are saying that find your own coaching style, is it?
In a way, but structuredly using a model rather than you just doing it out of a model where you are grasping for air in terms of getting what I need to do next, right?
Is it okay if you do coaching plus other things like mentoring or guiding or training? Can we pair it?
Okay. Dr. Marshall said, right? He said, like, you call it mentoring, you call it coaching, but what is actually the whole objective of doing this? Helping people. As long as you help people, don't care about it, right? That's don't be so rigid. But experience-wise, okay, I'm sharing you guys. Experience-wise, I've been doing coaching together with mentoring. I would like, when the mentoring is required, then I would say, now I'm not going to coach you. I'm using my mentoring hat. I even do it in front of them, right? And then I say, okay. Then I start mentoring them, telling this is how I already experience, right? And then, and then I say, okay, now I'm putting back my coaching hat. Okay, after you hear about the experience, right? So what can you do to your issue? See?
Meaning you have to differentiate juga lah
when
you have to differentiate, is this coaching or is this mentoring part?
Yeah, but if you don't want to do it, okay, your coachee never knows. they won't be like, no, this is mentoring, No, they will not do that, right? Unless they have attended the two things, right? And then they will be able to tell it very, very clear. So what? Just do it, right? So that's why I mix between the two, right? So that I make it very, very clear to myself. Actually, doing that hat thingy is actually telling to me. I'm not telling him or her, right? I'm telling myself, okay, you have to differentiate between the two things, right? Then you are very clear when people say, what is actually coaching? Then this is coaching and this is actually mentoring.
I just want to share, like, just now I share about the person that I coach at having an attitude problem. So the funny part is, in the end, I said, I don't want to coach you, I just want to be your friend, so that I can tell, hey, you jangan berlagak. In the end, I was like impatient. Pardon me, because I'm new to this coaching, right? So in the end, I was like so impatient to tell, oh my God, it's your attitude, man. Why you can't see this?
Yeah.
So in the end, I said, look, I think I'm just not going to be your coach. I cannot. Luckily that we met. I mean, we worked before. We engaged before. We do talk. Before these things lah. So I said, I don't want to be your coach. I just want to be your friend. So now I'm your friend. You know, yang kau berlagak sangat. You know, in fact, I told Mr. Aziz about it. He said, how like you want to be a coach like this? Eventually, I can't do it. I can't do it.
So actually, it's very, very tough when it comes to closest friend, right? But if they're just a friend, you still can do it, you know. Because when it comes to closest friend, that is why some people say what? You cannot coach your
husband or
exactly your spouse, right? You can't. No. Nick, I want to extend. Can or not? Nowadays, if your kids know about coaching, you cannot coach them. They will say, that I don't need coaching, I need answer. Right, but being natural, then you started to coach them. And then sometimes the best part is actually when they ask you not to do it, right? Yeah, at first you start with not giving, and suddenly you coach back without them knowing it, and then suddenly hey, I've been talking 20 minutes rather than you. You are supposed to give me the answer. You know, they don't even notice it, right? Because what will coach do? Score. Remember score? What is coach supposed to do? Ask a good question. So when you ask the good question, who has the experience of the issue? We cannot, coachy, right? So the moment you say, hey, I give you an example example. My daughter, she's actually in Form 5 right now, and she's having problem in terms of, progressing with her coursework together with the friends, right? So complaining, Dad, oh no, this person is not doing this. So then I said, what is important to you? Then there's a moment she said, please don't coach me. Then she's so familiar about it. She said, don't coach me. I want an answer. Okay lah. At the end, you want to submit, right? Okay, yeah. I want to submit. Okay. So who's actually in your team that is actually giving you this problem? Oh, Sangeeta or something. Then suddenly she's like blabbing for 20 minutes. Hey, I'm not supposed to tell you. You are supposed to tell me the answer. But that's the thing. I don't know about that situation. Right? She's the one who tell it. So, okay. So even if people say to you, don't coach me, still can coach them. Okay, how about you guys? One things that you think that you want to take as commitment.
Is that in terms of coaching, maybe about asking the right question. Because previously I do attend a coaching training. And when I go back to home, I try to coach my wife.
Huge mistake.
So what else can be done? Actually outside. I think instead of stop doing the coaching, it's more asking the right question at the right time to help her achieving her goals.
Exactly. So I can share with you the same thing that my wife did to me in terms of, during bedtimes, right? Especially then before you go to sleep, then they will like pour things to you, but they want to answer. Right, so the first thing they will start, don't coach me. I said, okay, never mind, I will not coach you. But the thing at the end, she will be talking the most compared to me. Yeah. So 80% of the time should come from the Kochi. So 20% only coming from you because you asked the right question. So the only time that they are going to notice is when they are tired of talking. They feel like, oh, shush man, I'm not supposed to talk. Okay, but the thing is there. Okay, so you guys have been great. Let us go and do this. Birding sustainable. Okay, birding sustainable coaching practice. That's why I asked from you guys what you need to do, right? So it's essential care. Create connection to build the safe space. Again, I cannot stress more about safety, psychological safety. Yeah. So understand the focus in questioning. Yeah. So meaning to say, what do you want to achieve when you ask a question? So that is why we have score, right? Oh, the first thing that you want to ask is about strategy, what they want to do, right? So again, score is only guidance, right? If you have gone through a few times, definitely you will know, oh, okay, this is actually what I want every time and it works. Then done. Okay? And then reflect, raise self-awareness to strengthen confidence. We need to say, you must aware of what they have done better in the past, right? They have done better, so that reflect on that. Because sometimes those are the things that we want to focus on. Always focus on positivity. Always focus on the end goal. Yeah, and then excite. Excite means evoke the interest and stir up emotion. Every coachee has unique goals. Again, every coachee has unique goal, and it is the coachee's goal, not the coach goal, right? So that's why coach what? What do we coach? What do we coach? Come on guys, what do we coach? Exactly, thank you very much. Coach the person, not the issue. Once you coach the issue, you start membawang and you start do all the rest of things. Okay? Take that. Coach, always coach the person. Sometimes, as I mentioned, right? Even though you have been doing it long, suddenly you jump into the problem. Suddenly, oh, I forgot. I'm supposed to coach the person. Then you step back by saying, okay, enough. Let us, focus on something else. Let's say your friend, kata kalau Bahar dengan Pilan pergi makan, kan? That's the best time to membawang. Kan, sambil makan kan. Tapi how can you turn that membawang into a coaching session? How? Tengah sedap ni membawang ni. Kan? Yeah, then it's actually for us to stop, right? Okay, let it be something that we cannot control. So what can we do? You start with that.
How can we avoid this situation?
Yeah. See? Right? One simple question will lead to tremendous things. Seriously. Right? Only ask the right question or the good question. So again, I want to state to you guys, coach the person, not the issue. Okay? Alright. So they have coachee, they are flexible and adjust your strategy and technique to fit the coach's agenda. You must be so flexible. Meaning to say, as I mentioned, right, when it is actually the action should come from the coachee, right? So if he wants to do that, let him do it, as long as objectives is actually achieved. So that's why when we are coaching our own staff, and never mind about how they are going to do it, right? As long as you get the objective, right? So let them make mistake or something so that they will learn. Otherwise, if everything is glory, that's what happened with our kids. Why they are so spoiled? And remember, when we say that to our kids, their kids are going to say that to them. Our parents have been telling that to us, no? Right? They say that spoiled brat. Right? Because it's actually the same. Because we want people to improve, right? Or have a good, better life than us. That's what we want for our loved one, right? Okay. All right. So next is actually for us to go for leadership sharing. But before we end, I think you are after the session, right? After this session, we are going to go for break. Before we go for break, I want to tell you that you'll be receiving an email from PLC, right? So you have learned about this. What are you going to do, right? So you are supposed to nominate, I think, about 3 personnel. That I think you have done that, or is it? No, not yet. Okay, so you are going to receive that email to say that you have to coach this 3 person, right? You can name anybody if you want to, right? If it's actually coached by position, it's much easier because you get all the time for you to coach a person. But the thing, if you don't have, don't worry, right? Even between you guys, you can do coaching. Let's say, you don't feel comfortable, just to go and do it with your staff or do it with another colleagues, right? So you just call, right? Cindy, can I have like coaching session? Right? Then you say, okay, 1 hour. Okay, 1 hour, okay, can. 45 minutes to 1 hour, that's top, right? More than 1 hour, bawang already lah. So that's what coach is, right? Okay, done. By doing coaching, you are growing people, right? Because you are not giving the fish to the fisherman. You are giving the skill to fish, right? Okay, so bring through the journey. Definitely we went through all the journey just now. And break the barrier. What barrier is this? Yeah, so in order to break the barrier, how? Psychological safety is number 1, right? And then on the session, how are we going to, break the ice to start the motion? We call it brief, right? So start building the relationship. Okay, so helping people, definitely leadership quality. Okay, so by having coaching, do you think you have a good quality as a leader? So people will say that, I like going to Cindy, I like going to Kamil. Why? Because they always guide me. That's what we be saying about our boss lah. Kan? Just always guide me, not knowing that we are the one who giving all the answer. Alright, so that is the leadership quality that we're looking at. So guide to realize, okay, we have the guide, which is brief. Improve performance, definitely, because at the end of the tunnel, don't worry about leaping. Right? We said, take a baby step. And the most important, take courage to act. Right? Courage to act. Okay? Transform people, definitely. So once they have differently, yeah. Okay. Support system. This one I like. Support system. So now that you know you have the skill, knowledge, right, and experience you're going to make after this, right? What are the support systems that you have in Petronas with regards to coaching? I've been telling you guys this. Yeah. So coaching academy. You have a list of coaches that you can just refer to, or even send your staff, right? Send your staff. You want some kind of varieties, and you are so busy, right? Then you say, never mind, I know somebody that can coach you. Then without asking them, you go and do it. You find at PLC, then definitely they don't see you helping them, right? So you want to pretend a bit. Then you say, okay, I will send the name to you, right? Maybe after this, give me about 10 minutes, and then you go and browse. Look, I think this one can. So you just call the person, can I send my staff to you for coaching? No coach is going to say no, unless I know you have something else. Then you say, the answer is still yes, but okay, just introduce her to me or him to me. Then I'm going to take from there. Right? So you have that support system, yeah? Helping others to achieve goal, done just now. Motivate to move forward. Don't you think that now they know how to proceed, they have the motivation? Right? So they have the motivation to go forward, because even though it is something which is very blim, it might happen or it might not happen. But at least, the most important is actually the belief in themselves the fire to say that, I will try. Right? I will try. So that is what we want. Right? Okay? Good listener. This one is actually one thing lah. Kan? We have been talking about this. No matter how good you are a good listener, you still fail when it comes to your spouse. Right? Okay. Good. Tapi really for coaching, listening for what? Don't listen for what? Come on. Don't listen for? Yeah, exactly. Okay. No, the word is actually do not listen to respond. Right? If you were listening to respond, you will notice this. One of these days, yeah, you are going to notice this. Let's say he's talking to me, right? The moment he said, I was like, when you want to stop? When you want to stop? I want to interject. So that is actually listening to respond. But if he is actually talking, and then you say, oh, okay, then you notice that he stopped. Then you interject, saying, okay, what else that you have done? That is listening actively. Kan? See? That's why your spouse angry at you, because you don't listen like that. Okay. Guide but do not provide solution. Hey, this one. This is a big trap lah. Right? The word is actually guidance. As I said, right? It is not your agenda. How you want to get there, as long as they get there, then it's actually okay. Even though you know that, by doing that, basically you are taking a long way, right? So try to go by doing that. What else? What other methods? Who else can help you to show a better way? Do you think that this is actually done, or you want to find a better way? Right? So you still can guide them to the methods or the methodology that you want. But the thing is, again, try to make sure that do not provide solution. Usually people will like to provide solutions straight away. So that's why just now during our session we said what? do not ask, have you done this? Because if we said, have you done this? First is actually open and close-ended question, right? And the other one is actually you're providing solution. You're saying to the person, have you done this? Oh yeah, you want me to do this? Okay. Right? And then establish a relationship and trust, definitely. Because without it, you don't have psychological safety. And keep it private. Okay, this is one of the things that I would like to touch. Okay.
I have one question. Have you ever encountered, sometimes you may be to the coaching session with your colleagues, subordinates or friends, something like that. Have you encountered as a coach, when you do the coaching session, and it's about the coaching agenda, but you can sense that at the end, the goal might be affecting you as a coach?
Good question. Yes, the answer is yes, totally. Why? Because I coach a coach. And the coach is bringing the issue about my work. Given. The best part is actually, he came to me to be coached. Right? To be coached. So he's a coachee. In between, I know that this thing is actually my doing. You're like, oh God, man. Then you take that conscious decision. Okay, can you move to be a coachee? To be my coach? Then I would say okay, I think, Azni is supposed to do like this. But actually you are saying that you are going to do it, right? So, see? So the answer is yes. Yeah, the answer is yes. Because they bring something that concerning you lah. Otherwise, then you don't have any attached to it, right? Okay, so keep it private. When I say private, when people tell you, they trust you. So do not break the trust. Yeah, do not break the trust. So, unlike a certified coach, right? They are bound to certification. So secrecy, client kind of things. That one has to be in place. If somebody complain to the certification saying that certification body saying that you breached that thing, then you will be called. Yeah, to provide your evidence that you are not doing it or you did whatever reason lah. Yeah, But for certification, yes. Certification, yes. You cannot share. You cannot share. You can quote the situation, but you don't mention the name. Even though, you know, sometimes, just like what my VP has been doing for the last 2 days, he mentioned about this thing. He didn't want to mention the name, but people knows. People know in terms of who actually this person is, right? But what the heck? Because he's talking about integrity, right? So everybody knows the case, right? So bila kata when he said that, okay, I don't want to mention the name, but the thing is, this is the situation, and then people, I know who lah.
But one more thing I want to add to that one.
Okay.
Private and confidential, because the conversation between the coach and coachee, even though for non-certified coaches, we're still bound to that.
Yeah.
Even though it is not reported to anywhere. Why? Because it affects the willingness for the coachee to come to you. Because of that experience you created, and tiba-tiba you pergi and go and talk to your colleague, and then somehow this goes around, and if the coach is talking about me, so that will stop the next conversation. The coachee won't be offered, and because of that experience is spread around,
dia tanya awak.
that they don't trust the coaches. So it will not actually nurture that coaching environment, the positive experience that we want to create. So be careful about this one. Even though if you want to share with others, be sensitive about the people that you share.
Yep. All right. Thank you, Mas. Thank you. Great. These are the things that I pick when you guys mentioned in the morning. So again, Sagri, I want to say again about patience. Be patient, right? Do not let them talk, let them process. You have learned blue, black, and red. Remember that game.
and one more thing, be patient. You have to pause.
Yeah.
Don't rush things. Be comfortable with the silent moment.
Yes.
Give them the space for them to reflect, to think, and respond to you.
Yeah.
Don't immediately ask next question because you have that decision.
You want to break the silence.
No, because you give them time to reflect, because it's their time to think.
Yeah, exactly.
And after sometimes you count to maybe 10, 1, 2. If they still did not have the answer, do you understand my question? You want me to rephrase? Still sit on that issue first before you move on.
Yeah. Another thing, thank you, Mas. Thank you very much. So, another thing that I want to share with you guys: do not rapid fire. Right? Ask one question at one time and get the answer. As what Mas said. Right? Do not rapid fire means say one go 3 questions. 3 questions. No, which one I want to ask? I want to answer first. Right. Exactly. So that's the way, right? Okay. Patient, yeah? And then, okay, question to ask. Now, do you have a bank of questions or not? Yes. What is it called? What is it called? I said score. What is it called? Okay, score, right? And then listen. We've been saying about listen. Engage. Engage pun we have mentioned about physical behavior, right? Ontological coaching. Apa tu Nick shared yesterday, right? No, be sensitive. Be sincere. Be sincere. No, even though you have like an urgent meeting afterwards, right? So be there. Be there for the person, right? Okay. That's why if you have meetings which is very very urgent or very important, don't schedule the meeting before the session. That's number 1. Number 2, if you have like between session to session, right? I mean from a meeting and then you have like coaching, try to give a breathing space because you need to to calm down, yeah. Otherwise, then you just imagine you in the meeting you're going to be scolded, blah 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 blah, and then suddenly you go to the coaching session. Hi, how are you? Inside, right? Okay. So structured way to coach. What is it called? The structured way of coaching? Brief. Okay, thank you. And providing solution. Okay, that's the thing lah. Do not provide solution, definitely. Yeah? Okay? Okay, so before the next session, because the next session is our leaders who's actually ready, we can adjourn early if we just proceed. So I leave it to you guys. Okay. You see what I'm doing? You see what I'm doing or not? I'm putting my agenda and you guys agree with it. Okay. By that, with that, right, I would like to call upon Nick, Nick to give and then give round of applause to her for being here, right, today.
Okay. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Habis dah. You guys are really very engaging. I didn't get the chance to say you throughout, but very interesting questions that you guys had, and I'd like to hear the questions. Before then, maybe I didn't get a chance to introduce myself yesterday very much. My name is Nixie Azura. I'm with Downstream Risk Insurance. I have been in Petronas for 26 years now, alhamdulillah. My career is mostly within the marketing and trading field. So I have been essentially everywhere within Petronas, downstream, upstream, corporate business, doing the whole 9 yards of marketing and trading. So my first early experience was trading in Nippo, and Nippo Japan, Petco, Petronas Chemicals Group Berhad, Petronas Laminaat Berhad, and then I kind of shifted my career a little bit when I joined the upstream to do transformation. From then on, transformation change became a little bit of my second passion. But my very first passion, what I'm truly in love with, is developing people. And I have been
Evaluation dia hantar pakai email. Kan ada email kan? Dia bukan buat sekarang kan?
during the time when it was Permata. So I started doing stuff with Permata, designing their
My coaches had to be really hard on me to break my transparency. That's the language we kind of use within the ontological space, right? So I only kind of really got broken, for the lack of a better word, towards the end of that experience. But when it did, the transformation is, you can talk to my children, because I was one of those bosses yang baling barang and monster. Who knows Thundercats? Thundercats, right? I know Widat and Fika does not know. Mamra, right? Ayla too. So Mamra, the ever living, you know. What is Mamra? What is small Mamra? But believe me, when I turn into one, I become 20 times my size, right? And in the trading floor, orang yang kalau I'm on the phone with some issue, orang boleh dengar on the other side, and I could get really horrible. And I'm horrible with my children, horrible. It's no joke. If you ask my kids now, my daughter now is working for Petronas, believe it or not. It's time for me to retire, ladies and gentlemen. So, and you know, it really changed me a whole lot. I have a very different approach now, right? And I thought, hey, if I could turn somebody else around like this, if I could help someone like they helped me, wouldn't that be great? And so this time around, I didn't beg my boss. I took out my savings. And I went for my certification in Singapore, so I did my ontological certification in Singapore. Alhamdulillah, today you can actually get PLC to pay. To pay, and we don't have enough ontological coaches, kan mas? Kita tak cukup. Yeah. No, I really benefited from it, and you know, I'm happy to give back to Petronas regardless, right? So, so that really actually got me into coaching, because I was in the coaches chair, and I got amazing coaches along the way. I had amazing coaches. I still have a coach, because as you progress, you definitely need coaches. So if you look at the sports industry, right, the better you are as a player, the more coaching you get, right? So a coach really, in my perspective, is somebody who helps you flex your muscles like any other gym instructor. Maybe you're so used to playing with your right hand, you know, want to try a little bit different. It's not that you don't have the muscle, it's just that you haven't practiced it. So opening up a range as a leader, that's what, you know, we want to do. We want to try and help our team develop range so that they don't get stuck in one way. They can see that, oh, you know, a situation may need for me to be this way, another situation needs for me to be this way. And if you can't develop the range, you will be stuck. So I was stuck in one range, which is Mamra, right? I was Mamra. I was Mamra at work, I was Mamra with my husband, I was Mamra at home. I failed my first marriage, you know, that went down the drain because I was a horrible person. I can't even begin to tell you. You know, and so I didn't know what was available to me until somebody held a mirror up for me to take a look. So you can't see yourself, right? You kind of need a mirror. And so that's what a coach does. Just, hey, take a look at what's happening here. Are you kind of liking this? Is this working out for you? Are the results you're creating the ones that you want in your life? Maybe yes, maybe no. Some yes, some no. So let's take a look at that and see how we can shift. Because at any point in time, you always want to be better than you were just a moment ago, right? And that's what really a coach does. So, having said all that, you guys have had a lot of questions. Are there questions for me that you'd like to ask? Something that hasn't been answered, perhaps still niggling about what it is like to be a coach, or how do I coach, or whatever it is, you can ask me now.
explain more what is
I'd be happy to explain.
Relating to the branch of metaphysics, the nature of it, I was like,
Okay, so just to be very simple, right? Ontology is a Greek word. Okay, I'm not going to go into that, but it's the study of being, a human being, right? A human being, what are you composed of? Largely speaking, generally speaking, what are we composed of as a human being? Wow, okay, you guys are getting very scientific. Good job, good job. I have Petronas people in the room. I have to remember that. So ontology takes a look at three things, yeah? Body, emotion, and language. So body, emotion, and language makes up who you are, and every one of us are unique. We come to this point in our lives with a lot of experiences, a lot of beliefs that we've done, had throughout our lives. Maybe, okay, let's take the people in Gaza, extreme, yeah? Gaza. These children, they grew up in the midst of bombing, right? And war and death and destruction. What do you think will be their being emotionally? Maybe they get scared at the very sound of it, right? Kita kat sini dengar, kita kata mercun. Kalau deeper, they would be under the table already, probably, right? So what else? Hopeless. What do you think is the language that they use? What would be something that they would usually say, you think? Death? I'm scared, right? Health, yeah? Help, right? Yeah, help. So you will see that they see the world in a particular way. That's very different from us. But that's an extreme case, right? But even for us in this room, you grew up differently from me. You grew up differently. We all have different backgrounds, and we've developed some beliefs as a result of that. That maybe I'm not good enough. Maybe you had a father who's always telling you you're not good enough. Or maybe you have a grandmother who says you're the ugliest of my chuchu. It does happen, guys. It does. And as a result of which, there will be certain languages that you probably will be using yourself and you're not even aware. Or you grew up with a parent who says, "Oh, my baby, you're so pretty," right? You're going to grow up to be amazing, you're wonderful, and all of that. And so your language is going to be very different from the language of somebody who's grown up with "you're not good enough." Right? So even as we stand here, and so ontology looks at human being. The being. How am I being right now with you guys? Right? What is my body disposition? What is the language that I'm using? So some people I'll give you an example, will say, "I have never heard you say that I'm pretty." Never. Really, never? You are always, you are always mean to me, right? She's always acting up crazy. Really, always? Maybe. Always Mamra, but no, there are times, most of the time Mamra back then, very little time, nice little Nick, but most of the time Mamra. So now the range has panjang besar sikit. So that's what we as ontological coaches work on. Now you must be thinking, what does that have to do with performance? So you guys remember the result pyramid?
Yes.
Dia kata apa?
Experience, belief, then actions,
results. Yeah. So a lot of us are living in the action result punya realm. Action result. Tak dapat result yang kita nak, tengok action. Jom kita tukar action. But what is contributing to the action?
The belief and experience.
The beliefs that we have, right? So imagine a person who believes that I am not good enough. That's the belief they have in their gut, right? Because they grew up like that. Not good enough, not good enough, not good enough. So what happens to their action? It becomes, I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 options, and then they will see, I have no choice. That's the language that you will hear them say. I have no choice. I can't see another way out of here, right? So as a coach, and that's where ontology becomes very important, because you're not just addressing your action belief, because action result, because that's okay for short term, but for long term transformational change, you have to dig deeper and look at the beliefs of people and where is it coming from, and begin to try and shift that. Yeah, so that's really what other questions do you have for me? I would say the base is 2 years. Base. Do I still turn into Mamra? Yes. No, very, 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 very rare nowadays. And dia tak jadi 20 kali lagi besar lah, dia boleh jadi 3 kali je sekarang. 3 kali besar je.
You have to control,
you have to be conscious. So here's what ontology does, right? So kan iceberg, there is a lot more underneath that iceberg, right? So what ontology, as an ontological coach, and when you do the certification, they will work on you first before they ever allow you to become coaches. So for the first part of my certification, I had a coach to teach me, and my coach is a master coach in emotions, because that's what I lack. I don't have the vocabulary for emotion. I only know angry, hungry. My vocabulary is very small. So I had an emotion coach given to me so that she can expand my range. So I had to learn to show emotion, feel emotion, name emotion, right? Oh, where was I? So how long did it take? Yeah, so it's an ongoing process, guys. Really, it is. And what helped is when I wanted to change, I made a declaration to my children and my team at work. I said, I'm trying to change and I need your help. So my kids especially, right? Our kids, they know you so well because they've observed you for so long. They know when Mamra is coming. They know it. Dia dah nampak dah. He's met my son. Dia dah nampak Mamra nak datang, and my son is absolutely amazing. When I asked, of course, masa mula-mula I cakap dia orang I nak berubah, and I started coaching questions. Mami born to be art code. Mami, this is a trap code. Ni trap. Mami is about, Mamra is about to come. But my kids, they really can tell when Mamra is coming. So before they datang, my son, do you mind if I hold you? So my son will hold my hand and say, watch it, Mami, watch it. Watch it.
So cool.
Yeah. So then, okay. Thank you, sayang, okay. Even now, I have 2 older kids from my first marriage, 2 younger kids from my second marriage. Alhamdulillah, I was given another chance at it, and Alhamdulillah, I'm much better today. My husband hasn't left me yet. and so abang and kakak, bila, especially kalau I mengajar, dia nak nampak Mamra nak datang. Dia akan datang dekat Mami, dia kata, Mami, why don't you take a break? I'll take over from here. Yes. Yeah, the way I was, and the things that they had to go through because of who I was, really had them grow up very quickly. Yeah, be patient again. I have waited. When I was coaching my daughter, I waited daripada Asar to almost Maghrib just to hear what she has to say, because she was in such emotion. She came back from school and she was crying, and then I said, okay, sayang, what's wrong? Would you like to tell Mommy what happened? And I had to wait from Asar to almost Maghrib. These are some of the things that we have to learn as coaches. Is macam Mas cakap tadi, is to be patient. you guys are so responsive, right? Because every time I come to these things, when I say, have you got questions for me? Or what questions do you have for me? It's silence, and I have to wait, and I can. I'll just stand here. Oh, believe me, you guys are gonna so lose. I waited from Maghrib to from Asar to Maghrib until finally I said, Kakak, would it be easier if you wrote it down instead? Would you like to write it down for Mummy? Yes. Okay, then dah kat Maghrib lah masa tu. Dia tulis. Yeah.
So when you changed the way you were handling things, what was the belief that you changed? The action and your results, I think you mentioned, but what was the belief that changed?
So many. Definitely, I'm not good enough, and that's how I try to cover for I'm not good enough by being this bigger than self, right? Certainly that. You know, that I grew up in a very old school environment. It was a very my parents aren't in the military or anything like that, but I had one of those, you know. And when I joined Petronas, I had bosses who threw things at me. So that's how I was trained. So I thought, you know, that's the way to go, you know. So I became just like that. Like being hard will get things done faster. Pace, come on, we gotta go. I don't have time. Right? So if you notice, dekat Petronas ni, we are many of us are kind of stuck in a disposition. So if you were to look at, if you stand dekat turnstile dekat Menara Petronas tu, you just stand there tengok orang turun nak pergi lunch, you will see how people are. Yes, and sebenarnya you nak buat apa? You nak pergi lunch kot. Right? You're not like going to settle a project or, right? You're not. Tapi keluar lunch pun macam tu. Badan ke depan, kaki pun dah tinggal kat belakang. You so want to get there, get lunch done with, and then I'm going to pray, and then I'm, you know, oh my God. And then you balik rumah macam tu, have you done your homework? Hah, dah mandi? Bukan Mami suruh mandi ke tadi? Tak mandi-mandi lah.
Exhausted kan?
Exhausting. Really? Do you want to be like that? Is that, no, we don't, kawan-kawan. So, yeah, so begin to get conscious about who we are, how are we being? What are we bringing? So I always like to say that, I don't know whether you guys pernah drive kereta manual tak? Kereta manual kan dia kena masuk neutral before you change, although dia dah jadi macam tu lah kan. Tapi the idea is you have to go into neutral and then decide what gear you want to take next, right? Same thing with life. So you masuk meeting ni, I'm very clear, this meeting I need to get things done. I have to be very firm, assertive. These are my goals, I'd like to hear. So you go into your meeting with that clear gear 4. Right? Now, daripada meeting, you want to go to an engagement session with your team. You nak gear 4 lagi ke tak? Tak lah kan? So you have to take the time, go into neutral and say, okay, sebenarnya what gear is required from me for this meeting? Sebab tadi you all cerita pasal, I nak hat mana ni? I nak coach hat ke, mentor hat ke, teacher hat ke, entah berapa puluh ribu hat kita ada. Right? So you have to be very conscious about it. What is needed from me at the moment? Kalau dah terbakar kat belakang tu, janganlah kata, so guys, what do you think we'll do? Kan, itu Mamra dah kena keluar, okay, chop, everybody, let's get out of here, right? No. So, every situation requires a different thing. So, kalau you tak masuk neutral gear before you masuk balik ni rumah, kan, sebelum masuk pintu rumah tu, neutralkan dulu, lepas tu, because your children are flexible. They want to go, mommy, you know, right? Mom, hot. Ni tak, mom. You dah, homework.
Dekat office bawa kat rumah. Itu macam dijabut sikit lah sebab I also getting the same advice from you. Getting on the literature tu kan. But then, again, human is also attached with emotion kan.
Yeah.
So, sometimes, after one thing happened, we got carried over the emotion from the previous event.
Exactly.
And then we we want to switch it to another event in which that previous emotion cannot be brought over to this.
Yeah.
So how can we manage emotion in the moment?
For me, the first thing you have to do is have to have the vocabulary for emotion. Firstly, you have to acknowledge sebenarnya I rasa apa? Marah ke? Kecil hati ke? Because marah pun dia ada range from 1 to 7 before you get outraged tu. Dia ada peringkat-peringkat dia sebelum sampai situ. Sikit. Sikit. 1 to 10 kan? So, first of all, I think we have to be very comfortable. So, take the time to pause and say, what am I feeling? Allow that feeling for a while. Acknowledge it. I feel sad because this has happened. Okay. The problem with us is sebelum kita even be able to do that, kita dah rush masuk tempat lain. Tu yang dia tak jadi ni. Tak pause kan?
Pause.
Yeah, tak gear neutral. And in our tradition, in the Muslim tradition, we have the, when you're angry, if you're standing, sit. If you're sitting, right, lie down, right? So that's very important as well. And the best thing to do, and you can read as many books, but actually ambil wudu is the best thing. So even other psychologists and say, if you're feeling a certain thing, splash water, a cold water especially to your face, and that will give you that shift. Or take off your shoes and go on grass. That's the most amazing thing. Grounding.
Yep.
Right? But first of all, you have to understand apa benda you nak ground tu. Kan you silap ground benda lain kan. Lain yang keluar. You know what I mean? So understanding your emotion first and acknowledging it. Kita tak acknowledge. Men, women in Petronas, women worst. It's worse because we kind of feel that we're up against you guys, and we're competing in some imaginary way, and then we have no time for emotions. I ain't got time for this, I'm tough, I'm all that. But even men are allowed emotions, more so women. And the many hats that we're wearing, kan, wife, daughter, blah blah blah, sister, blah blah blah. Banyak role yang kita play, of course. Yeah.
About your colleagues and so on. How you put a psychology safety environment through your coaching? Because if let's say the coaching come, you already have a mindset about you.
Betul.
So how?
Do you know how long ago that was? So I had a reputation.
Yes.
If you had heard Nik Sunita dulu. I remember daripada upstream, masa tu dalam masa I dekat upstream pergi lip, right? So then I was transferred to dagangan. Orang dagangan dengar Nik Sunita is coming, they're like, oh my god, we're so dead, we're dead. She's gonna kill us. What did we do to deserve this? No, seriously, because they admitted to me lepas tu, right? And like I said, with my children pun it took 2 years. Can you imagine with my children pun, for them to really believe that Mami dah betul-betul berubah lah.
So it takes 2 years kan?
It takes a long time, kawan-kawan. So you have expectations. I know you guys are thinking about your bosses, your siapa-siapalah yang horror tu. You can't change them in a blink of an eye. And then you know what happens when they're trying to change? When they're trying to change, you guys don't believe. Macam I lah, I was trying to change, nobody believed me. And then I get tired. I might as well just stay the way I am. Right? So when you see behavior that is positive, you encourage lah. Encourage. So I had to build that. First of all, I had to declare to my team. That's why I kata I declare. Guys, I'm trying to change. I know what you've heard before. I know that you guys are expecting this. I'm not saying that I'm not anymore, but I'm saying that I want to change. So I'm going to give you the right to stop me. Should you see Mamra coming, stop me. You know what they did? There was one time, I was in a meeting, and they were, I had a huge team. Lepas tu, they saw Mamra coming. You know what my WhatsApp, ting kan, keluar gambar Mamra. Ada dia orang hantar. So because they know that I'm trying, so making a declaration of change is very important if you're making a change. And apologizing is also important. I had to apologize to my children for the way that I treated them, and I had to be very specific about it, you know. I'm Mommy, sorry, the things that I did, unacceptable, very wrong, that should not have happened, right? So, yeah. Yeah. And then you're going to be patient. And you have to keep at it. Keep at it. Consistently. Of course you're going to fall lah. Masa I dekat dagangan tu ada juga mamra yang 10 kali besar tu, because macam ni kan, I tengah kat depan ni, we're having a meeting. It's not funny guys, seriously, I laugh now tapi it's not funny. I was trying to explain 40,000 kali dah rasa kan saya. Kalau mak-mak ni dia selalu dah cakap macam tu. Dah 40,000 kali dah cakap. Geram. I was so angry because he's just not getting it. I threw this. Melanting kena dada dia. Walaupun tak sakit kawan-kawan. But remember that becomes an experience untuk orang tu, which then creates a belief untuk orang tu. That dia tak pandai, dia tak good enough, and we're doing this to our kids as well, our parents, our siblings, whoever it is, the words that we use. Ladies and gentlemen, please don't. Choose your words very wisely. Even if you're joking kan, tadi bila I cakap, tak buat homework lagi, pun you dah rasa macam, wah, padahal I berlakon je. You know, but still it has an impact, even when you berlakon, because your brain cannot tell the difference between betul or berlakon sebenarnya. So there will be a reaction. So be very careful. Very, very careful. Yeah?
How do you believe that you're good enough?
You have to take a look around you. Ask for feedback. I had to go ask my best friend. You know, am I a difficult person to be with? Actually, yeah, it's very tough to be your friend. Yeah, and all this hurts, you know. You're going to get feedback that hurts, right? But you want to change, right? And then, so what are you good at? What am I good at? Well, what's good about me? And they'll tell you 10,000 things. Because really, dalam 100 orang, I tak percayalah ada seorang yang betul-betul jahat, yang bangun pagi, niat dia adalah untuk mendajalkan orang. Tak ada. Betul tak? Tak ada orang. Dia bangun pagi, hari ni, I nak mendajalkan semua orang dalam hidup I. Tak ada pun. Nobody makes that kind of intention. Out of 1,000 people, I really don't believe it. So you will encounter people who are different from you, and they seem to be difficult. But they're just different. They come from a different place. Very different from yours. I know, like you said, attitude tadi. I remember that question. I ada coach yang, kalau pelempang je mamat. Kan? Kau jangan belagak sangat. Kan? But where is that coming from? You know, kind of be curious with that, you know. And then you will start to discover apa belief dia.
What keeps you motivated to stay the course and, you know, stay and change until you really get to where you want?
Oh, that's really easy. I didn't want my kids to grow up to be me. And I already saw it, you know. I didn't want them to grow up to be me. That is good enough reason, strong enough. My big why. Yeah, you're gonna have to find that big why. So even if somebody comes to you to coach about, I want to lose 5 kilos. So why is that important for you? What is important about losing 5 kilos for you? So in the end, the goal might not be 5 kilos at all. Once you dig. The goal is another shift. And when you find that shift, Masya Allah, it's amazing results. Lepas tu you akan nampak. So, moral of the story apa? Moral of the story, jomlah jadi certified ontology. Also, I think, you know, moral of the story for me, the thing that I realize most as a coach is if I want change, I have to start with me. I really do. Because once I am different, My kids become different. When I come to a place differently, I bring a different energy. The ripple effect sampai kat you all semua kan. Kalau I masuk tempat ni lain dia punya energy, wah, dia jadi macam tu lah, macam dekat dagangan tu.
As a coach, right, what is the most important thing or character that you need to have? Like dia macam setiap coach kena ada ni. Tak ada ni, don't think you can be a coach.
If I had to choose one, it has to be curiosity. You have to be curious if I have to choose one.
Is soft matter? I mean, soft, calmness, graceful.
Wow. Okay, whether you are soft, graceful, assertive, queen-like, or whatever it is, it really depends on who. Depends on who? The coachee, because remember you're coaching the coachee, the person. So how you are is going to be very much dependent on dia. Right? So if you nampak dia slouch, then you can be that mirror, right? Right? And so then you begin to change, see that her body is changing. So daripada dia sengit sebelah, dia dah jadi. Betul kan? So what's the mood you want to bring to your coachee? You can mirror it. Macam tengok cerita apa? Karate Kid. Do you guys watch Karate Kid? Yang dia tengok ular tu, and then dia ingat orang tu ikut ular tu, tapi sebenarnya ular tu ikut dia. Gitu. Philosophical sangat. Yeah, so remember how you are is dependent on your coach. That your coach is the most important being at the time that you're spending with. So tadi Azin cakap, don't ever go into a coaching conversation without first grounding yourself before and after. Jangan lepas a mamra meeting you terus nak pergi coaching.
Neutralize.
Yes. Yes. What else?
How do you carve out your coaching time with your risk planning and performance time?
Okay, that's a very good question. First of all, boundaries. You must be very comfortable drawing boundaries. You must be very comfortable delegating. I have my team here, Widat and Fika, are from risk and assurance. They are my strength. They keep me sane and on the right path. So diorang pun boleh cakap ni, watch it. Padahal umur anak I je. Yeah, so boundaries. You have to learn to say no. Be very conscious about kalau I say yes to something, what am I saying no to? Because there's no saying yes to something without saying no to something else. Betul tak? If we're going to spend half an hour extra here, and I say yes to that, that means half an hour is taken away from time with family. Are we conscious? Many of us are not conscious. Bila kita kata yes dekat boss, what are we saying no to? Who are we saying no to? So bila you kena ada boundary, you have to learn to prioritize. There are trade-offs. But at this juncture in my career and all of the things that I've done, that I've gone through, I'm very comfortable with saying no. I'm very comfortable with what's important to me. Yeah. Sebab kalau Petronas ni dia nak buat 10,000 benda lah serentak kan.
And deadline is yesterday.
Deadline is yesterday. So you have to learn to negotiate your deadlines. Jangan yes je boss, yes boss. No, I will tell boss. We have seen this many times, boss. I'm not going to do this for you. This is not important right now. Get with the program. So you can also teach your boss's style. What I mean to say by that is teach them the way, not tell them, not teach them, but show it with your own behavior. Kan? If I don't take any more calls after 6 o'clock, make sure I don't take any more calls after 6 o'clock. Make the declaration. Unless, boss, it's really important, then you call me. Because actually my phone at 6 o'clock, it switches into a personal mode, and only my husband, my children can reach me. No other. And then by 8 o'clock, it goes into sleep. Langsung tak ada siapa boleh.
Switch off.
Langsung tak boleh siapa call lah. Of course, ada situation where you have to make an exception, but that's the kind of norm. What else?
How do you deal with another mama?
Oh, so how do you deal with fire? Yeah. You cannot fight fire with fire, no? That's why I say, whatever they need, whatever that person needs, you be that. You jangan masuk tu, you pun jadi mamra juga, dan terbabur. You know? So there are generally speaking 4 body dispositions, like the one that Petronas is always in, which is the forward going resolution. There is that is, most of us are in that realm, but right now you guys are quite stable if you can practice it. It's the stand of a queen or a king, so head held high, you know, kaki very grounded, and imagine you're holding a scepter ke apa ke, kan? Then you know this is a very stable position. That's why in Salat we have to stand with our feet apart, right? Because that's the most stable. Orang tolak pun there's very little opportunity. Dalam saf semua, it becomes very solid, right? Because your instability. So that's another body disposition. The one that is very, very difficult for Petronas folks, I notice, is open. Not many women can do this, really. And flexibility, going crazy. Yeah, so, you know, when I was doing my certification, I had to practice that, you know. Literally, they asked us to stand. A sneak peek into what it takes to be a... I have to go from like that to, and then bila dia kata switch, then I have to stand. The switch, then I have to be flexible. Switch there, macam tu, so that you can develop that range.
We thought we are shy when we grew up, but actually it's okay, right?
Yeah, it's okay. What does the situation need? Kan? Kalau the situation calls for, when you go back with your children, memang flexibility kawan-kawan. So kalau you tak pandai nak flexible, you're not going to be at par with your kids for them to be open, honest, transparent with you. Right? And then when they're down and they're crying or whatever it is, then you have to be that stability so that they can have a shoulder to cry on. Then you have to hold your ground, be that strong, stable person for them. So similarly dengan your coachee. And when you're coaching, especially when you dah sampai tahap belief tu, dia akan naik emotion tu. Itulah. Apakah emotion tu? And how you're going to hold space? You have to hold space. Hold that space for that person to be able to express that emotion. And don't assume what that emotion is. Always ask. What's going on? What's the emotion that you're feeling right now? What are you feeling right now? Okay. Dah masuk waktu asar. Ada tak soalan terakhir mungkin? Oh, leap. Oh, I can't tell you, darling. You have to go. I can't tell you. You gotta go. You know, when people give you feedback, honest feedback, it hurts, right? But do you need it? For sure, you need it. But it's gonna hurt lah. Orang mamra macam I ni, bila dah ego dia dah terbruise tadi, memanglah balik. Dengan boss. And my boss, you know, when I reported duty to him, he has already retired, guys, but he's an amazing man. I'm still in touch with him. He's still a mentor. So, benda yang pertama dia suruh I buat, I want you to write an essay of the difference between aggressive and assertive. I said, okay. Aggressive and assertive. What's the difference? Dia nak cakap lah dekat I tu terlalu agresif. Cubalah belajar jadi assertive. You don't need aggression, you need assertion. Kan? Tu dia tuan-tuan dan puan. So tulislah. Lepas tu masa menulis tu sedar dirilah.
Sedar diri.
Oh, sebenarnya bos nak cakap kat I ni. Tapi masih lagi sikit sedar diri tu tak betul-betul kena penumbuk lagi. Pergi lip tu kena penumbuk. Bukan satu je, banyak ada. Okay.
Coach to make us eye opener.
Yeah, and she is still my coach, that coach at lip. So she's still my coach today. I still go to her. It is a secret training, tuan-tuan dan puan. Betul. Don't spoil the fun.
I really enjoy it.
You really enjoy it, right? Yeah.
I learned a lot.
Initially, when Right, yeah, exactly. It's absolutely amazing. Except the coaching hours are shorter now, which does not serve as well for me. It doesn't serve as well. That's why for an internal coach, I always tell my coaches, I am available for you guys for free. You guys get more than the 4+1 that the program tells you. I'm available and I'm free of charge. Please use me. So, okay, that's so my last pesanan penaja adalah, kalau you all nak coaches, because you are going to be coaches or you are already coaching, right? You need coaches, right? So, pergi dekat coaching academy tu. Tahu tak coaching academy tu kat mana? Dalam My Learning X tu, dia ada coaching academy. Dalam tu ada list of coaches. And they will list the kind of coaches. Ada solutions focus, ada macam-macam coaches lah dalam tu. Kita ada ramai coaches dekat Petronas. Untuk coaches, tak ramai lagi. So please go and get yourself certified. Kan, I nak cuba ni, convince si Azli ni. Anyways, so you go there and you get yourself a coach. You'd be amazed at what it will do for you as a coach, to have a coach. Yeah? Okay, itu sahaja pertanyaan pada I. Thank you very much for having me. Thank you. My pleasure. You can find me on Teams if you have more questions.
Okay, last but not least, thank you again.
My pleasure.
For all the sincere sharing about her. I never knew that when I met her, she's always a sweet little.
Yeah,